From Washington Community High School's Torrey Gym, Clutch Sports Media presents continuing coverage of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by Country Financial. I'm Joey Wright. We're going to kick it straight down to our Country Financial Tournament Central, where Colton Kaler has the latest on the happenings of this tournament. He's got an interview lined up down there, so we'll go to Colton Kaler for the latest in Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton, take it away.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton Kaler here after the big win for St. Louis Vashon over Springfield Landfair. I'm pleased to be joined by Tyson Swanson, a junior from Metamora. Tyson, I'll tell you what, you came in probably a little unknown in this tournament, but you've made quite a name for yourself here so far through 3 games. How do you feel after about 3 games?
Well, I mean, I played pretty good, but we still came out with 3 losses so far, so we got to do a little bit better as a team, for sure.
You've played very tough competition. It's your first year here at the Washington Tournament of Champions as a junior. How do you feel? You know, I watched you all last year, watched you so far this year. And I've seen you develop, into a very good player here at Metamora. How do you feel your development has been in the program with Coach Greaves?
Yeah, I've definitely developed a lot better. I got better guard skills and stuff. I'm shooting better too. Just getting better as the years go on.
Do you feel that is there a position that you like to play more, or you're able to do whatever?
I like being more out on the wing, but since we're kind of a small team, I got to go down and play guard on some of the bigs, but on offense we stay pretty spread out. So,
is there something from year to year that you've decided to kind of develop your game on, and there's a certain area that you want to work on?
I definitely need to get my guard skills a little bit better. My shooting's getting better right now too, but my ball handling's a little behind.
Now, 0-3, I'm sure the frustration can build. Is there something that you guys as a team are looking forward to, past this week, but also you still got a chance at it tomorrow?
Right now, we're just trying to get better playing as a team right now. We're not playing great together. I mean, we probably could have either went 0-4 this weekend or 4-0. It's just not playing great right now.
There's still time to turn it around. You guys got high aspirations. You've got, a loaded squad this year, a lot of senior talent, but also a lot of junior and sophomore talent. What kind of are those aspirations that you guys are looking for?
We're hoping to have a good postseason run. I still think we can do that. We just got to start pulling it together, but it's still early.
They often say a Danny Greaves team is playing their best at the end of February. Obviously, that's got to be the goal going forward.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we're going to get a lot better throughout the season. We got good coaching. We got good players.
What would have been, looking past, obviously the 0-3 start, what has it been like, just being in this tournament with this type of caliber of play and this media coverage, really?
It's definitely a lot different. I mean, usually we go up to Ottawa. The teams are not nearly as good as here, but it definitely helps us prepare for the season. Playing better competition. Have
you gained any interest outside? Obviously, are you looking forward to play, college basketball past high school?
I'm hoping to, but I don't really have any kind of offers or anything yet.
Well, there's still time. It's early in the season. Tyson, thanks for joining us, and good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you the rest of the year.
Yep, thank you.
That's Tyson Swanson here joining me in the studio here at halftime. In between games. Our next game coming up. Bear with me just for 1 second. Our next game coming up, I believe, is between Great Education Academy. Yes, Quality Education Academy and Western Reserve Academy. Western Reserve Academy played the other night. A very good team. They've got a loaded team. Charlie, you want to join me here? No? All right. Charlie's my guy behind the set, working everything for me, doing a great job here this week, running around. Looking at the St. Louis Vashon Springfield Landfair game, Kennard Davis, I mean, how special was he? He went off, had himself a day. I believe he ended with 17 or 19 points. A big week for him. They're off to a 3-0 start. They will play in the championship game, I believe now. That was the semifinal, but they will be in the championship game in the Washington Invitational. Tough day for Springfield Landfair. They just couldn't quite get it going. Fell behind early, came roaring back in the second quarter, fell behind a little bit in the second half, and just couldn't quite take it to the Wolverines. They fall to 2-1 on the year, but nonetheless, a good performance from them and a good performance from Ty Banks. He finished in double figures again today. Ty Banks has been an absolute sensation here early for Springfield Lanphier. Looking at the rest of the day, at the next game, we've got one more game until probably one of the marquee matchups. We'll see Life Christian Academy versus Winston-Salem Christian at 4:15. Life Christian Academy, that is Hansel Emmanuel. You heard his interview here in Spanish with our good friend Paco. He had that interview the other night. He will be here. It will be packed here for that game. After that, you have Pattonville, Missouri versus Pewaukee, Wisconsin. You have the Urbana versus Washington game. It will be busy. It will be packed for that. It is going to be a busy night here in Washington. And then to cap it off, arguably the game of the week, what could have been the championship game at the start of the week, or before, looking at both these teams, but Chicago St. Rita, Morez Johnson Jr., the face of that team, a sophomore there. He is committed to the University of Illinois. Head coach Brad Underwood. Unfortunately, I haven't seen Brad this week. He's been a busy guy, and he is. They have a game tonight against UT Martin or UT Texas San Antonio, one of those teams. But they play Yorkville Christian, and Yorkville Christian has a kid, Jaden Shute, who's going to Duke. He was recruited by Illinois as well, so he's a big name there. Yorkville Christian, they are a very, very good team. They like to trap defensively. They like to run and gun offensively. They will put up points. Looking at opening night, they scored 92 against Washington here. That was a great performance. They had multiple players. I believe Shute finished with 27 points on opening night. Had another great game early in the morning yesterday. They had the early game. Looking back at today, we're going to recap. Metamora lost to Joliet West in a tough battle there. Metamora a little short-handed today without Zach Schroeder. He was out with an illness. Ethan Kaiser was slowly starting to get his way back into the groove of things. He had a double-digit performance today. Drew Tucker ended with, we believe, 15 points is what the tournament has him at for that game. He had a great game. Tyson Swanson, who just joined us earlier in studio, he had 12 points, but unfortunately the Redbirds didn't have enough to get back into it and get the win that they most desire. They start 0-3. I believe the first 0-3 start in Danny Greaves' era there in Metamora, but they've got one more crack at it tomorrow as they look to possibly move to 1-4 or not. They will fall to 0-4 to start the season. But again, it's early. They're playing very good talent here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, and they'll be okay. But Joliet West, big win for them. Jeremiah Fears is definitely the talk of that team, the freshman. I believe there's quite a few schools around here recruiting him and looking at him, so he's a big name to look out for in Joliet West. I believe they have the 8:30 a.m. game tomorrow morning. St. John Bosco, they rolled Tinley Park. A great performance by Christian Estrada. He had 17 points, and Dele Williams, he was also a name that we really didn't know about, and he had a heck of a performance with 15 points this morning in that game. Looking at the other games through today, Denmark Olar, they had a big win over Kankakee. Kankakee battled. Kankakee was shorthanded, couldn't quite get it done there. Zachary Davis, his interview here with Gavin Russell earlier, surrounded by his teammates, friends, and family. They had a long bus drive from South Carolina. He is committed to play at South Carolina, but Zachary Davis is a name to look for. If you haven't had a chance, go back and look at the highlight reel because he had highlight reel plays there in this game today against Kankakee. As mentioned, Kankakee was shorthanded. They are playing in the 5A state championship football game tomorrow up at Northern Illinois, so much of the reason for why they are shorthanded. They have 4 players on that football team. Good problem to have, and I think it's a good thing for Kankakee to get some of these guys that may not see this type of talent before, get them integrated into this system. They'll be okay, and they'll be a team to be reckoned with down the stretch. That was the third game of the day. We just finished up with our fourth game of the day, St. Louis Vashon versus Springfield Lanphier. Again, as mentioned, Vashon gets the win. They had a complete performance over Springfield Landfear. Landfear didn't quite come, they weren't able to get a complete game. They came back in the second quarter, got it close down the stretch, but Vashon was ultimately too much for the Lions. They fall to 2-1 on the season, but still a very good start for them as they beat John Bosco on Wednesday. So that was a big win for them. Our next game, Quality Education Academy versus Western Reserve Academy. It will be a big game to watch. Western Reserve has multiple players. They have a lot of height inside, so they'll be definitely in on the boards, and they'll be ready to go in this game. And then Life Christian Academy, again, at 4:45. Hansel Emmanuel is the player to watch. They've got another player on Life Academy. They've got a few players, and they are a very good team looking past Hansel Emmanuel. I really like Hansel Emmanuel. The way it seems like he glides down the court and his hops, if you will. He is able to jump out of the building, and it's impressive to watch. And then again, Washington plays Urbana tonight at 7:45, and our matchup at 9:15, Chicago St. Rita versus Yorkville Christian. But we're about ready for the start of our next game, Quality Education Academy, Western Reserve. Send it back up to the booth. Guys, back up to you.
All right, thank you very much, Colton. I'm Cody Roskins inside Torrey Gymnasium here at Washington Community High School. Alongside me is none other than Gavin Russell. Gavin, we're getting prepped and ready for another what on paper is supposed to be a great game between the Western Reserve Pioneers out of the state of Ohio and the Quality Education Academy Pharaohs. Quality Education Academy, last time out, Gavin, didn't have a stellar outing against Colorado Prep, but pretty much anybody who's played Prep so far has had it handed to them. So how do you try and bounce back after a almost 30-point loss?
Well, it's really tough. And, first of all, I got to say the Pharaohs love that nickname. That's an excellent mascot. So props to Quality Education Academy for an excellent mascot. But on the basketball court, they had a tough go of it. There's no denying that. But just got to bounce back. I mean, we've seen teams come out with poor first-game performances. They turn around, and they play really well. So it was our first game coming out here in the TOC, and it's one of those things, just got to get your legs under you, got to get a little experience from the tournament, and obviously this is not a super deep team for the Pharaohs, so maybe they need to just get their main guys rolling, maybe have a different outcome this time.
Absolutely could be the case. And on the other side, we have the Western Reserve Pioneers, head coached by Pete Hutchinson, and they have got a star in the making heading out to the Pac-12 next year. Tyler Lenhart, the 6'7" small forward, the senior, a Washington commit, can do a lot for this Pioneers team.
Very true. Whenever time you're heading out to a Power 5 school, you've got a special player. That's no different with Tyler Lenhart, a 6'7" senior. Not only is he a senior leader, but again, he can do a lot on the court for himself and for his teammates.
That absolutely could be the case. We're just watching the final handful of seconds run off the clock as we go ahead and get ready to listen to these starting lineups. It'll be looks like the Pioneers will be the home team, the road team on the scoreboard. Home team will be the Pharaohs. We see the last couple of starters put in. We can go ahead and read you off the Pioneers. For the Pioneers, they will start things off. Looks like with Autry, it'll be also Josh Haskell. Alongside him, obviously, Jacob Theoduso will also chime in. Demarius Owens, alongside him, will be Tor Sorensen. He had a big outing last time out, the 6'6" freshman, number 20 for the Pioneers. And now we're getting ready for the Pharaohs starting lineup. But, Gavin, kind of give me some of your keys to the game for this one, because both teams on paper play this game really, really tight.
Well, if you're a Quality Education, again, we talked about how they had a rough go of it last time out. Just got to get your main guys going early. Once again, not a super deep team for Quality Education, but they do have a couple of big-name players. They have a couple of really tall guys. Everybody on their roster listed over at least 6'1", and they've got a couple of guys 6'9", 6'10", so they've got some size. If you're Western Reserve, you just want to shut down that size, control the glass, and obviously get your main guys going. Tyler Lenhart definitely being one of those, and several others we'll be able to mention throughout the game. So it's going to be a good one. We're excited to do it, and another game here on Clutch Sports Media.
Absolutely will be the case, and we just got the starters listed to us from Quality Education Academy and the Pharaohs. Their starting five will list off as 1, 5, 10, 11, and 14. That's Jeremiah Anderson, Isaiah Sutherland, Amari Bolden, Jelante Edwards, and Anthony Sellers. The 6'7" senior will anchor at the 5 spot. As we go ahead and we'll take a quick pause as we will have the national anthem. And Gavin, I was mistaken, of course, that was American the Beautiful, and another great rendition, but we had an adjustment on the rosters, of course. We had a technicality error, so number 13 not listed anymore for Western Reserve. Instead, number 3, Braden Applehans, will be number 3 in green for today, in white and green today for the Pioneers. So a quick change, wanted to get that started and corrected before the game was underway, but we see the starters making their way onto the floor first for the Quality Education Pharaohs. But going back to your point, Gavin, looking up and down the rosters, both teams blessed with a lot of height. We even see a 6'10" body on the Quality Education Academy Pharaohs side of things, and Bobby Cannon. As we go down the other side of Western Reserve, they've also matched up quite well in the size department, but the difference is their bigs a little more perimeter oriented. We saw Caleb Middleton really fall in love with that three-point shot from the top of the key in their first couple of games, but then they've also got Ryan Solis, a 6'10" junior.
They really like to rely on moving the ball around a lot. It's something that, has really helped Western Reserve tremendously, not just throughout this tournament. It's something that they're really good at as a team. And, again, that size is a big factor down low. But when you've got bigs that are able to work around the perimeter, both guard and score from the perimeter, that's really a special combination and something that Western Reserve possesses. That's going to go a long way for them as they continue their fight throughout the season.
You see Taduso come out onto the court. And there we see Demarius Owens. He is been a star so far. Number 12, the 6'7" sophomore, Demarius Owens. Really talented ball handler. Can also score in close, but he's also got the ability to stretch the defense on the perimeter, much like the whole of this Western Reserve Pioneers roster. As Tor Sorensen concludes the starters as they make their way out onto the floor. It'll be the Quality Education Academy Pharaohs in the black and purple with gold striping on their uniforms. And for Western Reserve, rocking the all-white tops and bottoms with green numbers and trim. Gavin, it's a clean look for both teams.
Oh, I really like both of these uniforms. We love to break down the uniforms here at Clutch Sports Media.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm really digging the Pharaohs, though. I really like those jerseys. I think it's a sleek look. It's a darker look, but I like the gold piping on the sides and a little bit of purple in there if you look close enough, but can never beat the clean white jerseys either.
Maybe a prompt for the social medias. Of course, you can follow us on social media at Twitter and Instagram on Clutch Sports IL on both those platforms. But maybe we'll set up a tournament bracket for the uniform, see who's got the best uniform in this tournament. But first off, we've got a game to call here between Western Reserve and Quality Education. It'll be Owens in the circle for the Pioneers. This one stays in bounds. Possession to the Pioneers first. Sorensen swings it to the left. Applehans pressured along that inbound line. Sorensen Looking to that left shoulder. Great pressure defense early on, and the ball is loose. First breakaway of the game, going up strong, and just missing the dunk. Stuck back up, and will finally fall. First points of the game to the Pharaohs.
Anderson, really nice job on that cleanup right there, but we knew Quality Education was going to have to get out and set the tone early if they wanted to be in this game. See if Western Reserve can make a response.
Handled completely in their last outing. Haskell, pass to the left, is still free, controlled by Theoduso. Kick outside for three. Just off the mark, but Owens cleans the glass. 5-out offense in effect here for the Pioneers. Down low, Sorensen, one power dribble, gets his own miss, gathers, and is fouled.
Second possession there off the offensive rebound for Western Reserve, and that's a nice job. The boards are going to be big for both teams, but I really like the way the Pharaohs are playing early on. They're obviously know the game plan, for Western Reserve to come out and work the perimeter early and often, and so far well defended, but he will go to the line, shoot two.
That foul will be credited to number 5, Isaiah Sutherland. It's his first to the 6'9" sophomore. And Sorensen will try and even this game up at 2. Sinking the second. Inbound will come quickly to Anderson. Working against Appelhans. Poked free. Battle for the ball along the far sideline. Kept in by the Pharaohs. Drop off onto the front door. And shot out the window. It will stay with the Pharaohs.
Looked like a miscue there from Quality Education. They got to limit those turnovers. They cannot allow Western Reserve to get out to too big of a lead. Got to keep it within striking distance.
Weave action at the top of the circles. Driving in hard. Rebound to Sorensen and the Pioneers.
Keep an eye on that. The referees maybe letting them play a little bit, so we might see a bit more of a physical game today, especially if the referees are letting some things go.
Trying to orchestrate the motion offense. Theoduso drives. Foul on Anderson. That'll be his first.
Second foul for the Pharaohs early on. I mean, not too big of a concern at the moment, but if you're the Pharaohs, want to keep those fouls down. Once again, they're not a deep team. Got to keep all your guys on the floor. Got to just play smart, disciplined basketball.
Only about 10 players made the trip for Quality Education Academy as sweeping jumper stuck back up. Still not finding the 10 as Owens' putback was off.
Western Reserve, that's their second offensive board of the game.
Jelante Edwards trying to expand his range. It's off, and now the Pioneers. It's stolen away. Pharaohs in transition is fouled going up. A good take that time by Jelante Edwards.
Jelante Edwards has been very good to start out this game. I think the game plan overall for the Pharaohs is just get out, be active, try to knock the balls away. They don't really want to give Western Reserve any time or opportunity to even shoot the ball. They just want to take it right back.
Absolutely could be the case, and just came off the call with Joey Wright during the last game, and here we see it again, Gavin. It's, for whatever reason, nobody has been able to solve the puzzle at the free throw line, with the exception of maybe St. Rita and Yorkville Christian. And so we'll see how it turns here in a 2-2 game and the second of 2 free throws.
I'm sure a lot of these coaches in this tournament will be having the players work on free throws in the next practice they get when they get back home, but certainly been a problem for a lot of teams so far.
After the Sorensen board, the Pioneers will begin their attack. Sweeping low, Theoduso going high off the glass, stuck back up and in by Sorensen. A beautiful job battling for positioning and getting the putback too.
And keeping a tally of the offensive rebounds so far, number 3 for Western Reserve. That goes a long way. All their points have come off extra chances.
Theoduso guarding the dribble here. Beautiful backdoor cut by Edwards. Loses his positioning and stuck back up and in. Another second chance bucket that time. Once more coming for Sutherland.
So far, fair to say the story of the game is offensive boards.
Kick to the corner for three, just off the mark, but again, Sorensen establishing himself down low. Beautiful shot fake. Losing it in traffic, somehow corralled back to Owens, and he'll flush it with two.
Hammered it home for the dunk. Nice job right there. Demarius Owens.
Right back on the other end. Once more, both teams finding a little bit of rhythm down in the low post as Sutherland picks up point number 4.
Seems both teams are just so perimeter focused that there's not a lot of thought to the interior, and that's really where all of the points have come from.
Sorensen working one-on-one will sweep to the left with the left hand. He will be sent to the free throw line as once again the Pharaohs fouling. That is their 4th so far in this first quarter.
If you want to know how good Western Reserve is, we talked about their best player at the top, Tyler Linhart. Really haven't called his name at all. Rather, it's been, Sorensen, Demarius Owens. That's how deep of a team they are. That's why they're so good. Everybody plays as one unit, and it's so far working out well. He's got 2 free throws here and chance to expound on that lead a little bit.
So Owens will come out of the game along with Applehans, and looks like the Uso will now run the show at the point, but it'll be Trey Autry coming into the game along with Caleb Middleton, pick and pop big man. Banked in a big 3 in one of their prior games in this tournament to keep them within striking distance, but we will see the Pharaohs take it out and try and pull this back to a level game. Bolden will work against the Uso, and now Trey Autry. 3-pointer on the way. Bouncing off the back iron, and now here come the Pioneers in transition. Kick outside, one more dribble, hop through the lane. Theoduso for 3. It is short, and now here come the Pharaohs.
He had Sorensen in the corner.
Banked high off the glass, nearly tipped and laid back in. But the Pioneers in transition, great down low feed, Middleton, and 1.
A lot of size on the floor right now. Caleb Middleton, one of the players towering over the rest, 6'9", a senior, big body player, just taking it up through a little bit of contact, right off the glass. It's a solid looking layup right there, Cody.
Absolutely, and great concentration that time by Caleb Middleton to corral that low pass and go up strong off the window. See if he can cap the 3-point play. Nothing but nylon, and it's now an 11-6 ball game. The 5-point edge to Western Reserve. Into the weave now is Ledwell. Find it back to Bolden. Great job, double showing at the top. Down low, too strong, rebound to Middleton.
That was a tough shot. I maybe could have looked for something a little better, but they're trying to pound it inside. It looks like the Pharaohs want to establish the tone in the paint.
Again, that 5-out motion offense kicked down low into the corner. Sorensen has trouble with the pass, and they're going to say the over and back call as it was last touched by the Pioneers. It'll go possession back to the Pharaohs.
Thought he may have touched it, but good heads up from Sorensen to attempt to save that one. Obviously unsuccessful that time, but a lot of these players have great awareness. I think another reason why all these players are just excellent at what they do out here.
Driving down low with the right hand, just off the mark that time for Gibbs. Now Sorensen playing through a little bit of contact, dishes down low, and Middleton again just ever so present on that low block.
Middleton's going to live in the paint all game long, and if they don't maybe switch up the game plan, he really could finish off the Pharaohs early on.
Driving down low again, beautiful lay in once more as Bolden able to give 2 to the Pharaohs and cut it back to a 5-point deficit.
Amari Bolden, one of the smaller players on the floor for the Pharaohs, but relying on that athleticism can be key. Nice athletic layup.
Autry swings it to Sorensen. Sorensen sweeps, drives to the right hand, loses the ball, no whistle, and the Pharaohs earn a stop. However, that pass intercepted and poked away. Loose ball still finally corralled by the Pharaohs. Kick to the far side corner. Shot on the way, and it's just off.
We've seen maybe 3 3-point attempts. I don't think we've had any 3-point makes, maybe one. But really, it's been a game inside the perimeter. Something that we didn't expect to see necessarily. We know Western Reserve is a very perimeter-oriented team. Haven't really seen much of it this game.
Yeah, and they don't really have that decisive size advantage down low. It's pretty even across the board. They just brought more people with height, I guess you could say. Still a lot of height, though, on Quality Education Academy. We've yet to see Bobby Cannon check into the game for the Pharaohs, the 6'10 sophomore. As I say that, of course, Bobby Cannon making himself known down low. Autry, kick out for 3. It's good! Rattling it home is Carmelo Atkins.
We see the Pharaohs maybe trying to make some of those adjustments to, key in on the paint a little more, take away from the perimeter, and that's exactly how Western Reserve can hurt you. They can hurt you in multiple places. It's nearly impossible to guard.
Sellers, tough lay-in, falls. Great take to the rack that time by Anthony Sellers, the 6'7 senior.
A lot of players involved for both teams. Not necessarily one to key in on. Just a lot of good depth. Playing well so far in a steal.
Stolen the other way. Is it flight time? Not quite, as the layup kisses itself off the back iron. Kick to the corner once more. The Pioneers can't get that 3 to fall. Last taken by Haskell. Bolden kicks to the near side corner. And now Sellers will drive. Sellers adjusts to the right hand, and it's short. And the first quarter horn will sound with a 16-10 advantage for the Pioneers of Western Reserve over the Quality Education Pharaohs. But now it's a great time to remind you about our sponsors that make this tournament possible and others like it in the future. First, for the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And for Optering, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Optering Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OpteringAutoGroup.com, the place to visit for that. Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the athletes, players, and coaches and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And finally, for the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on nearly everybody around him, Gavin, on and off the court, and KB Strong still carrying his memory on in a great way. Of course, all proceeds going to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer.
Great thing KB Strong is. We talked about it earlier. Make sure to get out and support them, spread the awareness, maybe donate a little bit of money, or get out to the tournament, show them some support down in the concession area.
One thing we haven't had a shortage of so far this tournament, Gavin, is fan support. We have, of course, some great ones coming up today as this transition pass on the floor, loose and controlled by Bolden, and to reach that time will be charged to Carmelo Atkins.
The pace of play has just really picked up in, say, the last 2 minutes or so, going back to the first quarter. Now the first 30 seconds or so of the second quarter. That's not really changed much. I think both teams are trying to match each other, and both teams out with the mindset they need to play fast and quick.
Cannon at the top of the key will swing it to Amari Bolden. Running off the screen is Sellers. Sizes up. Middleton will step back and pull a three. It's off the mark. He hit a couple of those in their last game against Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. As Autry down low. Beautiful find to Owens, who nearly sent it all the way down.
Boy, he about near tore off the rim with that.
Bolden off the dribble. Holds up and it's short. You're right, Gavin. It's a good thing that breakaway rims are now a thing. Otherwise, we may have had a broken backboard on our hands back in the old days. But Autry now running the show for the Pioneers. It's Spins back into traffic. Finds Owens. Ferris doing a good job of stunting and helping on defense, and that time, nearly a clean block, but instead a blocking foul.
That's a tough call right there. Looked like he went up and got that ball. He tried to go up the high arcing shot off the glass, and fortunately for the defender there, it comes up with the foul. Bet you're loving it, though, at the free throw line. Give yourself a chance to extend the lead up to 8.
The first of 2 is good that time from Adkins, and the foul discrepancy now in favor of the Pioneers, 2-6. Only 2 fouls on the Pioneers, 6 on the Pharaohs, and they hold a 17-10 advantage in that department. And I think a lot of it, Gavin, has to do with the way they've been able to move the ball so quickly. It's forcing them to reach.
For sure, that is the case, and seems like the game is starting to slow down a little bit. But man, there was a 3-minute spurt or so. Man, it got moving quick. Both teams back and forth. A lot of loose balls. Just see if they can slow it down, get a little more controlled action.
Tyler Ledwell now having the ball here for the Pharaohs. Pull-up jumper by Bobby Cannon. Off the mark, and a strong rebound by Autry. Owens will swing it back to Autry. Fakes to the corner. One more pass on the way. Off the mark. Great rebound that time by Anthony Sellers. Coming down the other way against the 2-3 zone. Cannon, fadeaway in the paint. Off the mark. Great job by Middleton.
Cannon is staying aggressive, and he's going to be a key part with all that size.
Applehans with the deep fake dribble pulls up, knocks down the mid-range, and extends the lead to 10.
Sweet shot there from Applehans. Just a nice pull up from the mid-range. Some of these shots are starting to find the back of the net.
Down low to Cannon. Pull-up jumper along that baseline, and that's a thing of beauty. That's an underrated shot, Gavin. That's a lot of times at the high school level one of the tougher shots to make.
The mid-range game is a lost art if you ask many coaches, but Cannon showing it off right there.
Loose ball. Now the Pharaohs trying to scrap for an extra possession. They have it. Sellers to the rack, and he is fouled and going to the charity stripe for 2.
This game is actually pretty close. I mean, it's an 8-point game at the moment. He's got a chance to cut it down to 6, but it really doesn't feel like either team is in full control of this one. That's not the case. Some of the teams we've seen taking firm control early on. This one a little more even to start out. Certainly treating us to a good one so far.
I think you're right, Gavin. It just feels like the Pioneers have hit an occasional three-pointer to where the Pharaohs right now are 0 for the world on them, and that is why we now have ourselves a somewhat tightly contested ball game at just 6 points. Because now it seems like the Pharaohs are starting to live at the free throw line.
Pharaohs are moving up the floor fast. They're not going away from shooting the ball from 3, but they're going to prioritize getting the ball in the paint, maybe getting to the charity stripe next.
Theoduso hounded, trying to find some room. Beautiful job that time by Anderson. Kick to the far side corner is stolen away. In transition, the Pharaohs up and under. Hop step in the lane with the backhanded finish. What a lay-in that time by Sutherland.
Gibbs with the pass. Sweet pass. He moved that one all the way up the floor, coast to coast. Got the steal. Nice pass. Great finish.
The lead is down to 4. Applehans, step back. Kick to the corner. Owens, beautiful one more. Couldn't get it to fall. Ball still loose and controlled by the Pioneers. Attacking the rack and rolling off once more. The Pioneers living on the boards. Theoduso kicks. Long 3. It's good. Once more, it's Carmelo Atkins.
When you get 3 looks on one possession, that you're eventually going to score. At least good teams like Western Reserve will score 2 big offensive boards to help set up that 3-point shot.
Again in that 2-3 floater in the paint. Beautiful looking teardropper. As once more, it's Jelante Edwards, the 6'5 junior for QEA. Atkins will bring it up the court. Applehans down low, left-handed finish is just short, and they're going to call a foul that time on Nasir Gibbs.
Didn't see a whole lot of contact there. Maybe a little arm into the chest. That's why they're calling it on the floor there just prior to the drive to the hoop. But the fouls largely on the side of the Pharaohs. They have 7 so far, just a 3 to the Pioneers. Pretty disciplined game from them. And
Sorensen and Middleton re-enter the game for the Pioneers as second free throw rims out. Nasir Gibbs will bring it up the floor for the Pharaohs.
Seen a couple of nice passes from Gibbs. He looks like probably one of the better point guards here for quality education.
I'd have to agree with you. He is really in command when he has the ball at the point. And kick out 3 off the one more pass. Brought in beautifully, and the left-handed hook shot dances around and finally stuck up and in. And once more, none other than Jelante Edwards.
Jelante Edwards has been one of the hardest working players on the court out of either team so far. Scrapping for those loose balls, playing really good defense as he locks his man up here.
Gets his bench to his feet. Middleton escapes one, and they're going to call a blocking foul that time. A tough take by Middleton, and he'll be rewarded on the blocking foul.
Boy, Jelante Edwards had his man locked up. Most of that possession, got a bit of a bailout pass there, and obviously drew the foul. Goes Middleton, but Jelante Edwards, a player to keep your eye on.
And that foul will be against Anderson, his second. And that free throw dances around and falls for the Pioneers. That'll extend the lead to now 4. Gavin, it's just kind of my gut feeling right now. We have not seen much of the Western Reserve three-point game as we've seen. Do you think that's maybe going to be a point of emphasis here in half number 2?
Potentially. I think they're holding pretty steady at the moment. You know, they're still finding their open looks when they get them, but they're not trying to force anything. So patient offense, kind of trying to match what the Pharaohs do, I would say would be a good key for them. But you never know. They might try to ramp up the three-point production.
Long NBA range 3 is on the way and reined in. How about that make from Nasir Gibbs?
Boy, we've been calling his name for the passing. How about for the shooting now? He's doing everything on the offensive end.
Loose ball foul will be called. A tough break that time for Amari Bolden, who initially poked the ball free and was half hesitant to go after it.
Yeah, tough play there, and obviously they're in the bonus, so the Pioneers will get a chance to get a couple of free ones. We've seen some struggles with the free throw line. See if Western Reserve maybe reverses that trend.
Short on the first one for Theoduso, and you're right, Gavin, with less than 2 minutes to go, it's a 2-point game, and the Pharaohs looking for their first win of this tournament. Trying to attack that zone right down the gut. Kick out 3. Edwards shot fake, pull up from the mid-range. Dances around off the window and off.
I like that shot, though. He was going to be contested 3, so good choice to pump fake. Just couldn't get it to fall from the mid-range.
Sorensen has his pass intercepted. Going up strong and not necessarily finishing, but sticking it back in once more. Jelante Edwards.
The duo of Jelante Edwards and Nasir Gibbs has been incredible. That's what's making the Pharaohs run right now. They're getting out transition really well and finishing off some strong buckets.
Pull up 3 off the dribble. Reined in once more. Right back at you. It's Applehans.
Quick response right there. Momentum was shifting to the Pharaohs. Nice job to kind of stop that up right there.
Edwards to the top. Now back into the corner. Tough pass. Nearly turned over. And they're going to get a timeout called to Quality Education Academy. Their first charged timeout and a 30-second timeout, Gavin.
Really solid play so far from Jelante Edwards. and Nazir Gibbs. I'm really impressed with how they've played, and obviously for quality education, you know, they really struggled first time out. We were wondering what it was going to take for them to get it done, but I think we found it. I think we found a couple of players that are going to make a big difference for them going forward in the tournament, not just today, but they've certainly led this team really well so far. And Western Reserve, I mean, you got to be pretty happy where you are. You got the 3-point lead, but definitely want to take that momentum. We always talk about Big Mo. Me and Cody always talk about the big momentum. Western Reserve definitely wants to keep that on their side heading into halftime. Good for them to maybe get a stop here, get a late score. Just about exactly 30 seconds left to go in this half.
Big Mo, a regular drop in the Clutch Sports media broadcast in this last fall for high school football. And getting dropped here now in basketball season as Edwards comes off the tight curl. Pass intended for Sellers is turned away by Cannon. Middleton stops and is rejected by Cannon. Other way is Bolden off the window, tipped around and finally falling. Bobby Cannon. And that is how the half will come to a close as Bobby Cannon getting it done on offense and defense. So the halftime score reads Pioneers of Western Reserve 28, the Pharaohs of Quality Education Academy 27, as Cannon finishes off the half with his 4th point. Now's a great time, Gavin, to remind everybody about our sponsors that make this tournament and others like it possible, starting first with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its cultural quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. For Uptering, how do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uptering Auto Group wants to buy all makes and models of all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Uptering Auto Group dealer. And for Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the 3 things that Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office. You may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. We already neighbors. Let's get together and chat. Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about all the things that are important to you and how we can help protect them. And for Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And for the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court, and today the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Gavin, your quick first half thoughts.
Well, a few players that are really key on here as we'll head to the second half in just a few minutes. But first of all, for Quality Education Academy, really like the way Nazir Gibbs played, along with Jelante Edwards, Anthony Sellers, Bobby Cannon, several players in the mix there for the Pharaohs. Leading scorer at the moment is Jelante Edwards with 6 points, but a lot of hustle. They didn't necessarily rely on the three-pointer too much. They hit a couple of those, but playing hard inside, really physical game for them. And then for Western Reserve, their best player hasn't even really gotten going yet, Tyler Lenhart. Rather, it's been Carmelo Adkins, who, you know, he's kind of seems like a quiet first half, but he had 8 points. So definitely some things to work on for both teams at the halftime break, but no doubt a close game, and we're treated to a good one so far.
Should be a good one in store in the second half. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up here in the booth for the halftime break. We'll swing it down to the Country Financial Tournament Central Studio.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central here. Colton Kaler along with Devin Moore. Thank you. I drawing a blank, but Devin Moore along here. And you are a board member of the Washington Tournament of Champions. And we'll start there. I mean, this is just a prestigious tournament. Take me through your day-to-day operations and how you get this all set up.
Yeah, so actually the board just began this year. We are still filing for our 501c3 status. We're actually working on that right now. But that's really what the board has been created for this year is to get the non-for-profit status and to start being able to use money that flows through us to go to the KB Strong Foundation and continue on in that effort. But, you know, as a board, we started in really it was September, and we got caught up to speed. This tournament's had a great committee, and the committee has been doing a fantastic job. And now I don't really want to say overseeing what they're doing, but we're just trying to make some checks and balances for them. And so it's been a really good process. We're getting caught up to speed from all those committee members, and they just have done a wonderful job with this. And really what we're trying to do is just continue to make it better and better.
So you play an influential role in this whole process. Where did your connection start with either the KB organization or the Washington Tournament of Champions?
So interestingly, we'll first start off with Eric Schumerhorn kind of put this board together. Eric's been doing such a fantastic job with the tournament, and he collectively grabbed us all. And Eric and I's relationship actually goes back to his son Charlie. He contacted me to give Charlie some pitching lessons. Our relationship grew from there. I come in and play basketball a little bit with the guys and run up and down the court, and so we've just grown a lot in that segment. And then with Jody and the KB Strong Foundation, so my wife had a child that was lost to cancer as well, and she has her own non-for-profit foundation. And so Jody and my wife had a connection, and so Jody and I knew each other through that segment. So it's been neat to see how this web has really been created and gotten all the connections together.
I believe I heard you're a former college baseball player.
That's correct, yes.
What school did you go to?
So I'm originally from Springfield, and so I went to Lincoln Land, which is a community college, and then I went on to Indiana State, and I was fortunate enough to play for the Chicago White Sox too, which is really cool to see another connection that Sean, who puts this tournament on, actually is the strength and conditioning coordinator for the White Sox. And so Sean was there when I was with the Chicago White Sox, and we've been catching up on some stories. And so it's been cool to see, again, how it's all connected.
It is very connected. I've met many people here this week, and just who we have known in common. It's quite interesting to see. But, you know, I think that the talk of the tournament right now is about Hansel Emmanuel and Yorkville Christian as well. But we're going to see next 4:15 Hansel Emmanuel. Were you here on Wednesday night for that first performance?
I was. And I'll tell you what, I've been running the scoreboard a little bit this week, and it was just extremely loud. And it's fun to see even our out-of-town schools getting this much recognition and love. You know, it's easy when it's a Washington team or a Metamora team to pull all these people in and fill the gym, but you know, we lined them up so they'd be in front of our Washington crowd, and man, did the Washington crowd get excited. And the student section was just awesome to see them pour out love for them, and man, was it a lot of fun.
Year after year, this place is just always packed with basketball fans that just they eat it up here. I mean, you've had the names of the names here, the Anthony Davis, the Zion Williamson. I mean, you can go even further back. I believe Nerlens Noel was a former Kentucky player that played here as well. It's had the names here, and it's such a special tournament to host here, and for Central Illinois being such a big basketball community to hold and to kind of, you know, be something to be proud of.
It is, and I'll tell you what, Sean does a great job of bringing in even some diamonds in the rough. You know, it's fun to see guys that you may not recognize until years later that have just progressed in their ability, and so that's what a lot of these kids, sometimes he's hoping for, that, man, when they get to the college level, all of a sudden their name, which may not have been well known in high school, all of a sudden it shoots up the charts. And so obviously we've had our Zions that are standout, and that's phenomenal. But then it's just really cool to see where these kids will end up next.
So are you involved in the process of getting teams here?
We are in a little bit of a capacity, but really most of that weighs on one guy, and he has a lot of connections all over the board, and he really reaches out and contacts them, and then we just try to help really get them here. So,
well, Devin, we appreciate your time, and we thank you for your everything that you do for this tournament and what you've done here for us for Clutch this week. We appreciate it, and again, thank you for your time.
Hey, you're welcome. And I'd like to say, too, thanks so much for Clutch, because you guys have been awesome. It's been great to see the Twitter feeds lighting up. I've got nephews that are watching it all over the place, and it's been great. And it's just such a high quality, you know, anybody can watch it all over the country. So we appreciate your efforts, and we appreciate the sponsors that have been able to help make this happen for us. You know, Country's been instrumental, but we also have dozens of names all over the boards that have put money into this to help keep it growing. So we just really appreciate that. And all the fans showing up. Like we said, it doesn't get loud in here unless we have a nice crowd. So we thank you for that.
I'll tell you what, as growing up in Metamora, coming here a lot, this is a gym I kind of have mixed feelings about, but I'll tell you what, they're always passionate and they're always loud here, and you got to appreciate that as a basketball fan. It's ready for the second half between Quality Education Academy and Western Reserve Academy. You're going to send it back up to the booth with Cody Roskins and Gavin Williams.
Thank you for that, Colton. Another great interview down from the Country Financial Tournament Central Studio. Gavin, we're just about a minute 15 from the halftime warm-ups concluding, but it was a very electric first half. We saw a couple of dunks, a couple of missed dunks, and we also saw a little bit of the three ball make an appearance from NBA range, and both these teams feel just as evenly matched as we thought coming in.
We definitely thought the perimeter would be more of a factor, for both sides. We thought there would be a whole lot more three-point shooting, but hey, they're getting it done on the inside as Western Reserve's taking the floor now and just under a minute left. But, getting it inside is not a bad thing either. Both teams got to the charity stripe quite a few times, and, definitely there's plenty of time for them to get going from three-point range, but it really didn't tell the story. Both teams just playing hard, fast, physical basketball. That's something we love to see here on Clutch Sports Media.
Just underneath 25 seconds left in the halftime warm-ups, but I'm right there with you, Gavin. This game is, once again, throughout the tournament, we've said this at halftime, and sometimes it's rang true, sometimes not so much, but these two teams just feel so evenly matched, and that's just a testament to the people that do get the teams out here, bringing in a lot of quality talent. Zion Williamson, of note, made an appearance a couple of years ago. Adam Miller was here also a handful of years ago, now playing his collegiate ball at LSU. And as the halftime horn sounds, we'll get ready for action here in quarter number 3, but players to watch for you in the second half, Gavin.
I really like the way Nazir Gibbs played for Quality Education. He was making some nice passes. He only had a couple of points, but hey, if you're doing it on the offensive end, you're distributing your teammates, that works just as good too. Plus, he was out getting in the way of passing lanes, getting some steals, getting in transition. So he's a big player to watch. If I'm Western Reserve, I really like the way Braden Applehans is playing. He has 5 points, but a guy that certainly can light it up from downtown if he gets some opportunities. So 2 key players for both teams.
Players to watch indeed, as the Pharaohs and the Pioneers are geared up for a great second half. It'll be possession to the Pioneers, starting with the ball, and they'll work to the opposite end of the court that they did in the first half. So here comes Theoduso and the Pioneers. Sorensen, top the key again, driving with that big right hand and scoops and scores. That's tough to stop.
Sorensen got it going early in the first half, and then he kind of cooled off or really wasn't doing a whole lot. Maybe see if he can kind of continue what he started early on here in the second half.
Anderson trying to drive, spins, pivots, still nobody open. Gives it back to Jelante Edwards, and again, he'll continue his great start to this game with that easy 2.
Strong finish there. You just got to be confident going up. We've seen throughout the week so many just missed little, off the iron. Just got to be confident going up with it.
And just right on cue, we will see Nasir Gibbs come back into the game. He gave them a big boost off the bench as foul number 3 was called on Anderson. Sorensen, tail cutting 3, back iron, back to Theoduso. Working against the extended man-to-man. This is Haskell. Will pull the trigger from deep and knock it down. You better put a hand up. Josh Haskell has shown the ability to knock that down in this tournament.
We wondered if they would come out and utilize the perimeter more in the second half. I would say so. That's already their second attempt from three-point range. They're 1 for 2 so far, so pretty efficient.
Gibbs trying to answer right back. Airmails it, and down come the Pioneers. Applehans kicks. Sorensen, one more, ring it up, and it's a big sequence there for the Pioneers as they're off to a 6-0 run.
Yeah, that three-point game is going to be used a lot. I think that answers our question, Cody.
We thought that would be the case coming in as the Pharaohs enter the 1-4 high. Spin. Finish over the top. Will rattle in that time for Anthony Sellers. Sorensen jabs, going to the rack again, finishing with the right hand. A now 7-point edge for the Pioneers. Nasir Gibbs will try and orchestrate the offense as they try and mount another comeback as Bolden to the paint, loses control of it, and now come back the Pioneers. Gavin, exciting sequence so far.
For sure. We've seen some three-pointers. We've seen a little bit of action on the inside. The Pharaohs just got to keep it close. Another three, though.
Applehans could have brought Western Reserve off their feet. Gibbs will hand it off to Amari Bolden. Swung to Sellers. Back to Bolden. Not really a lot of movement here on offense.
Getting a little stagnant.
One-legged fadeaway, nearly banked in. Sorensen will corral it and will push. Pass fake. Sorensen will get it right back, and he nearly rung up another one. Instead, the rebound up to Gibbs. Gibbs crosses over into the paint. Beautiful finish.
Nice job. Man in his way. Didn't slow him down. He went full throttle right at the hoop and puts it in for two.
5 points for Gibbs. Theoduso kicks out to Applehans. Applehans throws one up and knocks it in again. 8-point advantage for the Pharaohs. And wow, Gavin, this team can really dial it up from distance.
I had a feeling Braden Applehans would be out there shooting the ball a little bit more. And sure enough, there he is.
Gibbs trying to work against against Applehans, and he has it swatted off the backboard. Owens dishes it off. One more. Can they ring up another three? Instead, it's tipped around. Rebounded by Applehans. Mid-range pull-up off the elbow is airballed. And will stay down here.
To my count, up to 9 offensive boards now for Western Reserve. That was a early factor in this game. Went away a little bit. The Pharaohs started to do a better job, but maybe starting to wear down. They need to catch their second wind.
Ledwell and Cannon both check into the game. That was an easy post-up bucket that time for Sorensen. Into the paint. Kick out three for the Pharaohs. They need this. And a great job by Cannon on the boards, the 6'10 sophomore, to go up and get that and get fouled.
Quality Education has come out a little bit stagnant here to start the second half, but they need to just keep it close, Cody. You know, they don't need to try to do anything fancy. They'll get going at some point. They just got to keep themselves within striking distance.
They fell behind just a handful of points in that first quarter, Gavin, but were able to make a great run at the end of the half, a great two-pointer as the horn expired to pull them within one. And since then, in this second half, the Pioneers have come out and really reined it in from deep.
Maybe try to, if you're the defense, maybe try to put a little more pressure on that perimeter game. We saw them come out with that. You see he's guarding them all the way out there, trying to swipe at that ball. Don't allow them too many good open looks.
Swung to the far side corner. Applehans sweeps low, down low to Middleton. Kicks it out. One more to the corner. Sorensen. Yes, sir! Sorensen with another big-time triple. Pushes the lead to 11.
They are lights out from downtown in the second half.
Right on the other way. Anthony Sellers trying to answer. It's short. It looks like it caught Jelante Edwards right on the head, but Applehans almost gave him another one. Edwards to the rack, and he is fouled.
Boy, Western Reserve is just absolutely nailing the three-pointers right now. I mean, that was what we expected to see them start the game with. Didn't really do much from out there, and now that's where they're making their living.
It's a good place to be living. Right beyond that black three-point line, and it'll be Jelante Edwards, who you and I both are a big fan of. We really like the way he plays. He's aggressive, hustles, and like we said, he can be a great on-ball defender, and he'll get 2 chances at the stripe.
Kind of reminds me of a guy who plays for Bradley basketball right now, Deshaun Henry, kind of a glue guy, a guy that's going to make the scrappy plays. He's going to be a really good defender. Not exactly going to be, your top shooter. He's capable of obviously hitting it from out there, but really he's going to make a living from the inside, from his defense, and so far I think Jelante's been one of the biggest reasons they're still in this game.
Never a bad comparison. That's coming down low as Carmelo Atkins swings to Sorensen. One more. Another 3. How about it? And how about it indeed? Ring it up and knock it down for Haskell.
The crazy thing is it's not just one player hitting all these threes. It is like 3 different guys lighting it up from downtown.
And with Pete Hutchinson, this is kind of why that roster is assembled the way it is very European-esque style of basketball. They want to space and pace, and if you're going to give them the open 3, they'll be all but too happy to take it.
If you're a big fan of watching 3-pointers made, keep your eye on Western Reserve when they have the ball. They have been lighting it up.
Cannon will set the screen. Step back, hesitation, down low, nutmegged Cannon. I'm going to call a blocking foul that time on Haskell.
Yeah, he got set up a little bit too late there on the baseline. Pretty easy blocking call there for the official. Fouls haven't really played much of a factor. In fact, first half it was the Pharaohs racking up a lot of fouls. Kind of the other way now, Western Reserve taking a lot of those fouls.
A 4-1 differential right now in the foul department. And that last inbound nearly stolen away by Tor Sorensen. Down come the Pharaohs, Gavin. They need to get a bucket. Just 90 seconds left in this third quarter.
Got to keep it within striking distance. Then you can maybe go on a run.
Anthony Sellers' pull-up 3 is short. Misses everything. Quick up-court pass to Sorensen. Tries to slam it home, but he's met at the summit.
Jelante Edwards. Wow. That is their player of the game, at least for the moment.
He's chipped in 10 of the 37 and a big-time block right at the top. And that's about as close as it gets. I mean, you either get posted or you're going to send that one away.
He's not afraid to go up there and challenge it, especially needing to get as many stops as possible right now, and he's going to keep it himself, it looks like.
Edwards spins, fades away. It is off and controlled by the Pioneers. Quick up pass. One more to the corner. We've seen that a few times today as once more Haskell darts it in from the corner.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's just, you expect to make every single time now. They are hitting from everywhere.
Crossover down low for Sellers. Banks it in. Beautiful right-handed hook shot.
Now it's going to be big first. They need a stop here if you're the Pharaohs. They really can't afford to give up another bucket here. Even better if they could get a bucket of their own before the end of the third quarter.
Amari Bolden trying to pressure, trying to steal some possessions back for his team. Beautiful shot fake down low. Middleton has it poked away, and it'll be off of Middleton. Possession back to the Pharaohs.
Boy, nice job there. Guarding the three-point line. They knew where they were looking to go. They tried to beat him inside. Nice hands. Stripped the ball away, and he gets the ball back.
A lethal shot fake that time is 9.8 and running left here in the third quarter with 5 on the clock. 4 down to 3, 2. Gonna have to put it up. Step back over 2. Just short on that iron, and we will come to the end of the third quarter with a 52-39 ball game in favor of the Pioneers of Western Reserve. Gavin, your quick thoughts.
Boy, Western Reserve really jumped out with that. They've been shooting the 3, lights out. We knew they can do it. Hadn't really seen it up until this third quarter. Nice job from them.
We'll go ahead and take a break to remind you of our sponsors that make tournaments like this and others like it in the future possible. First, for the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And for Uftring, it's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group dealer will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. And for Country Financial, you finally have your dream home. Now you need the right insurance to protect it, because when it comes to life, to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. To talk to a Country Financial rep, find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And of course, for the KB Strong Foundation, Gavin, I know you've had a number of guests in the studio with you at Tournament Central to talk about the KB Strong Foundation. It's such a great cause.
Oh, most definitely. Jody Brown, several others have come on to talk with us. Make sure you support it. I mean, just spread the awareness. If you want to make a donation, that's great too. Just come out to the games too. A lot of these proceeds at the games also go to KB Strong Foundation, so appreciate your continued support of them.
Of course, trying to raise awareness for glioblastoma, aggressive form of brain cancer that unfortunately took the life of former Washington Heads basketball coach Kevin Brown. As the Pharaohs try and cut into this deficit, it's a loose ball on the floor and will be controlled in a jump ball fashion going back to Western Reserve. As Anthony Reeves, the 6'5 junior, got down onto the hardwood for that one.
I would assume that's not how the Pharaohs wanted to start their fourth quarter off, but it's going to be critical that they get a stop here to start things out. Really can't afford for this lead for the Pioneers to get much bigger.
Owens darts down low, one more pass to the corner. How about another one? Owens nearly tipped it back in. Crossover by Bolden, beautiful looking fake. Able to get it to deaden off the back iron and fall for the Pharaohs. Autry will walk it up for the Pioneers. Hands this one off to Haskell. Down low, Haskell, beautiful cut off the screen. And again, he's starting to fill it up.
Boy, Haskell should have been the player to watch because he has been on fire. On the three-point line, getting inside for that one.
Rebound short off the rim, controlled by Autry. Trying to push the pace. Down low, Owens fouled, and Gavin, that saved a monster slam.
Boy, I was ready for that one. I thought he was about to throw it down, and we've seen some near dunks in this tournament that could have just been highlight reel film worthy, but boy, some defense and some fouls have unfortunately prevented us from seeing those.
Especially in the day of social media. Nobody's wanting to get added for being on a poster. And that's been the case so far today. Owens has gotten one to get thrown down back in the first quarter, but since then it's been nothing. We did see a missed dunk on the other end by the Pharaohs, however, also in that same quarter. 55-41, we stand with 6:40 to go here in the fourth, and what as of right now would be a Pioneers win. The Pharaohs showing they've still got a little bit left in the tank. Anderson will bring it up court for the Pharaohs. They'll be working against Adkins. Gibbs, pull up three. Off the back iron again, no good. Demarius Owens will work one-on-one and instead give it off. Great spin by Theoduso, gets caught up in traffic. It's Jelante Edwards. Edwards, Hezos into the lane, off one. Sails it over top of the rim, but it'll stick with the Pharaohs.
Pharaohs, this is a critical point. Obviously, they've gotten themselves down pretty good. They want any shot at getting back into this one. They are going to need to make some buckets soon.
Pass down low off the inbound is intercepted, turned over, and then fouled. So this will go back to Western Reserve as the foul will be charged number 10, Amari Bolden. Autry kicking over to Owens. Owens gathers, attacks, kicks for three. It's off the mark once more and nearly out of bounds. Sellers tries to rip and go. Instead, loses control. It will be last touched by a Pioneer. So Western Reserve will have to play defense just a little bit longer.
Bring Isaiah Sutherland back in for the Pharaohs. Try to match up well there with Caleb Middleton.
Bolden off one, nearly got the and one on the floater. That foul will go against Theoduso. The 6'4" sophomore hasn't had the biggest game today. He's played well in this tournament so far, however.
Not a whole lot from him here, but chance to turn around. Can't make the first one off the back iron, but always a chance for a senior to step up late, lead his team, maybe forward. But we've seen some really good performances today from the Pharaohs, you know, despite being down by a decent margin right now. They've looked much better than they did in their first game, and no doubt if they continue to make adjustments, they'll definitely be a tough team to play going forward.
Makes the second, so it's now a 14-point game with 5:32 to go as Autry controls the inbound. Working against Omari Bolden. Calling for that double drag screen. Will reject both of them. Kick out for three. Owens had it blocked. Sellers trying to go down low. Gets bumped, can't finish. Once more, the Pharaohs having trouble getting into the lane. Bolden a little too strong on that lay-in, and Autry will bring it down the floor for the Pioneers.
Tough take there. Got to get back on defense, though.
Marius Owens will set the ball screen. Instead, Theoduso down low to Middleton. Looks like he may have gotten hit. Beautiful adjustment in the mid-air, and a great finish that time by Anthony Sellers.
Sellers has stepped up here in these last few possessions, kind of taken over as the guy for the Pharaohs. It's a 12-point game, obviously a big task to come back on.
Kick to the corner, Owens, yes sir! 59-44, as once more the Pioneers living behind that three-point line.
And that's exactly how they can wrap it up here. If the Pioneers just continue to make a three every now and again, they're in good position.
Sellers nearly lost the handle. And a timeout will be taken by Quality Education Academy. And so, Gavin, while we have a quick timeout, a 30-second timeout, what do you kind of need to do here if you're the Pharaohs? Because this tournament really hasn't gone your way, but you've still shown a lot of bright spots.
Well, we've talked about, you know, me and Larry Larson and Joey Wright have been on together for some games today. And we've seen some, you know, there's been some large margins. Teams have been down. It's just about taking away some positives, you know, being able to grow off what you do. And, you know, I'm sure you know this very well, Cody. Even when you do lose, there's things that you want to take away and say, hey, we can do this better, or we can continue this next time into our next game, and, you know, maybe take that away as a positive, despite maybe not being able to get the win. If they want to try to make a last-ditch effort at a comeback, they're definitely going to need to get a hand in everybody's face on the three-point line for Western Reserve, and definitely going to need to score just about every time down the floor.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Under 4 minutes to go in a 15-point game. It'll be Jelante Edwards on the inbound. Sticking with that left hand, trying to go into the paint and being fouled is Anderson, the 6'3" sophomore guard. He's played a little bit at the 1 and 2 guard so far today. Hasn't really filled it in all that much. He's right now just held to the 3 points.
Be big if he could come up with a couple of free throws here. And once again, stops are crucial. So got to make your free throws, got to get your stops. Sounds simple enough to say, but you got to execute.
And it looks like the referees are conferencing about something during the free throw. Appears to be nothing too bad, and maybe an inadvertent whistle, or just trying to get the player on the foul, right? This looks like it'll be against Carmelo Atkins. First one is good. Cuts it down to 14. And the second is also good.
Nice job to nail down both those free throws. We get a little full court pressure, rather. But a foul.
And that's going to be number 4 on Bolden. As Trey Autry nodding his head back to the Quality Education Academy fans, being like, yes, I was indeed held. So game may not be necessarily out of reach, but competitive spirit still raging between these two. Down low on the spin, kick outside Autry. Floater in the paint, just off the mark, controlled by the Pharaohs. Edwards. Trying to work against that 5-out offense. Anderson spinning around. Again, clock down to about 3 minutes in a 13-point game, still within reach. Bolden pull up off the right iron. So Autry will now come up the floor. That'll be a reach-in foul against Nasir Gibbs.
Perhaps one of the reasons the Pharaohs have been a little stagnant offensively here in the second half is Gibbs really hasn't been in on the action too much. Maybe the halftime speech was enough to rally the troops for Western Reserve to kind of slow him down.
And Gavin, it is worth noting that we were just handed a slip of paper. We have another roster correction to make. We went down to the scores table and thought we had it all sorted out as a Trey Autry knocks in a tray, but number 20 is not Sorensen, but instead Tyler Linhart.
Yeah, we've had a little roster confusion, a lot of moving parts here at the TOC, so we apologize for the inconvenience on that.
A nasty looking pull-up jump shot again, that time by Anderson. Jacob Theoduso. Anderson, great job of stripping it free to Edwards. Bounce pass down low. Power lay-in is good that time by Bolden.
Linhart was trying to get the charge there. Smart of him to just dump off the ball for an easy 2.
Another loose ball still on the ground, and this will be a tie-up and a jump ball. So possession will go back to the Pharaohs with the change in the possession arrow. Anderson will try and bring it up now. About 100 seconds remain here in the fourth quarter. 62-50 ball game as Western Reserve came out and dominated from the three-point line in that opening phase of the second half, as it may be flight time and punching it home. The exclamation point on that one. None other than Applehans.
Love quoting my favorite color commentator, Stacey King. Gotta give Applehans the hot sauce. Nice hot sauce on that dunk.
Absolutely, Gavin putting the spice and everything nice on it. This will be a baseline inbound coming for the Pharaohs after the blocking foul. And so they will send the Pharaohs to the free throw line. It's number 14, Anthony Sellers, again the 6'7" senior. So we will see Sellers take one more. Linhart Bounce pass down low. Middleton overshot the dunk. Now bringing it up the court is Anderson. Anderson kick outside. Driving into the lane. Bolden kisses it off the glass. Bounce pass down low. Watch out again. It's Applehans.
We'll hang on the rim. We'll air time there for Applehans. Showing it off. He had the three-point game going earlier. Now he's taking it right inside.
Applehans indeed. Baseline lob! Jelante Edwards, how do you do?
We got to get some hot sauce to Delonte Edwards on that one. What a flush.
Maybe the play, it is. I'm not even going to say maybe. The play of the game, and it comes in a game in which they are trailing now by 10 as Jelante Edwards trying to throw one down of epic proportions.
Got to give Jelante Edwards a whole lot of credit. I mean, they're down 10. Western Reserve's played magnificent, but boy, he's kept them right there. He's been making some big-time plays, and you cannot knock him for the effort. He's a hustle guy. Really enjoyed watching him play this game.
How could you not? I mean, he's been so impressive. Again, maybe hasn't filled up the stat sheet as much as you would think he would of a player of his caliber. Because, again, he is a great player for Quality Education Academy, but you see the hyper athleticism. He's got the three-point range if he needs to, but he's also a lockdown defender.
Late in the game, might as well show off some of that air time for both teams. Last opportunities tonight to get in some big plays, and certainly showing it off late here in this game for a big crowd on hand right now. Just about completely full here at Torrey Gymnasium.
And so it'll be only 21.8 on the clock after that monster throwdown by Jelante Edwards. It'll be Applehans to be the trigger man. Quick inbound. Linhart faces up and darts. Spins. Autry will hold on to it, and we'll see if QEA decides to foul. Does not appear that they will, Gavin, so these last couple of seconds, just a formality. Your quick thoughts.
Really good game by Western Reserve. They got the three ball going in the second half, and that's about it. I mean, once they got the three game going, that was pretty much it for the Pharaohs. But the Pharaohs played a whole lot better than they did in their first game. Again, I love Jelante Edwards. He's going to be one of the players I follow throughout this tournament. Win or lose, he is a whole lot of fun to watch.
Absolutely. I know you've got to dart down to Tournament Central, so now's a great time to remind you about our sponsors that make this tournament and others like it in the future possible. First, for the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And for Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's easy, fast, safe, and secure. Visit UftringAutoGroup.com. And for Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. For Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, they are proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And for the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everyone around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. And as again, we're going to go ahead and just take a couple seconds to thank everyone for tuning in to this point. We will be swinging it down in just a couple of moments as Gavin Russell will be standing by with Randy Johnson and the Country Financial Tournament Central studio. Once more, just a great finish between these two teams as I'm now receiving word that we're having the green light to throw it down. So Gavin Russell, take it away.
Back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central, I've got another guest with me right here. It's Randy Johnson. Me and Randy actually just met a little bit ago.
Yeah, we did.
Hospitality Room, Washington High Schools treat us pretty good so far. I'm sure you'd agree.
Oh, yeah, yes, sir. They have been treating us really, really well so far, and we thank them for that.
Absolutely. They've treated us well all week here. And again, Clutch Sports Media live on the air for all Washington TOC games. But, Randy, we were talking basketball earlier.
Sure.
All the great basketball throughout Central Illinois.
Yes.
I mean, there's been so much. It's hard to even list it all off. But let's get your thoughts from the tournament first. You've been here. You've been coming for several years. The current tournament, give me some players, give me some teams that stand out to you.
Wow. Now, it's this being my first day here. I mean, and I'm liking what I've seen so far. I mean, the players, I think we talked about the ones, from all, like from Joliet West and from Denmark Oler. Can't think of the player right now that's slipping my mind. But anyway, there's been a lot of these teams, and seeing the future stars of tomorrow, that's the most important thing. So it's an honor and privilege just to step in this arena.
Very true. And, you said you've been coming for a number of years now. Some of the most exciting players you've ever seen. I know Zion. I mean,
yes.
I know there's been some really, really good guys that have come through here. But who would you say, maybe in addition to those guys, are some exciting guys you'd like to watch?
Oh, wow. And that's a big, big question.
Yes,
I mean, I cannot. I mean, there's so many of them. I know, I believe, teams from Metamora, they've been here. Hopefully, getting to see, Champaign-Urbana and Yorkville Christian. I know this is their first time at the tournament, so that'll be very, very awesome to see them. So it's a lot of teams that I want to see, and just to, just kind of, feel them out to see what's going on, see what's happening. And plus, the important thing, me coming for several years, is just having fun.
For sure, and we're having a lot of fun here at the TOC.
Yes, we are.
We've got a full house behind us.
Yes, we do.
We're here for a big guy, and a guy that we actually had right here in this studio. It's Hansel Emmanuel, the one-arm sensation basketball player. He's been all over social media.
Yeah.
If you know basketball, you probably know that guy right now. He's coming up next. I believe it's going to be Larry Larson and Cody Roskins on the call.
Okay.
But give me some of your thoughts on him. I know you probably haven't seen him play in person, but I'm sure you've seen the highlights.
I've seen highlights. Gavin, it's so funny that you say that, because to me, when I saw highlights from it, earlier this week, I mean, one-arm player, that just goes to show you right there, you can do anything. You know what I'm saying? No matter what race, creed, color, or whatever it is, and it's a blessing in itself, not only to see him, but he's, using his God-given ability and talents to showcase the world. But you know what I'm saying? He's the one who looks like, not backing down from anything. So it's going to be very, very exciting for what I've seen. Yeah, I can't wait to see him. I'm really, really eager to see him this evening.
He's been great, and if you're in the area, you want to come over quickly. They're going to be starting up in just a few minutes. If you want to just catch the second half, he's also going to be signing some interviews and stuff post-game. There are, roughly 200-300 people waiting for his autograph.
Oh, my goodness.
Night, lined up in the concession area. So
sure.
You can see how popular he is for good reason.
But
let me ask you, we talked about, high school basketball in the area. You said you're a big Big 12 guy.
Sure.
Not familiar with Central Illinois Big 12. You've got some teams from the Big 12 here.
Sure.
Champaign-Urbana, one of those teams.
Yeah.
Kind of some of your thoughts on the Big 12. I mean, it's a great conference, a lot of great schools. Maybe some teams that stand out to you this year in the Big 12.
Wow, teams that's standing out in the Big 12. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen, teams like this. But I would say, the Twin Cities area, because they got, they're all, talented down that way. Of course, you got the Champaign team, Champaign-Urbana, them, Danville, Peoria High, and also Notre Dame as well. You know what I'm saying? Peoria, Notre Dame, they're big-time standouts as well. So, I mean, it's a lot that's, going around, but it's hard to pick that, just that one.
It's really hard to pick it apart. And you speak of Notre Dame, they had a player that's now playing in the University of Wyoming, Noah Reynolds.
Yes.
He's got his younger brother still playing, though, Nelson Reynolds.
Right.
You're going to want to keep your eye on him, and I'm sure at Clutch Sports Media we'll follow some of their games this year, so tune in for that coverage later down the road. But we got a really good one here at the TOC. Catching up in a few minutes, Hansel Emmanuel taking the court, so that's going to be a good one.
Wow, yeah.
But I got to ask you, too, something else we talked about. You're in the radio business, so
I am.
You definitely know sports communications, all that good stuff. So
yes.
We're obviously learning and growing here at Clutch Sports Media. What can you tell us about your radio career?
Wow, radio career, I mean, it's a blessing in itself getting into it. I mean, just to, talk for not only a living, but just, to keep the people inspired, keep the people encouraged, keep the people informed of what's going on and what's happening. Of course, I, did on my radio show, WVEL AM here in Peoria area, did on my radio show kind of like have a segment on like barber/beauty shop sports extra. You need to hear it sometimes. It's on Saturdays, well, weekends I should say, but you can hear that. But just to keep the people in the know of what's going on, keep the people in the know of what's happening around here. And I mean, this is one of the big premier tournaments. And yeah, I've been here several years and it just doesn't ever cease to amaze me. But, for each and every one out there, if you like some good basketball, if, you know what I'm saying, you're gym rats like ourselves, want to come in and see what's going on, what's happening, this is the place where you need to be. I mean, make no mistake about it.
Absolutely. This is the place to be for all the coverage on Washington TOC. If you can't make it, though, we've got a free stream you can watch all week long. We've got tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's going to be huge.
We've had a great week so far here at the TOC, Clutch Sports Media. Randy Johnson, he's joining me right now. Now, something else we were talking about was the state tournament finals.
Okay.
You said that you've seen the tournament in Champaign, you've seen it in Peoria.
Yes.
Now we're going to see it in Champaign again this year. We might see some of these teams there. Mm-hmm. Maybe some of your favorite memories. I mean, I'm putting you on the spot here, jogging your memory a little bit, but maybe some memories, maybe some experiences from the state finals.
From state finals, I'll tell you, and I have, Gavin, it's right. I've been on both sides of the fence here. So, I believe, in '89, when Peoria Central was going to play against was East St. Louis Lincoln back then, before East St. Louis Senior. That was one of my big thrill games right there. The moments from that state finals, that's the only one I've been. But when it came this way to Peoria, I believe when Peoria Manual High School, winning 2 state champions down there and then winning 2 up here, that was very, very special. And plus, seeing Peoria High win their basketball games, back-to-back state champions, Sean Livingston when he was on there and such. Seeing Derrick Rose, I'm saying, from Chicago Symbiont. Oh, my goodness. I mean, if the list goes on, I mean, the other teams like Harvey Thornton, oh, my gracious, you got Quincy Notre Dame and all the others. But there's a lot of memories that I can't unpack, but it's just so much fun, down to state finals. And if you can make your trip down there, if you could take your time getting on down, it'll be the place too.
Truly remarkable. I mean, I've had, been fortunate enough to go to a lot of state tournaments.
Yes.
Being in Peoria for a number of years.
Oh, sure thing.
The experience was always great. Obviously, it's back in Champaign now, in the hands down at the State Farm Center.
Yes.
And I think the biggest thing for them to move it down there is they wanted to get the players, maybe an avenue to go commit to Illinois basketball.
Sure, yep.
We have an Illinois basketball commit here, maybe a couple that have some offers.
Okay.
That man is Boris Johnson Jr.
Oh,
He'll be playing
okay.
tonight against Yorkville Christian.
Yes.
No doubt a game we'll be watching.
Yeah.
You obviously follow a lot of high school basketball, but maybe college basketball. Telling me you follow Illinois pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe some memories from college basketball. Who's a team that you root for? Who's some teams that you like?
Wow. I mean, can I name just one? Because there's a lot. There's a lot that's out there. Right. Oh, man, Gavin, looking at the Final Fours, that final line I had, back in 1989. Back in the year 2005 when they faced off against North Carolina. I'm still buzzed about that one, but that's them. Some of the, others like the Big 12, you know what I'm saying, back in that Big 12 college, that is, Pac-12 and all the rest. I mean, but there's a lot of memories. I mean, just seeing the Final Four, moments and some of the underdogs taking it all the way. I mean, who would have ever knew that a 16 would defeat a 1? You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, a 15 would defeat a 2, a 14 would defeat a 3. That's what the madness really and truly is all about. So it's a lot of things that I can have memories on, but that one shining moment, you know what I'm saying? It's always big.
Yes, if you're a college basketball fan, obviously you're probably familiar with the one shining moment.
Yes.
You see, I'm a big fan of going down to the Missouri Valley Conference tournament down in St. Louis.
Oh, okay.
That's a really good one, and obviously, we've got a lot of people on the Clutch Sports Media crew that go to Bradley, so they're obviously very in tune with Bradley. Really enjoyable tournament to watch. We've got a lot of players that have come through here to this tournament. They ended up playing in the Missouri Valley Conference.
They sure did.
obviously the hometown team,
Yeah.
the Bradley Braves.
Yes.
We've seen a couple of their coaches around. We've
Yes.
saw them up on the broadcast.
Oh, sure.
There are some rumblings. You know, I don't want to make anything official, but
Okay.
there's some rumblings. Head coach Brian Wardle for the Bradley Braves might be interviewed here tonight.
Oh, wow.
I won't be doing it, though, if he is.
Yeah.
Again, I don't want to spread that out too far. Potentially might be here later, though, so we got
Yes.
some college basketball flavor in the house later tonight,
Yeah.
too. But
Yeah.
we've got really good high school basketball going on now.
It's going to be great.
Big part of this tournament is for the cause. You know, the KB,
It sure
Strong,
is.
KB Strong Foundation, you know, the brain cancer. It's took the life of a great guy, Kevin Brown.
Yeah.
So many other have lost their
Sure.
life. I mean, there's a 0% survival rate with that.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
terrible. So
Yeah.
you're being here as a fan. Obviously, your contribution just to be here is great, as well as everybody else. What can you tell us about, you know, how special it is to be part of a tournament for such a good cause?
For a tournament of such a good cause, it's a blessing in itself, you know, just to, you know, be here, be in support, and still prayers, thoughts, and hugs, you know, to the Brown family as well. You know, this is something not only to support, but, you know, just, you know, I didn't even know Coach Kevin that well, but, you know, the times I've seen him, you know, he's always instilling what's in his kids, you know, work hard and, you know what I'm saying, play hard and, you know, just that dedication, that hard work and dedication, that'll get you, you know, to where you need to be and where you need to go. And when I heard the news about him, it broke my heart. It really did. But, you know, just being here, you know, contributing, giving the people what they want, what's up and what's happening, it's all well worth the while. So, yeah, it's a special thing. It's very special.
Very true. You know, Coach Kevin Brown is a great guy. We've talked all week with Jody Brown, his wife.
Sure.
We've talked with several other people, best friends, people
Yes.
that knew Kevin.
Yes.
Coach Schumerhorn from Washington,
Yeah.
who coached with him for a
Yeah.
number of years.
Yeah.
We've talked with players that
Okay.
played under him, that played
Yes.
against him.
Mm-hmm.
Just a special guy. You know,
Yeah,
his
yes.
dedication to the game, his ability to rally the troops, so to speak. And
Yeah.
he's a very successful coach.
Yes.
I don't know if you have any memories of watching him at Washington or not. I don't know if you have anything to share about that, but he was just a really special coach.
Yeah, I mean, I can recall, you know, the first time when I came back in 2015 just to see what's going on, what's happening. He had some players that were in, and like the Lou Griffins and everybody else that was in. He, you know, he rallied his troops and the Devin Whitelows and things like that. And he had a, you know, just special place. I mean, the couple of times that I, you know, seen him coach and play, it was pretty fun and it was pretty special. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Kevin Brown, a great guy. We're supporting a great cause here, KB Strong at the Washington TOC. Thank you so much, Randy, for coming on with us. It was an absolute pleasure. Talked a lot of high school basketball history.
Yes, we did.
College basketball history, obviously, more about KB Strong. We got to send it back up to the booth. We got a big game coming up for you right now on Clutch Sports Media. Cody Roskins and Larry Larson on the call from the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell.
All right. Peace, everybody.
Thanks for that, Gavin and Randy, having a good chat in Country Financial Tournament Central. Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium alongside Cody Roskins. It's Larry Larson in with you, and Cody, this is one of the games that people circled on their schedules for today. Winston-Salem Christian taking on Life Christian Academy, North Carolina versus Florida.
Absolutely, and it's got to be said, the headliner, of course, Hansel Emmanuel, the all-everything viral sensation, I guess you could say, playing with just that one arm that he lost in early life, and since then has made the most of it, become one heck of a basketball player, and is starting to receive some offers now.
Indeed, Hansel Emmanuel with that one offer from Tennessee State. He had 13 points versus Rabun Gap on Wednesday night. And Cody, I want to jump back to Wednesday night. Life Christian Academy packed this place because of Hansel Emmanuel, and then Angel Montas, the 6'6 senior power forward, also put on a show, and he's another player to watch for the Lions. Both these teams are the Lions, of course, so we should clarify that right off the bat. But Angel Montas got the crowd involved. He had the student section on his side. He had everybody fired up. He's perhaps the most dangerous player on this Life Christian team.
Absolutely. I mean, he's going to come at you in so many different ways. He's got the outside game, can get it done down on the low block, but he's so effective down low slashing. I really think that's where his bread and butter kind of lies, but he's also not half bad on the defensive side as well.
Indeed, and taking a look at Winston-Salem Christian, Cody, their attack centers around 2 Providence College commits, Quante Berry in the backcourt and Christ Esendoko in the front court.
And Christ Esendoko didn't have the greatest first half yesterday, but he came back and rallied for a big second half and their win. But you're right, they've got such a two-headed monster. The pick and roll game is very lethal, and it's going to be a tall task to keep that 7-footer off the boards.
It is going to be tough to stop him. Listen to this stat line from Winston-Salem's victory over Rabun Gap yesterday. Christ Esendoko, 21 points, 18 rebounds, 5 assists, and 6 blocks. Wow.
Yeah, all you can say about that, Larry, is wow. And I think it's safe to say Providence College got a good one in Christ Esendoko.
As well as Quante Berry, not to be ignored, but there he is, the big fella, number 20 in white. Winston-Salem Christian in white, Life Christian Academy in black tonight. The visitors on the scoreboard, I suppose, and take a look at those fans. They're all here to see one person, I've got a feeling. It's number 24 in black and yellow, Hansel Emmanuel.
Well, and let's not forget, Larry, late in that last Life Christian Academy game, the Washington students kind of adopted that team as their de facto team for their last game, and so it was almost like a true road game for the opponent that night.
And Washington's game is coming up, and their student section is already packed, so that's something to pay attention to. Starting lineups being introduced. Let's get them to you. Joseph Brown just being introduced, the 6'1 senior starting in the backcourt for Life Christian Academy, along with Angel Montas, the 6'6 senior shooting guard, power forward, kind of a combo guy, whatever you want to call it. Rashid Jimenez, Braylon Garcia, and Hansel Emmanuel also rounding out the starting lineup. Those are Life Christian Academy's starters. These are Winston-Salem Christians about to be introduced on the other side of the court. It starts with Quante Berry, one of 2 Providence College commits. Camion Shell also will start in the backcourt as you hear the ovation for Hansel Emmanuel. People here to see him. The rest of the starting lineup for Winston-Salem Christian: Christ Esendoko, Lewis Walker, and Rashawn Miller. Cody, keys to the game for both sides. I think it starts on the boards for Life Christian. They're a little bit outside.
Yeah, it never helps, right, when you've got the 7-footer going against you. But I think for both sides, the boards will be big key. And also, you got to stay out of foul trouble. We saw, even though Life Academy doesn't really have necessarily the deepest roster at the tournament, they play at quality across the board. And so staying out of foul trouble so they can keep that solid rotation moving will be a big part of today.
Indeed, it will be. Both these teams coming off of victories against Rabun Gap. Life Christian Academy defeated Rabun Gap on Wednesday night, 66-63, in front of the biggest crowd of the tournament so far. And Winston-Salem Christian defeated Rabun Gap yesterday, 90-73. So they can run up the score a bit.
Absolutely. We've got the potential for fireworks indoors tonight, Larry, and this place has got the feeling that it's just a powder keg ready to blow.
Yes, indeed. This crowd always looking for something to cheer about when the big names pour in. Cody, nothing beats this feeling that is in this gym right now, the feeling of anticipation.
Absolutely, Larry, and you always get that feeling before a big game like this, and I'll be interested to see, as it looks like Life Christian Academy's getting ready to greet their, I guess, home away from home fans, Larry.
They just tossed some T-shirts into the crowd. So did Winston-Salem Christian. How about that? What a way to get started. The student section is going to be an engaged one in this contest. Braylon Garcia, the 6'6 senior, will go up against Christ Esendoko, the 7-foot senior, in the circle. It's the National Classic here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Tip won by Winston-Salem Christian, and we're underway. Camion Shell will run the point.
We'll see a lot of zone defense from Life Christian Academy tonight, Larry.
Hansel Emmanuel right off the jump gets the crowd on its feet.
What a start. And Larry, that's what the zone's designed to do, get them out on the break.
Life Christian leads 2-0. Camion Shell directing traffic. Quante Berry searching for options. Back to Shell. Up top to Lewis Walker, the 6'5 sophomore. A lot of size for the Lions in white and purple. Very patient offensive attack for Winston-Salem. Lob inside. Walker lost the handle, got it to Berry, thought about the three, drives inside, awkward distance, but he still knocks it down.
Yeah, great job shot faking that time, getting down low, a little bit closer.
Pickpocketed, Berry with a hammer of his own.
I sure hope this high school's built on good foundations, like, 'cause they're bringing it down so far.
Winston-Salem Christian fighting for the response. We've got a little talking early on. Rayshawn Miller gets in the face of Braylon Garcia. Hansel Emmanuel will run the point. Rayshawn Miller picks him up. Garcia from 17, got it.
Once more, the mid-range, a dying art in the game of basketball, but being shown out here. And if you can knock that down consistently, that just opens up so many other things for your offense.
Shell to the right side for Rashawn Miller. Shell into the corner for Berry. Shell penetrates the zone, blocked from behind by Emmanuel. Here goes Hansel, dumps it to Donato and Montas, Montas with a finish. Life Christian ahead early. Teardropper, nice recovery from Shell.
Oh, we're getting up and down today, Larry, just back and forth. Both these teams want to live in that fast lane.
Garcia hands off to Montas. Emmanuel looking for the screen from Garcia. High-low pass. Garcia fights through the foul. Rebound tipped around and out of play.
Immediately, Larry, I saw the entire Washington student section signal, black ball, and I wonder who they're rooting for tonight.
Well, they're wearing white, but perhaps rooting for the team in black. Montas cashes in from the corner. He's ready to go tonight. Quante Berry to the left wing Shell. Looking for Chris Desendoko inside the paint. He's been quiet early. Lewis Walker. Here's Desendoko. Outside pass. Berry thought about the step back. Back up top to Walker. He's pickpocketed. Here comes Montas, the Euro step. And he'll head to the strike.
Yeah, once again, Montas, a aggressive take in the paint area and going up off one. Nearly gets the teardropper to fall, but still a strong take nevertheless. That's encouraging to see.
Angel Montas, the three-star recruit per 24/7 Sports, has offers from Dayton, Illinois, SMU, Iona, Tennessee.
Speaking of which, Larry, I'm not sure if you saw it, but Dayton knocked off Kansas today in the world of college hoops.
Big day for the Flyers. Perhaps Montas is paying attention. Life Christian ahead early, 11-6, just getting underway in the first quarter. Premier matchup. Lion on Lion. Shell, left block, blocked by Joseph Brown. There's Moises Mikhail Cruz, head coach for Life Christian Academy. Montas on the run, high-low pass. Garcia, what a save. Montas, off-balance three, couldn't get it. Shell jets ahead. Pull up from 15, off the mark. Rebound tipped around and a foul. Looks like this one's gonna go against Lewis Walker.
Yeah, I think the officials at that time signaled he got a little bit with the hook around. Probably why he gained that position so easily.
Rather the foul against Montas. against Life Christian. Lewis Walker was the one fouled. Shell scanning the floor. Crease, Descendoko. Couldn't put it in from point blank range. Here comes Montas on the run. Off the glass. I'll go back to the strike.
He's off and roaring so far today for the Lions, Larry. I mean, already 6 points in this one, going to the line for 2 more. And he may be, you know, not necessarily that big headline player, of course, because Emmanuel crowds so much of that social media attention, but he's right up there talent-wise.
Montas off the back of the iron. Subs coming in. Jerasim Borodin comes in as a sub. Montas makes the second. He goes 1 for 2. Life Christian doubling up Winston-Salem Christian early on. Camion Shell. Barry. Borodin, a little bit short. Rebound picked up by Rashid Jimenez. Ansel Emmanuel double teamed, passes out of it. Jimenez, bounce pass down low. What an athletic play by Barry to get a piece of that. Joseph Brown scans the floor, and we'll have another baseline out of bounds.
Yeah, that inside pass, not really a great option a lot of the time when teams run that 23 defense along the inbound.
Brown, the corner to Montas, the catch and shoot, halfway down and out. Rebound to Isaiah Washington. Picked off, Emmanuel, the steal and slam! Timeout, Winston-Salem Christian.
What more can you say, Larry? I mean, he only plays with one arm, Larry, but at times it almost seems like that's the only way it could be fair for anybody else.
What an incredible athlete. Hansel Emmanuel off to a hot start, 4 points. Both field goals are dunks. And on Winston-Salem's side of things, Cody, they're playing in what's turned out to be a hostile atmosphere for them. Life Christian has the crowd on their side. People are here to watch Hansel Emmanuel. How do you maybe focus in if you're Winston-Salem Christian?
You know, that's a great question, Larry, just because, again, it's early in the season. You really haven't played a true road game yet because it's a neutral side affair for pretty much everybody except for Washington here. But it's so hard because now you've got to have that early prep of trying to drown out the noise. You know that it's not necessarily you against the world in this situation, but you've got to be able to maybe slow the pace of the game down because right now Life Christian Academy is better at that than you to this point in the game.
There's a look on the baselines. A lot of cameras out for this contest. Camion Shell will run the point. Barry, rhythm 3, got it.
That's a big time shot. Larry pulls him back within 5 and maybe cools down the approach from Life Christian Academy.
Skip pass ahead, finish through contact off from Garcia, and a foul is called against Borodin. So Garcia will head to the stripe. Comes up short on the first. Opening quarter of action. 4:45 matchup here on day 4 of the Washington Tournament of Champions.
I'm going to say line violation there.
Yeah, that one will not count. So the score remains 14-9 in favor of Life Christian. Shell into the corner. Can Barry make it 2 in a row? You bet.
Got to put a hand up on shooters. With Barry's talent, you know he's more than capable of knocking those ones in.
Spin move from Garcia. The dish down low to Emmanuel. Couldn't get a handle. Winston-Salem Christian in transition. Shell with a nice move, but couldn't hang on.
Yeah, maybe even faked himself out on that one, Larry.
Here comes the press from Winston-Salem Christian. Tipped out of play. It'll stay with Life Christian. Very similar team names in this one, Cody. Winston-Salem Christian Lions against the Life Christian Academy Lions.
Yeah, a little line-on-line crime.
Good defense by Shell. Chucks it ahead. Dribble drive from Washington. And a whistle on the floor.
Kind of noticed that ever since the pace of the game slowed down, that's kind of how Winston-Salem Christian was able to get back into this game.
Lob into the backcourt for Washington. Quante Berry playing catch with Shell. Shell rolls around a screen. Berry has the hot hand, pulls up from the mid-range, and boy, is he dialed.
Absolutely pulls us back to level. And I believe we'll have a Winston-Salem Christian timeout.
Timeout taken by Life Christian, rather. If I'm not mistaken. 30-second timeout taken by the Lions in black and yellow. And we are knotted up at 14 after a very explosive start for Life Christian Academy. They've cooled down a little bit, Cody Roskins. And what have you seen from both sides after that hot start kind of cooled down?
Yeah, it just seems like Life Christian Academy maybe needs to key in on Barry a little more. Obviously, he's kind of carried the scoring load, got 12 of the 14 right now. On the offensive side, he's got to keep moving the ball. Right now, you're getting to the free throw line with ease. Just haven't quite been able to knock them all in yet.
One thing Life Christian Academy has done so well early is contain Krista Sendoko, the 7-footer, committed to Providence College. No points yet.
Yeah, and again, he didn't have a fast start in their last game, but really dialed it up in half number 2.
Butterfingers for Jordan Vanderhorst. And it'll go back with Winston-Salem Christian. Chance for them to pull ahead for the first time tonight. Rather, second time tonight. They did have a 1-point lead in the opening minute. Shell back out to Barry. Shell alongside half court. Swims his way inside, somehow got the shot off and in.
Yeah, I mean, talk about just heaving it up. Able to get the shot off with a little bit of touch.
Garcia in a tie-up with Shell. And a jump ball is called. Winston-Salem Christian's going to draw into their bench. Jarius Northam coming in. Neither side in real foul trouble early in the opening quarter. 3 fouls for Winston-Salem and 2 fouls against Life Christian. Ball tipped away, great defense. Behind the back pass, tipped away. Borodin trying to do a little bit too much.
Yeah, there is such thing as overthinking the simple stuff in the game of basketball, obviously, and that time probably would have been better served just going up.
Lewis Walker into Barry in the corner. Lob inside in the post. Lewis Walker couldn't get a hand on it.
Yeah, I think they were just too dialed in that time. They had Washington open on the wing and could have had it for the jump shot, but instead they just seemed content in feeding it down low.
Montas lobs to Emmanuel. Inside, Diego Cruz, or rather Vanderhorst, stepped on the baseline. Going back the other way. Antonio Lowe, the head coach for Winston-Salem Christian. Done a nice job pushing his team back from an early deficit. Barry showing off the handles, knocked away. Hansel Emmanuel dribbled the ball off his foot. And it's going back with Winston-Salem Christian. Jarius Northam into Barry. 35 seconds to go in the opening quarter. Northam from 15, too much. Angel Montas, the runner, and the touch.
Once again, he's just so good gliding into the paint, Larry, able to get that one off the back iron.
Isaiah Washington off balance, couldn't get it to go. Rebound loose. Here comes Emmanuel with 7. Emmanuel into the paint. The kick to Montas against the buzzer. Got it. And that's the final shot of the opening quarter of action. Hansel Emmanuel and Angel Montas, the dynamic duo for Life Christian Academy, lead them to a 3-point first quarter lead. And we'll take this opportunity to remind you of our sponsors this week, starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UftringAutoGroup.com. And by Country Financial. Country Financial with services on the financial side of things to help you prepare for the future and insurance to help you protect what matters most. Give Country Financial a visit, countryfinancial.com today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 KBM TOC and the KB Strong Foundation, leading the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more, visit the web address on your screen or kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Second quarter about to get underway. Life Christian Academy edging Winston-Salem Christian early on, led by a whopping 13 points from Angel Montas. Quante Berry, 3 from Isaiah Washington, comes up short. Montas, the handles, the 3, that time it's off. Offensive board, and a travel called against Braylon Garcia.
Really held that travel call, didn't he, Larry? Had the whistle and everyone in the gym kind of thinking and one.
Again, it's that anticipation. Everybody's got their eyes on this one. Not that they didn't have their eyes on the other games today, but you can really feel the energy inside the gym. It's palpable. Asendoko can't get the pass. He's been quiet early on. Emmanuel in some trouble. Gets it to Montas. Vanderhorst. Downtown, no one around. Can't do anything to do with it. And a foul as Northam tried to lob it ahead. He's a little banged up.
I want to touch on just how good of a job Life Christian Academy is doing, Larry, down low, and Esendoko. I mean, he really hasn't been much of a factor in this game. I mean, they've held him pretty much in check, and really not many rebounds to speak of either.
The Paris, France native is a lot to handle. He snagged 18 rebounds in his last game. The lob, no finish from Raphael Gay. Here comes Montas on the other end, the Euro step. Not enough finesse. Northam, skip pass ahead. That time, no finish either. Gay struggling. Here comes Hansel Emmanuel. The pull-up from deep, he got it. Life Christian all over Winston-Salem early. Raphael Gay 0 for 4 on his last 4 tries. Isaiah Washington draws the jump ball. Great defense by Life Christian.
I mean, they're just doing a great job down low, Larry. Not fouling, walling up. And old Big Mo, Gavin Russell dropped it in the last game. It's definitely 180'd a couple times, but now it feels like it's right back on the side of Life Christian Academy.
There's Coach Moses. You can see it right on his shirt. Going with the sweatsuit today. Hansel Emmanuel ahead. Braylon Garcia. Montas, the finger roll off the window. He says it's too easy. See him gesturing to the crowd. Shell the drive inside and the harm.
Yeah, just brushed him up a little bit that time going up. Strong take nevertheless. It's always tough to be an undersized guard and going amongst those trees, Larry, like you always say. And worthwhile take. We'll get two shots at the line, first dribbles.
Camion Shell, his first free throw is up and down. Gotta make the free ones. Shell up to 4 points early. Shell's second free throw, 2 for 2. Garcia playing catch early. Montas takes it up in a little bit of trouble. Back to Garcia. Finds a wide open Joseph Brown inside to the post to Tyrell. James Tyrell getting his first action today. Montas, the pull-up. Short. Esendoko, the strong board. Ahead to Barry. Barry in transition. No one around him. Pulls up for three. Got it.
Yeah, and it looked like he was even asking for the foul, too. A little bit of a kick at the end. Make sure that one got a little more oomph on it. Heading to the rim.
Winston-Salem Christian within one possession. Montas trying to change that, and he does. He's got 17.
He is just borderline automatic when he gets inside there. So strong going to the rim, but he's still got the finesse.
Rayshawn McMiller. Reverse to the other side. Three from Zion Collins. Jack in the box is out. Hansel Emmanuel, the one-armed sensation. Back across to Montas. High-low pass. The find to Garcia, and one.
Shows the muscles off to the student section that time, Larry, and another great job of getting defenders in the air, drawing the contact, and getting the hoop to go along with it.
Don't just look at Hansel Emmanuel. This whole Life Christian team can play. They've got a small roster, but a talented one, and almost every single player plays.
Absolutely, Larry. We were touching on that right before the game kind of tipped off. They don't play a lot, but the guys they do play, there's not much of a drop-off.
Garcia finishes the and one. Life Christian's lead back up to 8 points. Quante Berry, dribble drive, high arcing teardropper. Can't get it to go. Strong board from Garcia. Emmanuel, lob pass ahead to Braylon Garcia. Emmanuel from deep, comes up short. Strong board by Shell. Passes ahead, nobody around Miller. McMiller with a finish.
Yeah, a little bit of cherry picking that time. Doesn't necessarily commit all the way down to the defensive end, but able to steal a bucket.
Great ball movement from Life Christian. No finish from James Tyrell. Garcia trying to finish the job. That'll stay on this end.
I'm a big fan of how Braylon Garcia goes after those rebounds. A lot of guys nowadays just want to go after it with one hand, tip it around, and catch it over here. Braylon Garcia is going up in a grown man style and getting that board.
The lob to Emmanuel, no finish. Here comes Zion Collins. Spin cycle, lost the handle, trying to find McMiller, and it's a turnover.
And that's a tough break. You had the 2-on-1 fast break, and somehow the ball skates out of bounds for the turnover.
Life Christian has had command most of this one. Quante Berry has command of the basketball. Can't finish. Tipped around. Second chance. And the harm.
How about Barry, Larry? I mean, he has just been hooping in this first half. Outside game, inside game, and there's not much this guy can do so far.
The 6'4 Providence College commit can hoop a little bit. Chose Providence over Florida, Maryland, and a handful of others. A 3-star according to 24/7, but I'd go out on a limb and say his ceiling's a little higher than 3 stars. We've seen that this tournament. Completes the and one.
Yeah, his stock definitely rising, much like a lot of the prospects here, Larry.
Angel Montas is also bringing his stock up. Rashid Jimenez Back out to Hansel Emmanuel. Lost his man, blocked from behind by Barry.
Yeah, tough break that time for Emmanuel, able to skate free of the defender and getting a little greedy on the three-point shot.
Emmanuel, the trigger man, back out to Montas. Picked up by Shell. Gets a screen. Tyrell rolls inside, off balance, blocked by Esendoko. Life Christian back. Montas, the deep three, wedgie ball.
Yeah, you don't see that too often. Montas, however, he's been dialed in today. Everybody's kind of due for a blunder like that at some point.
As soon as the crowd saw him pull up, a few of them rose to their feet, maybe a little too much excitement.
Maybe it's like that old Pepsi commercial when they have Ron Rivera and everybody opens their Pepsis and goes, all the air getting sucked out of the gym maybe turned it away.
A classic. Quante Berry has the hot hand from the corner today.
I'm telling you, the amount of talent on the floor right now is just staggering.
Quante Berry with 17. Montas, Emmanuel, back to Montas, playing big boy basketball. Gets it back, the dish down low, and the kiss off the glass for Rashid Jimenez. The lob ahead to Berry. Boy, that would have brought the house down. Such a fast-moving game, Cody Roskins. You barely have time to address the last play before you get to the next one.
Yeah, and we said it again coming in one of the game notes that both these teams living in the fast lane trying to go 99 miles an hour, and both teams have been living up to that to this point.
In case you're just joining us, Life Christian has had the lead for the vast majority of this first half, led by 17 points from this guy, Montas. High off the glass, too strong. Rebound loose. Into the hands of Montas again. Nobody in front of him. 0 for 2 on the possession, and it's going the other way.
Yeah, last touch by Emmanuel. That time he had the defender on his shoulder. Could have continued to power dribble in and then dump it off, but that time just tried to kiss it off the window.
Shell at the controls for the Lions in purple and white. Could tie it with a three. Take the lead with a three, rather. And Barry does just that.
Somebody's got to tell Life Christian Academy that dude can play. And right now he is torching them from behind the arc.
He's got 20 already. Diego Cruz had pressure from behind. The chuck ahead to Rashawn McMiller. Big block from Montas, but the basket will count. It's goaltending.
Oh, that was close, Larry. Almost got pinned on the backboard, but able to skate away with the goaltending call.
Minute and change to go in a very entertaining first half. Lots of points, lots of action, lots of dunks. Montas picked up by Lewis Walker. Montas somehow got through two defenders. They're going to call that foul on the shot.
Yeah, that little hop step. More often than not, you'll get the benefit of the doubt going up to make an attempt at the rim. And once again, just so solid about getting into the paint. And once he's there, he's either drawing a foul, Larry, or usually putting it in.
Montas in and out on the first. Had 32 points per game last season for Life Christian Academy. The second free throw is down. Well on his way to at least 32 points today with 18 here in the first half. Winston-Salem Christian leads by 2. Shell finds a wide open McMiller. Bank not open. Lewis Walker can't corral it, and it's going back with the Life Christian Academy Lions. Think they hold for the final shot?
I would say probably no, the way this game's been played out, Larry. Both teams trying to go fast.
The answer is no. And the answer to Montas' shot is also no. Great defense by Winston-Salem Christian on the inside.
Yeah, Esendoko that time had a chance at the rebound and block. Didn't necessarily get either as the rebound went right off his shoe.
Brown looking for options, has one in Cruz, back to Emmanuel. From the logo, short. Could not line it up that time. About 10 seconds for Shell and Winston-Salem Christian to get something going. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Shell pulls up himself and connects. Winston-Salem Christian heads to the locker room with the lead over Life Christian Academy.
Yeah, tough shot again, Larry. That's what happens when you don't necessarily make your end of holding that ball for the last shot, able to rattle it home.
We will take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. They've been great for us all week long. We'll get to them in a moment. Winston-Salem 37, Life Christian 32. Here inside Torrey Gymnasium, full day of basketball starting to come down the home stretch. Our sponsors this week, the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Give them a call and talk about what's important to you. Find out how Country Financial can help you protect it. Also by Titan Industries, the structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And of course, the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Larry Larson, Cody Roskins in with you from Clutch Sports Media. Thanks for joining us. Great day of hoops all day long. Boy, do we have a great slate for you here this evening. Starting off with Life Christian Academy and Winston-Salem Christian, North Carolina versus Florida. And then later on this evening, Cody, a great game at 9:15. St. Rita and Yorkville Christian. Illinois on Illinois in that matchup. And then in between this game and those games, 6:15, Pattonville, Missouri versus Pewaukee, Wisconsin. That'll be a good one, part of the shootout series. And at 7:45, Washington, the host, takes on Urbana.
Yeah, a lot of games to look forward to down the stretch, Larry. And don't really know which one of the bunch I'd pick, but that St. Rita game, awfully appealing.
We're going to toss it down to Country Financial Tournament Central. Gavin Russell standing by with Herb Noblock, Washington AD.
Back in the Country Financial Tournament Central, I'm Gavin Russell. We're going to have a guest in a couple of minutes. We'll see when he shows up. He's a busy man. It's Herb Noblock, the longtime athletic director here at Washington High School. He's done a whole lot to help this tournament run over the years. Herb's actually going to be coming in now with us. We appreciate him taking a little bit of time to talk with us here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. Thank you, Herb, for coming on with us for a couple of minutes. And
yeah,
this has been a great tournament so far. You know, you've been here at Washington High School for a long time.
Yep.
You know, what goes into tell the viewers at home what goes into making this tournament possible.
Well, already probably about 2 weeks ago, Sean starts scheduling teams for next year.
Wow.
And then we come Monday, we look at the financials, we look at everything, and we start working on a tournament starting next week, usually the first week of December, getting teams in and getting them contracted. And then the sponsorships, looking for the sponsorships usually start around January and February and go clear through August. And we try to get everything wrapped up, like sponsorships, the teams, and everything like that, so we know what's going to happen come Thanksgiving week. Then my assistant, Sherry Thurston, which is great, was we start working on the event. All the event personnel, all the table, all the workers, and that takes about a month to get them going, because it takes about for us, about 100 people to run this event
Yeah.
through the 5 days and 35 games, because only you and me are the only ones that stay here for 35 games. I can't get everybody to stay 35 games and over Thanksgiving and Thanksgiving Day, so it takes a good 100 people.
Well, we do appreciate the work of you and the volunteers. We've been treated so well so far at the TOC. Now, Herb, I got to ask you, how many years have you been the AD over here at Washington?
I'm going on until I started in 2010.
Okay. So, you've been working with this a long time.
Mm-hmm.
You've watched a lot of basketball. There's been a lot of really good players. Maybe a couple of your favorite memories from the TOC over the years.
Probably right when I first started, we had that Miles and Wiggins and them, and I wasn't really involved that much from years before, so I made sure I got my pictures there. They pretty much told me, hey, these are the guys, these are the next NBA people, and then those kids, and then the prep school teams that we usually have come, like Findlay Prep and all them, and the teams out of Philadelphia, they were really neat to meet. And lastly, of course, Zion Williams, and then this year. So, Sean Powell, he pulls a rabbit out of the hat all the time, and we get crowds like this. Now, by far, these have been the best crowds at night ever for the Tournament of Champions.
100%. We've got a great player right now. It's Hansel Emmanuel. He was on with us yesterday. You helped make that all possible, getting him, and you've done a great job. I mean, there's so many people here to get his interview. What'd you guys have to do to just make it all work?
So, again, people who work for us, our security, I made sure we got the team in the locker room, let that player and coach get in there. We told them. We got up here, we blocked some area off so they could have a straight.
Right.
And then to get here without getting bombarded. And then we got them back in the locker room, got them to our big commons for autographs and signings. And we didn't know how big that was going to be. So, Wednesday night it was 300-400 people for over an hour.
Wow.
And now tonight we're ready for it. We got lines, we got tables. So it's going to be easier to see him because pretty much, Wednesday night it was such a big crowd and mosh pit. It was well attended and nothing bad happened.
Yeah.
We just couldn't see the players and was separated. So we made it much organized for tonight and the next night, so more people could get their autograph and their picture.
Very true, and we appreciate again the work you're doing. Everybody, he's a featured player out here.
Yeah.
No doubt they want his autograph. He's a very special player too. Does great things out on the court. We've got tons of highlight plays from Hansel Emmanuel. Now, this tournament though is much bigger than basketball now.
Yes.
Kevin Brown, and you had a unique relationship with Kevin Brown because you're the athletic director. You got to interact with him throughout the whole season, not just for when they played in the tournament. So, over the years knowing Kevin Brown, what would you describe about him?
Kevin and I became friends over the years. It was very emotional for me and close to the heart when he passed away and got that call. I can still remember the day. It was a Sunday morning. I happened to be up in my office working, and he had called me to come out to see him. That he had some really, really bad news and didn't know what was going on. So that was very devastating for us. But if I can tell anything about Kevin, you can't just judge that book by the cover. He was an intense coach. He made you very, very accountable, but also he was an intense person as a role model. He expected a lot from his players on and off the court, not just November through February, but March through August and September. He watched grades. That was the culture he set. Because if you're a basketball player in his program, you kind of lose your name because whatever you do outside, you're at a movies or you're at a picnic or you're at a concert, you represent the players and the team.
Absolutely. Well, Herb, it looks like we got to let you go here. We're getting Skip Schumahorn's letting us know he's got something for you. So thank you, Herb, for coming on for a few minutes.
Thank you, guys.
Tell us more about the tournament. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
you.
We got to let you go back up to the studio now. Larry Larson and Cody Roskins on the call. I'm Gavin Russell from the Country Financial Tournament Central.
Thanks for that, Gavin. Back inside Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium. Cody, it's a packed house. Lots going on in here. Halftime between Winston-Salem Christian and Life Christian Academy. It looked like for a moment we're going to have a little bit of a brouhaha or something of sorts.
A kerfuffle.
Yes, a kerfuffle, a little shuffle. Maybe a friendly exchange of words behind Life Christian Academy's bench. Not entirely sure what happened. everything is under control in here. Third quarter, about 30 seconds away. Cody, give me your takeaways from the first half and maybe keys to the second half for both sides.
Well, I think the key word would be responses, right? I mean, we saw Life Christian Academy come out and absolutely kill it from the start of the game, Larry. They were out and running. They opened up a good-looking lead, and then coming right back was Winston-Salem Christian, and they responded accordingly. And then after a few big momentum-style plays, a couple of dunks, three-pointers here and there, Barry really keyed them in, and that's why they currently hold a 5-point lead.
Winston-Salem Christian led by 20 points. 21 points, rather, from Quante Berry, the Providence College commit. And on the other side of the scoreboard, Angel Montas, 18 points for Life Christian Academy. The one big goose egg on the scoreboard belongs to Christ Esendoko, though, the 7-footer who dropped 21 points in his last outing.
Yeah, and I wouldn't go sounding the fire alarms just yet, Larry. Didn't have a great first half last time out. Still managed to flirt with a triple-double.
The crowd is all set for the second half. Hansel Emmanuel will walk it up for Life Christian. Joseph Brown, Montas, now Rashid Jimenez. Joseph Brown, Montas, drives. Dribbles back out. Garcia trying to fight for space in the paint. It's a pretty looking move. Nothing to show for it.
Yeah, good looking move that time, but sometimes you just don't get those lucky balances off the iron, and that's the case that time.
Camion Shell walks it up. Now to Quante Berry. Shell has this range. Said he takes it inside. Bounce pass down low to Lewis Walker. Lost the handle. Here comes Life Christian. Euro step in the inside, and the denial by Esendoko. Joseph Brown recovers. Finds Montas dancing on the dribble. Corner three off. Rebound to Garcia. Goes up strong. Too strong. Esendoko the board. Shell. Berry. Wide open, Camion Shell. Rashid Jimenez ahead to Hansel Emmanuel, off the window and in.
Yeah, nice job that time, just kind of gliding in the air, staying up high enough where he could adjust and convert the layup.
Shell calling for a screen. Bounce passes inside to Esendoko. Spin cycle for his first 2 points of the game.
Yeah, and what a spin drop step that time. Able to give out a case of the spins to the opposition and push that lead back to 5.
Montas reverses to Joseph Brown, and he walked. Winston-Salem Christian roaring back after a slow start to take the lead in the second quarter, take it into the locker room at halftime. Hansel Emmanuel picks up Shell. To the inside, gets all the way to the rack.
Yeah, a little bit of Olay defense. After he got by the initial man, nobody there on the help defense, and nobody had hole.
Got to get the help side for Emmanuel. Teardrop runner off the glass. Back out Montas, goes inside, tries the runner, rolls off the rim. Rebound still loose, passed out to Berry. Berry ahead in transition. The dish to McMiller is off. Berry, the stick back, he got it.
And he flexes the muscles just a little bit, Larry. Both these teams blessed with a lot of talent, a lot of bulk and size, and it's been on full display.
Hansel Emmanuel, the handles, the dish down low, and the finish from Braylon Garcia. Shell drives inside. Berry thought about the long range three. Now goes inside, dishes down low. Crease Esendoko. Timeout taken by Life Christian Academy as Winston-Salem Christian has opened up a 9-point lead.
Yeah, Larry, and kind of felt it coming too, right? They couldn't hold them scoreless all night long, and after a couple of back-to-back buckets, he was able to give his team an almost double-digit lead. And he's starting to find himself on the boards, and it's not necessarily danger time because there's still a lot of basketball left to be played, but if you're Life Christian Academy, you got to start taking note. Okay, they're starting to hurt us here. Maybe we have to send a little more.
Cody, early in the first half, especially right out of the gate, we saw 2 Hansel Emmanuel dunks, a lot of deep threes from Angel Montas. What's gone wrong since then? It seems like their offense is out of rhythm.
Yeah, they just, like we saw, they missed a couple of runners in the paint. They haven't necessarily gotten back to the free throw line where they succeeded so much in that first half, and Montas really hasn't made much of an impact here in half number 2, still held to that 18 points that he had at the end of the first frame.
Winston-Salem Christian huddled up midcourt, led by a strong senior group. 2 Providence College commits, and Quante Berry and Chris Esendoko. Esendoko turning it on in the second half. And a turnover from Life Christian. Here's Shell, drives inside, foul.
Yeah, another strong take that time by Kamian Shell, and going to the stripe once more. Fouls weren't really a problem in that first half, but both teams showing a willingness to hack if the other team gets an advantage down low.
Shell's first is up and in. Shell has 15 points. Cody, dare I say, a quiet now 16.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been kind of wowed because Barry's been so awesome with his 23 points. On the opposite side, we've seen Montas drop in 18 as well. So, yeah, it's about as quiet as an 18 as you can get.
Corner 3 from Vanderhorst is off. One-armed rebound from Quante Berry, and he's fouled. Coach Cruz not too happy. Calls for James Tyrell to enter the ball game at the next dead ball. Winston-Salem Christian's lead now swelled to double digits. Yeah, leading by 11, their biggest of the night.
Yeah, just going to say, Larry, working into that now 2-3 zone, a little bit of a different look.
Lewis Walker. Now McMiller almost had it. Vanderhorst lost it. Quante Berry slows it down. Jamie and Shell directing traffic and puts the brakes on a little bit.
And I like this decision, Larry. There's a time and place to go fast, and right now you just got to secure the lead and start building it up.
Chris Esendoko can't secure the basketball on the entry pass. He's frustrated. You can tell frustration starting to mount. Life Christian Academy has continued to do a pretty nice job on him on the inside. Hansel Emmanuel moved to the U.S. last year and almost immediately became a viral sensation. Played the second half of the season for Life Christian Academy. Averaged 25, 11, and 9 last season for Life Christian. Now in his second season in the United States, he's even more of a sensation, getting celebrity treatment here in Washington. Chris Esendoko will head to the stripe.
Again, when they're getting beat down low, they had 2 bodies down there, but they both went flying on the shot fake. Got to stay planted down. Man goes up, then you're allowed to go up. Again, they're starting to flirt with that advantage.
Esendoko, first free throw shot up and good. Boy, is that stroke pure for a big fella.
Yeah, and oftentimes not a lot of big men blessed with that kind of stroke from the charity stripe, but he's able to get both of them to fall and takes his total up to 6. Again, Larry, we harped on it a couple of times. Didn't have the biggest first half yesterday, but was able to come out in the second half and put up 21 and 18.
Mid-range J from Diego Cruz is down. And Montas got it back and was fouled. Good hustle from Angel Montas.
Yeah, kind of a careless inbound that time. Not really a characteristic of the Winston-Salem Christian Lions. Of course, they've been pretty detail-oriented at this point outside of the big run they surrendered in that first quarter.
Montas off the mark. Montas had a huge first half, 18 points. And his second one is down.
Still going with that 2-3. Cannot allow the corner pass.
Winston-Salem Christian trying to get their lead back to double figures. Even further into double figures, rather. Entry pass, Essendoko back to Berry. Offensive board to Walker. He's fouled. Berry wanted the hammer.
How about the athleticism so far both teams have shown, Larry? Both these teams just so hyper athletic. I mean, we almost saw an inbound lob play to Emmanuel earlier that would, I'm sure, would have caused the roof on this place to explode, but absolute dominance in this half so far by Winston-Salem Christian.
The bucket there from Shell continues his big day. He's got 18 now. Three, not enough touch from Montas. Here's the drive from Diego Cruz. Off again.
I think that's going to be the foul on Lewis Walker.
Hansel Emmanuel will inbound. And Gavin, if there was, or rather Cody, goodness gracious, we're all over the place. I hear Gavin Russell talking right below our broadcast booth. If there was ever a time for a Hansel Emmanuel dunk, now would be the time. Life Christian needs some sort of energy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it needs to come from Hansel Emmanuel. Just somebody's got to put the ball in the hole finally.
Joseph Brown trying to be the one, and he's not. James Tyrell can't get a handle on it. The chuck ahead to Berry, a little too far. Too much muscle from Creased Essendoko. Put his hands on his head. Kind of frustrated after that one.
He scored a baseball pass assist in their last game, but that time a little too much muscle on it.
Berry having a laugh about it. That's all you can do. All smiles for Winston-Salem Christian. They're defeating the other Lions in this one. Life Christian. 51-39. Montas had baseline, couldn't get the acrobatic bucket off the glass.
Yeah, Winston-Salem Christian, Larry's done such a good job in the second half on keying in on Montas once he gets down low.
Emmanuel, Montas. In and out. Montas has gone cold. Quante Berry. Camion Shell. Shell guarded by Montas. Gets by him. The runner. Got it. How about Camion Shell? Now up to 20. Hansel Emmanuel. Acrobatic. Almost got the and one. They'll shoot some free throws.
Well, that looked easy. I mean, holy cow, Larry. Just a race up the court, 2 hop steps, and nearly finishes with a little bit of an English and one.
First free throw up and good for Emmanuel. He's now in double figures.
Yeah, second leading scorer on the team to this point behind Montas' 19.
Jarius Northam into the game. Quante Berry to the bench for Winston-Salem Christian. De Silva Muvalu, rather, goodness gracious, let's try that again. Mulva. One-armed rebound. Brown couldn't get the stick back. Here comes Winston-Salem Christian. Shell. Down low, Essendoko, or Raphael Gay rather. Jump ball called.
Yeah, great job by Hansel Emmanuel to get down there and get the block. Didn't necessarily send it all the way back down, but pinned it up long enough for the jump ball call.
Borodin will trigger it in. Gets it into Shell, into the backcourt for Northam, and it's an over and back.
Yeah, Winston-Salem trying to put this game away, but right now they're doing everything in their power to keep Life Christian Academy back in this.
Lots of basketball left. Still time in the third quarter. Montas fouled. She could not get the ball over the rim. He struggled to put it in the hole here in quarter number 3 after a big first half. We'll try to get some confidence back at the free throw line. First one is good. No rebounders for the Lions.
That's probably
Not
smart.
needed.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Larry, that's probably smart just because of the way that Winston-Salem Christian's been pushing the ball and getting those one-up passes. They've been pushing it to the hole hard and just trying to make sure they don't give up anything easy in transition.
Timeout taken by Life Christian as they try to climb back into this one. Winston-Salem Christian ahead by 11. They've led the entirety of the second half, headed to halftime with the lead after Hansel Emanuel started the game with a dunk. First points of the game were a slam from Emanuel. How about that start, Cody? But gotta hand it to Winston-Salem Christian. They've done such a good job maintaining their composure in an environment that's really, frankly, rooting for the other team.
Oh, absolutely, Larry. It's kind of a weird contrast when you think about it, right? Because it was such a hot start, right, for Life Christian Academy. And then Winston-Salem Christian just comes right back, steals some of the momentum, and it was kind of a seesaw affair. The game was kind of in flux for a little bit, and after a while, Winston-Salem Christian was finally able to go on a big run and push the lead to double digits.
Thanks in large part to Shell. And Winston-Salem Christian turns it over. Montas trying to go coast to coast, instead kicks out to Cruz. Diego Cruz, the freshman. Inside now Joseph Brown, off the window and in. Shell lobs ahead. Isaiah Washington just joined the team 3 weeks ago. Shell, wide open lane, can't do that. He's got 22.
Yeah, the C's part again.
Emanuel, the buzzer beater, almost had it. And that's how quarter number 3 ends, with Winston-Salem Christian leading Life Christian Academy by 11 points after 3 quarters. And we'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. The Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by the City of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. Doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Off Drink Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Off Drink Auto Group locations. Also brought to you by Country Financial. When it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Also the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same on the court with that sticker, but more importantly, off the court, raising awareness against glioblastoma. All the proceeds from the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions go towards glioblastoma research. The Lions in purple, white, and gray lead the Lions in black and gold by 11, entering the final 8 minutes of play in one of the premier games in the KBM TOC. Isaiah Washington into the corner, Borodin. Washington back out, Shell. Shell has had a huge second half. Life Christian Academy trying to get the crowd going. Shell bounces back out. Borodin blocked. There goes Emmanuel.
I'm not sure what else you can say, Larry. That dude is just hyper athletic, and he flies around the court with ease, doing it on both ends.
Crowd's getting fired up for Life Christian Academy. Trying to sneak back into this one. Timeout taken by Winston-Salem Christian. Look at head coach Moises Mikhail Cruz waving at the student section. Get that noise going.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird dynamic the way these two teams have kind of developed that relationship, but I'm sure Washington student section will be all too happy but too obliged once they reach the floor again.
You think they're allowed this game? Just wait till Washington versus Urbana, our second to last game of the evening. There's Washington student section.
Yeah, just a quick point on that. The Orange Crush, as they're dubbed around the area and state. Jonathan Michael and I had the pleasure of hopping into that madness during the last Washington home game, and it is not for the faint of heart, Larry. Those guys and gals are just about as crazy and passionate of a group of students as you can find.
There's nothing like a good high school student section, right? It brings the juice inside a gym. Don't get me wrong, they're great for football, but for basketball, it adds a different dynamic.
Exactly, Larry, because you're trapped indoors. I mean, there's nowhere for that sound to go right onto the court floor, and if you're weak-minded or hesitant in the slightest, it is very intimidating.
Out of the timeout, Winston-Salem Christian basketball. They've held the lead the entire second half. Washington to Northam into the corner, Borodin. Back to Northam, Borodin looking for Asendoko in the post, battling for position. Three ball from Northam, got it.
Wow, and that'll silence the crowd a little bit. Push it back to double digits just when you thought when Life Christian Academy might be making a little bit of a push.
Braylon Garcia. Montas through contact and the harm.
Right back at you, big fella. Asendoko fouls that time down, and now it looks like Montas is looking for point number 24, and he's having himself another big game.
His free throw is down for the old-fashioned three. Montas has been cold in the second half, trying to turn it on in crunch time. Kamian Shell gets the screen. Inside, the runner. No good.
Got to be careful here. Every one of those stops will compile the student section's noise.
Diego Cruz wide open. Almost had it. Offensive board Garcia, but he lost it. Great job by Shell to keep the dribble, and he's fouled.
Yeah, tough break that time for Life Christian Academy, Larry. They got the offensive rebound, but couldn't control it. That happens a lot of the times when you bring the ball back down below and by your knees instead of keeping it up by your chest and pecs and trying to go up strong.
Shell will inbound from right in front of Life Christian Academy's bench. Quante Berry back into the contest. Berry, the leading scorer for Winston-Salem Christian with 23. Senior headed to Providence College next year. Northam was looking inside again. Here's Shell. A lob to Walker. Off the glass, no. Berry's put back, also no.
Good job by Hansel Emmanuel walling up that time at the rim.
Garcia lost the basketball. Ahead to Berry. The reverse.
And it looked like Montas that time might have been probing for the block, but a great job that time by Berry to reverse and use the rim as a protector.
Emmanuel into the corner for Brown. Back to Hansel. He lost it. Making the net in front of the scoreboard shake. Enough to make you nervous for those photographers alongside the baseline. There are a lot of them. Emmanuel gets it into Cruz. Hansel Emmanuel picked up by Quante Berry. Emmanuel almost had the end one.
Yeah, again, that rim just being unfriendly. The offense is on this end of the floor as nearly gets that one to fall, but it's encouraging to see once again they're getting inside the paint. That's what opened up so much for them in the first half, and then the three ball can follow.
Life Christian trying to crawl back into this game. They haven't led the entire second half. Hansel Emmanuel comes up short on the first free throw. Wild story about Hansel Emmanuel. He lost his left arm when he was 6 years old. That kind of smashed his dreams of becoming a pro baseball player. But if you look on his Instagram page, that'll tell you that he's still very interested in the game of baseball as a native of the Dominican Republic. He was in Boston a few weeks ago, and he posted on Instagram with a number of Major League Baseball stars, including Pedro Martinez. So he's known outside of the basketball world as well. Montas showing the handles in transition. Nice dish to Braylon Garcia.
That is going to be underrated how big time that is, not traveling, able to dish it off and cut this lead to 9.
Northam back to Shell. Here comes the crowd again.
They can feel it, Larry. They can feel it. It's right on the verge. You get it down to 5. It'll probably be time for a timeout.
Barry. Cristes and Doko looking for room, has none. Montas grabs the board and slows it down.
Yeah, and Garcia and Emmanuel, that time they didn't necessarily double down, but that's called blackjack, because in a game of blackjack, you like to double down on the post.
And the finish again by Braylon Garcia. Here comes the press from Life Christian. Lob across to Quante Barry. Shake and bake. No dinner, but the putback feeds him.
Absolutely. Good job sticking with it. His team needs that. Pushes it back to 9.
Life Christian Academy gets it back. Garcia to Montas. And 1.
Yeah, and Essen Doko is like, what more do you want me to do? I planted my feet, didn't jump, didn't, come into the guy, and sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Diego Cruz putting the crown on his head afterwards. Life Christian Academy, they've got these celebrations down, let me tell you. They're hanging around in this one. 3.5 to go. Montas continues his big night. He's got 27.
I'm telling you, this thing gets below 5. It'll be time for Winston-Salem Christian to use a timeout.
Shell jets ahead, left block, off the window. How about another and 1? This time on the other end.
Wow, big time play that time. Going to the rim. They're going to say they got him with the elbow going into the body. Knocked him off balance a little bit. I'm not sure that really affected the shot all that much.
First foul against Joseph Brown. Shell's free throw gets him to 25. Camion Shell, the 5'11 senior, making a statement. Ball swatted away. Here comes Quante Barry. Barry against Emmanuel, turned away by Braylon Garcia.
Another great job just stopping ball in transition, but when they're breaking that press, Larry, they've done it so many times, they've gotten it to the middle part of the court. They've got a pass fake, ball fake, trying to get him in the air, and then the passing lane will be open.
Essen Doko, too easy for the 7-footer. Timeout taken by Life Christian Academy. 30-second timeout. We'll keep it right here. Cody, it's an 11-point deficit now for Life Christian. I don't want to say it's too late because we know how explosive that Lions squad is. But what's got to happen between that 3-minute mark and before the buzzer sounds?
Well, Larry, a couple of things, right? Because their defense hasn't been great down the stretch here so far in the fourth quarter. It's been good enough to try and get them back into this game. But the last couple trips, fouling, giving up easy lay-ins, that's the kind of stuff that gets you beaten. They had it all the way down to 6, and they gave up the next 5. And those kind of letdowns are really momentum killers. And I guess to answer your question in short, they've got to shore up the defense down low because we really haven't seen Winston-Salem Christian really attack them from the perimeter in this half.
It's a great point. They made it rain from the outside, especially Quante Barry in the first half. And now Cristes and Doko has gotten it going a little bit on the interior after a slow first half. Hansel Emmanuel gets through the double team. Hansel Emmanuel too hard off the glass. Shell, no look pass, and Walker will go to the strike.
And that's a pretty late foul call that time, Larry. I'm not usually one to harp on the officials, but that was really late, and it's a big call to make.
And I think head coach for Life Christian Academy, Moises Mikhail Cruz, had the same thought. Having a chat with Hansel Emanuel, an intense chat followed by a hug. This Life Christian Academy group is real fun to watch. They bring the energy everywhere they go. They're very demonstrative. A lot of hugs before the game, a lot of hugs during the game, a lot of hugs after the game.
Yeah, big huggers. Yeah. Some teams it's a handshake, fist bump. For Life Christian Academy, I guess it's the hug.
They've also got a lot of other celebrations, to be fair. Lone toss across the timeline. Lone toss with 27. Goes to the inside to Garcia. Spins around the double team. Too much. Tries to clean up his own mess. Has the basketball stripped. Gets it back. Goes to work against Esendoko. No dice. 3-ball from Montas. Tip in, no. So many opportunities for Life Christian there.
Yeah, story of the half for Life Christian Academy. They've had a couple on the doorstep. They just haven't been able to finish over the 7-footer.
Approaching the 2-minute mark. Winston-Salem Christian looking for a dagger if they haven't hit it already. Good ball movement here. McMiller to Barry. Back up top, Camion Shell. Perhaps the player of the second half for Winston-Salem Christian. He's fouled.
Yeah, and both teams currently in the bonus, the 1-1. So this first one will be live, of course, Larry, and you got to kind of pray for the miss if you're a fan of Life Christian Academy. You got to get the quick up pass and try and get to the rim.
Well, despite the fact that Life Christian at least is looking like they'll come out on the losing end of this one, boy, did we get a show from both teams. A huge game from Quante Berry and Camion Shell for Winston-Salem Christian. Hansel Emanuel and Angel Montas definitely did not disappoint either.
Yeah, Larry, we definitely got our price of admission, I guess. Got multiple players on the court with over 25.
Berry snags it out of midair. Berry fouled, stuffed by the rim.
Another smart foul again, Larry. Doesn't necessarily, again, at the end of the day, a dunk still only counts for 2 points, but in terms of momentum and whatnot, that would have probably sealed it. And now you're still putting it to chance. And once more, free throws far from automatic in this tournament.
Quante Berry cashes in, continues his big night, trying to put the finishing touches on it. In the vicinity of 30 points, one of the more prolific scoring outputs we've seen. Gets the touch off the window. Diego Cruz trots across the timeline, head to Garcia, blocked by Esendoko.
Yeah, and words for him after going to remind him that house is not for the faint of heart.
Priest Esendoko getting it done, the stat sheet stuffer. Quietly made his way to 8 points. Antonio Lowe, head coach for Winston-Salem Christians, got to be happy with the effort from really everybody as Shell picks up another point on the free throw. He's got 27. Hansel Emanuel. What a dish! No putback and a putback by Emanuel. Ahead to Berry. Late whistle and a foul.
Larry, I'm almost at a loss for words. Whatever adjectives or you want to use to describe Hansel Emanuel, I'm not sure there's many left in the bucket to use because, one, he gets down the floor after having the pass tipped at half court, able to dissect the defense, behind the back pass, tip dunk by himself. I mean, what more does he have to do?
Pulls away Diego Cruz, who's not happy about the call. Displays some senior leadership there. This crowd is on its feet. You hear them buzzing a little bit. You hear that chatter going. Everybody's talking about Hansel Emmanuel despite a losing effort. Quante Berry short. Second chance gets him to 32 points. Letting Braylon Garcia know. Hansel Emmanuel hits the deck. Vanderhorst helps him up. Emmanuel really trying to put on a show for the crowd. He's done a great job, I'd say.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's always showtime when Hansel Emmanuel can get down the court with a little bit of steam. And just like we saw on that last trip down, they don't even need a full head of steam to do it. Just put him on the springboard.
Emmanuel heads to the stripe with 14 points to his name tonight. Gets the shooter's touch for number 15. Looks like Winston-Salem Christian forgot there were more free throws to follow after the bonus. And he makes the second just as he made the first. Winston-Salem Christian putting the finishing touches on here. Another impressive victory for the Lions, who will play in the National Classic Championship game tomorrow with a 2-0 record. We're going to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all the Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OffDrinkAutoGroup.com. And by Country Financial. With help, give them a call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. Financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Under a minute to go. Lewis Walker will trigger it in. Lob into Zion Collins. Bonus territory, double bonus territory for Winston-Salem Christian. We're 2 fouls away from Life Christian being in the double bonus. First free throw short from Zion Collins. Still looking to record his first point, and he does there. Diego Cruz. Hansel Emmanuel. Lob pass to Cruz. High arcing three is off. Lewis Walker with the board. McMiller has it poked away. Good hustle by Montas. Almost threw it down during the dead ball. Didn't want to get teed up though.
Yeah, you always like to test out, make sure the bounce never left anybody during the dead ball timeout. And so we've seen a couple of after play celebrations. We saw a big block on the lay-in and the game Joey and I had earlier today.
Right to the rack for 2 goes Collins. Trying to cut down that deficit, or burgeon that deficit for the final score. Montas gave it away. Lob out in front, Collins. I'll pass it around, inside, and a travel. Called against Sule Diawara.
That's about a textbook of a travel as it gets, so easy call that time.
Diego Cruz pulls up for three, and that's all she wrote. Winston-Salem Christian is headed to the National Classic Championship game. Another convincing victory, this time a 79-60 final over Hansel Emmanuel's Life Christian Academy Lions.
Yeah, Larry, just my quick thoughts after the game. Again, it was a great start for Life Christian Academy. They were unable to kind of push it anywhere in the second quarter and second half for the majority of the game. And on the other end for Winston-Salem Christian, just another complete team effort. Esendoko didn't have the big game he had last time out, but Barry and company more than happy to pick him up.
Quante Berry lighting it up with a 30-point effort. Life Christian Academy is going to play against Western Reserve for third place tomorrow. Winston-Salem Christian will play for first place in the National Classic bracket. And this team is a force to be reckoned with, Cody. We've talked about a lot of teams that are a complete team. We talked Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. You got to look at this Winston-Salem squad as well, and those two are going to square off tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of talent, Larry. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out, the size for one versus the shooting of the other. And not going to put my money on anybody, obviously, but I would put my money on it being one heck of a ball game.
Really looking forward to that one. Joey Wright will bring you the call tomorrow right here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Stay with us. We got Pewaukee and Pattonville, Missouri versus Wisconsin coming up next. We're going to send it to the studio in a moment, but first, a break for our sponsors. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial, the presenting sponsor of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Give them a visit at countryfinancial.com for great coverage you can afford. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 KBM TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Well, we've got another segment coming up in the Country Financial Tournament Central Studio. Gavin Russell down there putting in the work all tournament long. What do you say we send it down to Gavin right now before Pewaukee and Pattonville? Gavin, take it away. Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium, working through some technical difficulties in the Country Financial Studio, working
Restart
with
that.
our mics.
Again,
There's
I am not an
Josh
on-camera
Schwab.
personality. That stuff tends to happen. We are here in the Country Financial Studio. We will be joined, hopefully, by Angel Montas with Francisco Alonso coming in just a few minutes. That interview will be conducted in Spanish. As we did with the Hansel and Manuel interview, we will upload a full YouTube video of that with a translation. Maybe we can get our star of the show, Gavin Russell, in here to talk a little bit with me about the game while we wait for Angel. Gavin, thank you so much for walking in and helping me out.
Sure.
What'd you think about what you saw? Make sure your mic is on just because I had that issue before.
My mic is on.
You don't have that problem that I have. What's going on right now? How did you feel about that game?
I thought it was a really well-played game by both sides. I mean, obviously Winston-Salem came out on top. I mean, you got to be disappointed if you're Life Christian, but I mean, we saw a number of really good plays from Hansel Emmanuel. I mean, as a team, they played really solid. I think Winston-Salem just was able to knock down some more shots. They were able to just defend a little better and came up with the buckets when it really counted.
That's exactly right. It was a huge performance over there by Life Christian Academy and Winston-Salem Christian. Those are two good basketball teams. And Hansel Emmanuel made a couple really good plays down the stretch. That's an extremely good athlete, right? I mean, incredible.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You know, you're running social media. Do you have those up for people to see?
We do have a lot of those up for people to see. Awesome. We got some great pictures from Zach Larson, who's right behind the camera, and Jacob Steinberg, who's on the other side. Jacob got some incredible pictures that once I get off the air, hopefully extremely quickly, we're on Home Montas to come and talk with Francisco. We will get those up on Twitter and Instagram at Clutch Sports Media. Those are great. I saw a few of them. I think Jacob can attest. They were really damn good. So it's going to be really good content coming out on social media. What else do you think about what's going on here? I mean, this is a packed gym, huh?
Yeah, it was absolutely packed. I mean, it was pretty loud in there, but we got a good one later on. You can hear Larry Larson on the call for Chicago St. Rita and Yorkville Christian. Battle of two not Big Ten, but two Division I commits. It's Jaden Shute from Yorkville Christian. He's committed to go to Duke. And Morez Johnson Jr. committed to go play ball at Illinois. Morez, just a sophomore. He plays alongside James Brown, also a sophomore.
Uncommitted, though.
Yes, Jaden Reyna, also a sophomore. So the sophomore class for Chicago St. Rita, out of this world. We're supposed to be having an interview with Brian Wardle, head coach of the Bradley men's basketball team.
Yes, that is the news of the day that we've kept under wraps, huh?
I mentioned it earlier. It's still unconfirmed, I guess, per se.
Well, you told me it was happening at the halftime of this last game, so I feel like anything's up for grabs at this point.
It's misinformation. I'm being spread. I'm going to have to blame Cody Roskins for this one. No, Cody just walks in behind us. Got to shout out Cody Roskins.
Cody Roskins is
doing an excellent job over there.
He is the head men's basketball manager for Bradley basketball, so he would have all the ins, and he will be conducting
that.
Good
job, Cody. Good job.
Cody's doing a great
job.
He will be conducting that interview should it happen at the half.
It's been a long week here. We've got Josh on multiple times, so.
Yeah, if I'm on camera, something's going wrong, right?
Well, you know.
Just the beauty of live TV.
Bring Jacob Steinberg in here.
I don't know about that. I think Jacob needs to be ready in case Montas comes in, but at this point, it's not totally looking likely. We keep looking around because
the guy that we want, unfortunately. So we're just waiting around.
We're just waiting around. Let's talk about.
You guys don't really want to see us, probably. You want to see.
I want to see Montas too. Let's talk about the game before the big one. That is Washington and Urbana. Yes. Urbana had a really good win. They got blown out in their first game, and then they did the blowing out in the next game.
Well, Urbana, you play Chicago St. Rita. I mean.
It's a tough matchup.
Game of the year, I mean, that's a ridiculous matchup. I mean, they could have probably asked for an easier matchup, but that's just how the cookie crumbles, I guess. Tough game, but they came back. They played really well. Our own Joey Wright out of Urbana, so he's real familiar with the Tigers down in Urbana. They're going to play Washington, though, and that's not easy for multiple reasons. Reason A, Isaac Mapson. Reason B, it's the home floor. This gym is packed. Student section's fired up. We've had a number of students from Washington ask us for an interview. Don't know if we're going to do that, but they're fired up. That's how much they're fired up.
We like our jobs here at Clutch Sports Media. I don't know if we can let any of the Washington kids on. That might not end well for either of our careers. That's going to be a great game, and the student section is going to be rocking. If you haven't seen our social media content from Jacob Steinberg, churning out some awesome video content with Washington student section, the Orange Crush, they're great. They like having us here, and we like having them here because they provide some awesome content for us. If you scroll deep enough into our Twitter feed, I don't mean to cut you off, our own Cody Roskins and John Michael, 1-2 tandem walking over there, jumped into the student section. So we see her.
We're still getting confusion on our interview.
We see Herb walking around. I thought he was supposed to be the one grabbing him, as I talked to him about 10 minutes ago.
Mass confusion here. You know, there's a lot of people. There's several hundred people waiting for autographs, so you got to imagine the confusion here, but the best way to see these guys is to be here right here in person, especially considering proceeds go to KB Strong. KB Strong, huge part of this tournament, supporting, Kevin Brown, the Kevin Brown Memorial Washington Tournament of Champions for a great cause. I mean, we talk about it all week, but we really want everybody to know. We know people are tuning in and out throughout the week. We want to keep them aware that they need to support KB Strong. And KB Strong is something that is now going to go national. St. John Bosco has committed to help KB Strong out in California.
I was going to say, you mentioned St. John Bosco. You told me quite the story earlier that might be interesting for our audience to hear about their head coach, Mark Dunn.
It's not my story to tell necessarily. It's definitely not my story to tell. Jody Brown, Kevin's wife, informed me that she was talking with Matt Dunn, head coach of St. John Bosco. Apparently, his father also passed away from the same disease that Kevin
glioblastoma.
did. Glioblastoma. I can't say it, folks. It's a terrible disease. Wish we didn't even have to say that word. It's just really horrible. But so special connection there for St. John Bosco's coach, Matt Dunn. The best way you can get involved, you can come out to the games first of all. They got a booth set up out there. They've got raffles. You can sport little like Pop-A-Shot games. Pop-A-Shot is giving away a free Pop-A-Shot to the winner of the raffle. You can pay $1 to enter a little contest. Also down at their little tent in the multi-purpose room by the concession stand if you're out at the games. But if you're at home, you can get online. If you have a tab open right now on your computer, maybe your smartphone, you can go to the Washington Tournament of Champions website to learn more about KB Strong. KB Strong has their official website as well, and there's more awareness that they're able to spread. There's a lot more they're able to do in the way of donations. They said online things as well. You can come here to donate. So it's a deadly disease. You can help a great man, Kevin, who supported this community for so many years. I mean, so many years we can't even really describe how much he meant to the city of Washington, to Washington High School. But we want you to get involved. Again, we wish we could have an interview right now. We wish we could have somebody a little more interesting than a couple of random Joes.
Yes, both of us, especially me, wish we had the interview right now. But that's what happens. I just saw Herb walking around, and he was
absolutely.
Yeah.
They're doing a great job here, though.
No, they are. They're doing incredible.
No fault to anybody here.
Not at all.
We're gonna have to send it back up before we'll be able to get that interview. Unfortunately, maybe at halftime, maybe after the next game, we'll be able to track that down again.
We got Brian Wardle coming in.
There are some rumblings though of the man himself from the Bradley men's basketball team coming, unconfirmed. Don't quote me. Quote Josh on that one.
We'll go with it.
No, definitely. We've had a lot of great content for you. Unfortunately, not able to get this interview. Can't do it all, apparently, here at Clutch Sports, but we can provide you with a great stream. We've got a good one coming up next. Who do we got, Josh?
We have Pewaukee, and I'm not quite sure the other team. It's been such a long day. All the games
the
games are mashing together. We've done almost 30 games here at Clutch Sports Media, so I'm not.
We're going to send it back.
We are going to send it back.
That's about it for us here.
Fuck.
Want to apologize for that language as we welcome you back up topside. Torrey Gym, Washington Community High School, site of the 2021 Tournament of Champions. Joey Wright in with you, getting ready for the third to last game of Day 4, Tournament of Champions. It is Pattonville and Pewaukee ready to go. The Pirates and the Pirates. Going to be a good one as we get you ready for this one. A couple of key players to keep an eye on in this one, folks. It's going to be good. We'll get you caught up here for this one. Let's start with the Pirates. Pewaukee, Wisconsin, led by Ashton Janowski. Janowski, top 30 player in the 2024 national, got this backwards. That's Nick Janowski I'm referring to. Ashton Janowski, key guy tonight for the Pirates. Committed to a D2 program, as is Josh Terrian, fellow seniors, getting the job done. They are going to key the Pirates out of Pewaukee, Wisconsin tonight. Head coached by David Burkemper. Pattonville Pirates, meanwhile, a couple of key guys we're going to be looking in on for them, for the Pirates of Pattonville, and we'll get you going on those as we move through this one. A little bit confusing here, the Pirates and the Pirates. Pattonville in green and black tonight, Pewaukee in red and black. We'll do our best to kind of keep you organized on those as we move along. Can't really say Pirates for either side. Of course, that's a little confusing. Got two mascots with this matchup. Gavin Russell joining us in just a moment. If you're just joining us for the third to last game tonight, welcome in. Two good programs, Pewaukee out of Wisconsin, Pattonville from Maryland Heights, Missouri. Two schools, two of the larger schools we'll see in this tournament. Pewaukee's enrollment just north of 2,500 students, 1,600 students for the Pattonville Pirates at Pattonville High School. Both teams making their first Tournament of Champions appearance. This is part of the Titan Industries Shootout Series, the second game in that bracket, and we call it a bracket. Just two games in the Titan Industries Shootout Series. The first one was Denmark, Wisconsin, and St. Joseph Ogden from about 90 miles away, kind of towards the Indiana border, and that was on Tuesday. We welcome in Gavin Russell. Gavin, Denmark, Wisconsin, and St. Joseph Ogden. First game of this series was a good one. We expect the same here.
My apologies, coming in a little bit late here. We've had some confusion with an interview, and there were a lot of people moving around, so I don't know. We're here though. But anyway, we are here for a really good one, Joey, and part of the shootout series. They just come and play one game, so it's not, they're not here for the whole tournament. But it's great to see these teams. Obviously, we got two really good ones here. They're great in their respective states, and we're glad they've joined us here for Clutch Sports Media.
Missouri and Wisconsin, they've converged in Illinois. We're underway. Keep you in on this one. Pewaukee green and black, Pattonville red and black. So you see on the bottom of your screen there, Pewaukee wins the tip-off. And we are underway. Glad you're with us. Ball in the hands of Emmett Logan. Lone, pardon me. Emmett Lone. Dishes over. And now a feed down low to, that's Kellen Timms. Rennell Johnson Jr. loses the ball. Pewaukee starting things off. It's in the hands of Josh Tarian, as we apologize for a little bit of confusion, folks. Working through a couple of technical difficulties that we think we've got figured out for you. Here's Lone for three, and he drops it in. First points of the game from the top of the key, and that's a good start, Gavin Russell.
Absolutely a good start. You want to get off to a fast start. We've seen some teams get off to slow starts today, and it ends up costing them.
In transition, kick to the corner. Three on the way from Janowski. Off the back iron. Down low, tapped around, rebound corralled by Pewaukee. Pushing it up, here's Kellen Thames off the glass and in. 1 point game.
Both teams pushing the pace here early.
Thames is senior. Go ahead.
And another three right there and drills it. I mean, we might see a shootout here. I mean, it is the shootout series, so it'd only be appropriate to see an absolute shootout or slugfest here in this game.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Gavin. An easy comparison to make. Shootout series, shootout brewing. Thames pulling a three, and he knocks it in. 3-pointers falling from everywhere on the floor to start this one. It's going to be a good one in Washington. Here's Janowski. Janowski, corner, three, rims out, a rare miss. Rebound down low, spinning around and dropping it in is Moncilovic, pardon me. Want to make sure I get that right. Milan Moncilovic, 22 in red. Getting the job done. Fast break, watch out. Here's Pewaukee. Count it. It's Janowski. Janowski, a player we're going to be keeping an eye on.
Maybe a little too fast, perhaps, right there.
See if we slow it down. Points coming fast and furious. Opening couple of minutes. Corner. Here's a three. Janowski pulling it, knocking it in. That's Nick Janowski, one of the top players in his class. And a timeout called by Pattonville. First called timeout of the evening.
Yeah, definitely in need of a timeout right there. Pewaukee is a very good team. They're a team that can get out fast, and 13 points. We're not even halfway through this quarter. We've seen teams that have scored less than 10 points and a half. This has been an absolute start for Pewaukee. Pattonville, slow things down, kind of rein it in a little bit, playing your game again. And once again, we might see a shootout here today, as long as both teams keep firing the way they have.
Points coming fast and furious in the early stages. Joey Wright and Gavin Russell in with you up top side. Glad you're with us in Washington, Illinois. Third to final game of the penultimate day of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by Country Financial, benefiting the KB Strong Foundation. Here's Pattonville and Kellen Thames. Ball in hand, moves strong to the block. And look at him going to work. Down low. Nice job maintaining his pivot foot down there as he kicks it out and finds Austin Prater. And Prater goes back over to Rennell Johnson Jr. And it's Thames up top. Keeps his dribble, yanks a deep three that doesn't fall, but an offensive rebound, put back, no! Third chance, yes! And that one's good from Zion Bradshaw.
It was bound to go in at some point, I guess. I mean, you get that many opportunities, you probably should make one.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. Rennell Johnson Jr. feed down low to Umar Berry. And off the glass, up the sideline. Here's Lone for Pewaukee. Again, both teams the Pirates. Matchup that makes you want to say, "Arr!" Because I had to work that in at some point before long. Pewaukee running it down low, yes, and that's Pattonville. Want to correct that, but it's Zion Bradshaw with his 4th points of the night there. 3 on the way, wing, yes.
Man, they are so good from outside, man. They are lights out. I mean, just a soft stroke right there. They make it look easy.
3-pointers falling from downtown. Both teams have the 3-ball working. Pewaukee really relying on that, but a response, no, too strong from Prater.
Boy, they're taking some deep 3-pointers too. They're just fearless. I mean, I guess that's how you have to combat a team like Pewaukee. Just got to go toe-to-toe.
Here's Thames, baseline, spins, no. Turnover, Pewaukee forces the turnover. It's Monsilovich, feeds over to Lone. And a 3, no, a little too short. Had a good line, thought it was going to go in from Terrian. Couldn't get it. Here's Johnson, yes, off the glass strong.
Pattonville making a nice response here. I really thought Pewaukee might run away with this one early. Shouldn't count Pattonville out though. They've made a really strong return. But Pewaukee really likes to work that perimeter game. Gonna go inside though.
Well, if you like offense, this is the game for you. Because the points not stopping anytime soon. Pewaukee knocking it through with Monsilovich. Milan Monsilovich off to a strong start. Up top. Green and black Pirates moving it around. It's Johnson now bringing it back, the senior. A lot of seniors on this Pattonville roster. In fact, they've only got 2 juniors, handful of sophomores. Add 2 sophomores to that mix. The rest seniors. An experience-laden team. As Kellen Thames knocks in a 3. Threes after threes after threes. And a 3 in the wing doesn't go from Lone. Well inbound with the Pirates clad in red and black set to inbound. Glad you're with us as we get a look there at the Pattonville bench. They are coached by Kelly Thames. Number of famous alumni from the Pattonville high school hallways. Each of those as we move along. Ditto for Pewaukee. It's actually the home of the Watt brothers is Pewaukee. JJ and TJ and Derek, that would be the NFL stars.
Well, we got some basketball stars out here for sure. I mean, boy, they can shoot the 3-ball.
I believe the Watts played basketball too their time at Pewaukee, if I'm not mistaken. Multi-sport stars.
Yes, they definitely are very athletic individuals. Obviously, they took their talents to the football field, but the basketball court still has a lot of current stars.
3 off the mark, no dice. Now to the corner. And here's Hampton. No, it was a pass over to Johnson. No, rebound corralled by Lone. Lone pushes, stops, pops, drops from just inside the free throw line. Points still firing here. Good one in Washington. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Here's Thames up top. Good defense for Monsilovich. Over, now to the wing, and Johnson. Are they going to hold for the final shot, Gavin? No, as soon as I ask the question, a three doesn't fall, and Pewaukee will have one more chance.
They probably would have been smart to, probably try to find a quality shot there. They're down 7 at the moment. Pewaukee's been hot to start the game, so they have a chance to add on to this lead already.
Whistle and a foul with just under 2 seconds left. Fouls have not been frequent in the early stages. That'll be the second foul against Pattonville. Fading away at the buzzer, yes! And how about that from Monsilovich as the quarter ends on a strong note for Pewaukee.
Pewaukee can shoot the lights out, folks. If you're just tuning in, Pewaukee can shoot from just about anywhere on the floor. If they were pulling up from the logo, I probably wouldn't even doubt that it would go in. They're that good. Wow. Great first quarter from Pewaukee.
Great first quarter if you like offense. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. A quick word for tonight's sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, proud host of the Tournament of Champions. City of Washington welcomes you in for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's a growing city, known for its diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check it out during the TOC. Buy off drink. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, if I could talk, supporting the community and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. Give your local agent a call or visit countryfinancial.com to learn more. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans. 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. 8 minutes on the board. Second quarter upon us. Joey Wright and Gavin Russell up top with you. Appreciate you folks hanging with us. A couple of oddities as we worked our way into this one. So Gavin and I kind of finding our rhythm on the fly, but appreciate you hanging out with us for this one, and appreciate you hanging out with us for the entire tournament. If this isn't your first game you're tuning in, I'm sure we've got a lot of new fans from Pattonville and Pewaukee. Pattonville, of course, from Maryland Heights, Missouri. It's been a great tournament, Gavin. Just a Cliff's Notes recap as the second quarter gets underway. What a day we've seen.
Boy, what a day it has been. I mean, coming off the last game with Hansel Emmanuel, wow, he can play. I mean, he's absolutely sensational. We've had so many other good players come through here. Metamora started off the day. They couldn't get the W, but local star Ethan Kaiser took the floor, and really we could go down it so far. I mean, there's so many different players we can name, but we've got a really good one with Pattonville and Pewaukee. I didn't expect to see such the three-point barrage that we've seen, but definitely one of the best shooting teams that we've seen out of this entire tournament.
Kellen Thames at the line, knocks it in. Opposite end, Pewaukee getting it going, and the shooting, it's a little bit like the Denmark-St. Joseph Ogden game we saw, the other game in the Titan Industries shootout series. Ty Pence put on a show for St. Joseph Ogden. And a three on the way. There's one from right on cue. There's one from Pattonville's Kellen Thames. And Kellen Thames, off to a hot start, has 10 points to lead the Pirates clad in green and black. Three on the way, short off the rim. Rebound corralled, another three on the way, and count it from the top of the arc. 3 balls falling left and right. Josh Terrian says hello.
That's certainly not his first from right there. Boy, they're hitting from deep range, too. They're not hugging that three-point line. They're all the way out there. But going toe-to-toe is Pattonville.
Thames again for 3. 13 points for Thames, the senior. Feed down to the corner. Moving around. Now a 3 from Monsilovich off. He was the hero at the end of the first quarter. And out of bounds, last touched by Pewaukee. Or by Pattonville, pardon me. I'm sure that's not the first time I'll make that mistake. And Terrian again.
Terrian has been one of the better players for Pewaukee. There's so many to name, but he's definitely stood out as one of the top, and just amazes me how far they can step back and still nail down all those three-pointers.
They came ready to shoot. Day after Thanksgiving, food coma perhaps affecting some of our players. Not today.
They came out ready to play.
They absolutely did. 3 on the way, no. In the corner, Tori Allen, no. 3, no. And the rebound corralled by Austin Prater. And here is Hampton. Hampton, feed. Over to Lone, 3, yes, count it. Folks, want to apologize. Quick little confusion on our score bug. I built that graphic, had the colors wrong, and that got us all confused. So we'll get that corrected for you at halftime. It is Pewaukee 33, Pattonville 23, and we'll get that fixed at halftime. The abbreviations are what we're going to go off of. The colors are mixed up on that, so apologies for that.
Easy to get confused. No harm, no foul there. Pattonville, Pewaukee.
The Pirate. What trips you up is they're both the Pirates.
Okay.
No excuses. We had 2 Lions earlier, but we will get that fixed at halftime. Hand up, that's on me. I built the graphics, so.
You know, something else to note, too, both of these teams just playing the one game, so maybe a little easier if we've seen them a few days here at the TOC, but they're just coming down for a little late Friday matchup, and again, we'll only see these teams once, but they're making the most of their opportunities so far.
Pewaukee 33, Pattonville 23. They certainly came ready to play. Gavin, it has been a great game to watch. 2 tremendous shooting teams, 2 tremendous offensive teams. Right now it's Pewaukee with a 10-point advantage, but Pattonville hanging in there. They go to Thames. Thames double teamed. Can't swim through, and a travel. As he was looking, had a couple of guys, Tori Allen perhaps, was on the opposite end of the floor, but unable to connect. And it's Nick Janowski to inbound, and he fires. And the Pirates offense back out here, as they have been all day long. Here's Janowski. Janowski shimmies it over to the other Janowski, Nick Janowski. 2 Janowski's got to keep that straight. 3, how about this? Oh my goodness. That's in from Nick Janowski. And this is an incredible performance from the field for the Pewaukee Pirates, who've come to play, coached by David Burkemper. I think they work on shooting in the gym.
Yeah, I'm sure they can do a lot more, but why go away from what's working? Shoot the 3 ball, it's going to go in most of the time, and we've been treated to a really good offense performance so far from both sides.
Here's Allen, steps back. Allen to Rennell Johnson Jr. in the corner. Goes to work, kicks back, 3. And as good as Pewaukee's been shooting, Pattonville's been able to dial it up too. They find themselves on the opposite end of a 13-point deficit right now, but that's not to say that they can't flip this one back. The problem is they're going to need some stops, in the way Pewaukee has played, that's been easier said than done lately. Here's Ashton Janowski. Janowski goes back to Nick Janowski, over to Ashton Janowski. And finally, it's Nick who will take the shot and knocks it down. 9 points for Nick Janowski.
Boy, just simply incredible. I'm nearly speechless here, Joey. They are just shooting the lights out of the gym right now.
39-23 Pewaukee. Down low, no. Tipped around. Out of bounds. Pewaukee will take over. A couple of subs in for Pattonville. Kellen Thames and Zion Bradshaw. And Janowski, right side. Fading away, 3, almost another one for Nick over there, didn't have it. Thames pushes, Thames kicks. See how aggressive Pattonville wants to be from the perimeter. 4 on the perimeter guarding for Pewaukee. It's Thames who's been electric from downtown tonight. Thames kicks, corner, 3 on the way. Would have been a big response, and it almost came back towards the net, but doesn't fall. And that was Rennell Johnson Jr. trying to fire one in.
We've seen the 3 ball a whole lot tonight. I almost wonder, though, if Pattonville might be better off trying to switch the game plan up, obviously, for Pewaukee. That has not wavered whatsoever, but maybe Pattonville switches it up just to try to get on the board.
Pattonville's best scorer so far has been Thames, has 15 of the Pirates' 23 points. Now it's Johnson Jr. driving, kicking, corner, 3 short, rebound, what a finish, and what a play from Justin Coleman, the senior number 10, on the other end, no, rebound Thames.
Backboard was rattling a little there, maybe it disrupted the shot.
And here's Coleman, Coleman to Thames. His backboards have been moving around all tournament long. How many dunks we've seen. Surprised they're not still moving around from Hansel Emmanuel as Kellen Thames steps back, puts it in.
If you haven't got a chance to watch Hansel Emmanuel yet, please do. He's coming tomorrow again. You can be here in person or live on ClutchSportsIL.com.
The Life Christian star, as electric as a player, folks, as you'll ever see. And another 3. It's Logan Doberstein. First time we've called his name, and it comes with a 3. We're going to get the statistics at halftime. Gavin, take your predictions now. What do you think they're shooting from the field percentage-wise?
That is a tough call. I mean, wow. Got to think on that one for a minute almost. It's going to be a high percentage. I'm going to go a little bit higher, between 55, 60%, somewhere in that range.
I was actually thinking 60 myself, so we'll see how that plays out. First free throw on the way from Hampton. If you're just joining us, a couple of things to unpack for you. The colors backwards on our score bug down bottom of your screen. That'll be fixed at halftime. Our score to eliminate any confusion. Pewaukee clad in red and black, 42. Pattonville, 28. And now 29 on the free throw. So Pattonville, 29. Pewaukee, your leader at 42. It's a 13-point lead. And Gavin, a lead that has been built largely on perimeter shooting. Pattonville has played a great game so far. Their offense moving. They've scored with plenty of efficiency. They just haven't been able to stop a barrage of three-pointers.
Yeah, the three-pointers, I mean, how do you stop it? Now they're taking it inside. Didn't get that to go, but how do you stop the three-pointers? I mean, they're way out there. I mean, you can barely guard that. And if you guard it, I'm sure Pewaukee has plenty of ability to also take it inside and score. So this is just a really lethal team. I mean, basically unstoppable.
Bradshaw, the mid-range falls, 42-31. And Josh Tarian called for, or he is fouled there. Foul called against Pattonville. And Janowski inbounds. Gets it to Tarian. Josh Tarian. Good effort thus far. Early stages of this one. Has been in on a lot of plays. Senior, one of the Pirates' better weapons. Nice find to the corner. And creating a look that falls a little bit short was Ashton Janowski. Everybody gets back. 10 seconds left in the half. Off the glass, count that, for Thames. And 5 seconds left for Pewaukee. Janowski pulling up, deep three, yes, at the buzzer, he knocked it down. Nick Janowski from the Tournament of Champions logo. 12 points for him and a 12-point lead for Pewaukee to enter the half.
I told you, Joey, no need to question if they're pulling up from the logo. I think their range may be at the other end of the court. I don't know if we'll get a chance to see them shoot one that far, but boy, they are good.
He'll jog it off to the locker room. His Pirates ahead of the other Pirates by 12. What a game we've seen. As much scoring as we've seen from any first half so far. Excited to see how the game continues to develop here. We'll get it down to the studio in just a second, but first, let's thank our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, tremendous host of the Tournament of Champions, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington, a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Buy Offering. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Offering Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Offering Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We are more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, and more. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. We are on our way to the Country Financial Tournament Studio with the latest from around the tournament. Down to Cody Roskins in the studio. Cody, what do you have for us?
Hello and welcome. Thank you, Joey, for that warm introduction. And we're down here at the Country Financial Tournament Central Studio. I'm Cody Roskins. Alongside me is Mr. Jonathan Michael. Jonathan, we've had a great day of action so far, and this Pewaukee-Pattonville game is also being played right behind us currently at halftime. But why don't you give us a quick rundown of the day's game so far?
Yeah, well, I've been here for every single one of them, usually behind the camera, but we've seen some great games today. First off, started with Metamora today. They played Joliet West. That was a great game. And then St. John Bosco, blowout win over Tinley Park. Very impressive. They really have started to improve as the week has gone on. They didn't play so well in their first game, but they've gotten better every single game. Trying to think of other big things that have happened today. Denmark Olar rebounded very nicely. Zachary Davis had a huge game. That was really, really fun to watch. Huge dunks there. And then just before this game, Pattonville and Pewaukee, Hansel Emmanuel, Angel Montas, and Life Christian Academy against Winston-Salem Christian. They took the loss. Winston-Salem, my word, what an impressive performance. They had 3 guys, I believe, that were all had at least 15 points.
Absolutely. Winston-Salem Christian, one of those teams that kind of came into the tournament a little bit later, didn't get in until about day 2 at midnight. And man, they have made a statement so far. A couple of big wins for the Lions on there. And they also played the Lions, of course, out of Life Christian Academy. And, of course, like you said, Emmanuel, he's as advertised, I guess you could say. A couple of monster dunks, big-time threes, and he's just electric anytime he steps on the floor.
Definitely. And I think the most impressive thing that I saw today was, well, first of all, I have a 1A and a 1B. The 1A was during the game, he had to pass. He went behind over his back and then ended up finishing the play with a slam after his teammate missed the shot. But in pregame warmups, I was watching him, and Hansel Emmanuel was draining shots from the volleyball line about just steps away from half court, and he was making 2, 3, sometimes even 4 in a row. And, I mean, his shooting touch was amazing. And he really shot the ball well today. In addition, with those big dunks, those big steals, he just electrifies the crowd.
Absolutely. He has a couple of offers out there. Tennessee State among those, according to 3-star. And we also saw another 3-star you touched on already, Zachary Davis, the 3-star commit to South Carolina, going to go play ball in the SEC next season. But we've also got a couple of more big-time players coming down. Mr. Shute, the Duke commit, will be in the nightcap game for St. Rita and Yorkville Christian. That might be the game of the tournament so far. It has the makings to be.
Definitely, and you look at highlight potential and the headliners for this game. If you want to advertise, if you're a movie theater, you want to advertise the biggest movie coming out, you put Yorkville Christian and St. Rita outside of Washington High School, because you're the Duke commit Jaden Shute, Illini commit Morez Johnson, James Brown also on St. Rita as well. Been very impressive. He's had some monster highlight dunks. So St. Rita is a great team. I think they'll give Yorkville Christian a challenge. I think they could even win that game. Honestly, KJ Vassar, though, I think he's the X factor for Yorkville Christian. If him and Jaden Shute could have 20, 25-plus point games, I think Yorkville Christian would look really good.
The pop-off potential is obviously there on both ends, but we've also got another game preceding this one. We've got Washington, the home team, against Urbana. Not necessarily a local rivalry, but two teams that know of each other and will play each other very physical. We saw Washington pack this place for their last home game. The Orange Crush showed out in force, and it'll be up to Isaac Mapson and company to get another home win.
Definitely. Washington, they played really good against the Kankakee K's on Tuesday night, and the home crowd's been rocking. They've been, for every time for Washington has played, they have just showed out in droves for this Panthers team. I expect there's not going to be many seats in the house. It's Friday night. Black Friday shopping's all done. What else is there to do but watch the Washington Panthers and the Urbana Tigers square off here at the Torrey Gymnasium? I'm looking forward to that one.
Absolutely. It should be noted that the Kankakee K's are a little shorthanded. Their football team still, of course, in the state playoffs. They're vying for a 5A state title, so best of luck to Kankakee in that regard. But their basketball team still took place today and gave it a little bit of a run of money. Wasn't the result they were necessarily hoping for. They'll be better next time out. I'm sure they'll be fine once they get all their weapons back. But once again, Jonathan, just throughout this tournament, we've seen the great fan atmosphere. And just walking to the studio right now during halftime, we noticed the amount of fans for Washington showing out. Looks like it's going to be a whiteout theme. Everybody dressed up in the white uniforms, white T-shirts, sweats, whatever they could find. And it should be a chaotic environment, to say the least.
Yes, I mean, we're sitting here in the lobby outside the Torrey Gymnasium, and the doors are opening, back and forth as all the fans are coming in. It's starting to get a little cold here. That late fall draft is starting to come in, but yes, the fans are starting to pack it in here for Washington, and these fans, they're showing up hours before the game. And on Tuesday night, the Life Christian Academy game, which was a game or two before the Washington game, that was packed because they obviously want to see Hansel Emmanuel. But I mean, this Washington community, they care more. They obviously care a lot about their Panthers, but they also care a lot about the other teams playing as well. They show to support, and anytime you have so much national talent coming to the city, you're going to want to see it regardless of who's playing. But like you said, the Panthers, huge home advantage tonight.
Absolutely, Jonathan. Lots to look forward to. I know personally I'm keeping my eye on the St. Rita game myself. I'll be on the call for color commentary on that one. But again, the potential for just explosive points, plays, dunks, alleys, whatever you want to call it, there's going to be a lot of that on display in that nightcap game, and it sets up a great day for tomorrow. We already saw, like you said, Life Academy go down. They'll play in the fourth place game against Western Reserve, who was victorious earlier today, and Western Reserve has also got a ton of talent on their squad, so that is also not a game to turn your chin at.
Definitely, and yeah, Case Western Reserve, they played really well today. I was really impressed with them, the way they were sharing the ball, and they also shot very well, put up a lot of points today. I believe they scored around 75, 76 somewhere, I want to say. Don't remember off the top of my head, but they had a great offensive performance, and they did all the little things right. Just we've seen some schools today not do the little things like making free throws, bad turnovers. They did all the little things right. They played really well. I'm excited to see them again tomorrow.
Absolutely, Jonathan. They took on QEA today, Quality Education Academy. Jelante Edwards had a monster throwdown on the baseline late in that one. The result was already decided by that point, but never to say the least, the athletes always willing to put on for the social media accounts, and Jelante Edwards putting the exclamation point on his afternoon. A stellar outing for him and the Pharaohs, even though they did come out on the losing end. But also, once again, touching on that Western Reserve effort, Tyler Linhart, the future Pac-12 player at Washington, the future Husky, put on a show, put up over 20 points again today. He's been a monster for Western Reserve.
Definitely, yeah. Him and also Apple Hands also as well. He had a great shooting stroke as well. I mean, it's a real complete team. Excited to see them and play it again tomorrow.
Absolutely. We're going to go ahead and throw it back up to the studio for Joey Wright and Gavin Russell. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Jonathan, from Country Financial Tournament Central back up topside. High atop Raymond R. Torrey Gym. It's continuing coverage of the Tournament of Champions presented by Country Financial, supporting the KB Strong Foundation. The tournament named in honor of late Washington Panthers boys basketball coach Kevin Brown, who fought a fight with glioblastoma until the end, fought hard. Glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. The tournament raising money for the KB Strong Foundation. If you would like to learn more about Coach Brown's story and learn more about how KB Strong is leading the charge and raising awareness for treating and hopefully one day curing glioblastoma, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. A lot of tremendous research towards treatments and ways to get around glioblastoma going on in the Peoria area. Believe it or not, it's a hotbed for glioblastoma research as it would happen. Washington, about 10 miles up the road, if that, from Peoria. So great to have those resources in Washington's backyard.
Absolutely. Peoria is has a great medical community. You know, the many great hospitals, a lot of great healthcare workers. We definitely appreciate their work that they've done, especially during COVID, and obviously to do some research on many deadly diseases.
It is a tremendous medical presence in Peoria, as you mentioned. OSF Hospital, St. Francis Hospital, Unity Point, OSF St. Francis one, Unity Point, the other hospital in Peoria, major player. As we have free throws coming up for Pewaukee. Now, if you're just joining us, as we kind of turn our attention back to the game, a free throw falls from Ashton Janowski. And Gavin, that was the storyline in the first half, was perimeter shooting for the Pewaukee Pirates, clad in red and black, leading 46-33. They shot the lights out from beyond the arc.
Good grief, they did. I mean, you just look up at the scoreboard with the point totals next to it. Man, everybody's getting involved. I mean, it feels like just about all the players that played meaningful minutes in that first half had at least 1 to 2 3-pointers. That's how good it was. And they weren't just hitting, you know, right up next to the three-point line. They were out on the logo even for the final three-pointer. So they really shows you how skilled they are. They are an excellent three-point shooting team.
That was Nick Janowski that beat the buzzer to end the first half. It is only a 14-point game. Pewaukee has a chance to build on their lead here. And Gavin, you were right, first half stat, they shot 55% from three-point land, to give you some idea of exactly how well they were from beyond the arc. Making more than you miss, always a good thing. Down low, twisting, not scoring.
I kind of like the way
Johnson, go ahead.
Sorry,
no,
not
good.
to cut you off, but, you know, I like the way Pattonville's switching things up here. Three-point shooting, you know, they're getting a little bit to go. Obviously, they've not struggled too bad from out there, but they need points just about every time down the floor to match Pewaukee. Take it inside. Try to get yourself some easier points.
It's a tough offense to shut down, and to that point, really have been impressed with Kellen Thames in the early stages of this one. Thames, 0 and black, ball in hand right now, guarded by another another 0. Kind of a rare number, 0, but our zeros today making it happen. Pewaukee, meanwhile, Josh Terrian playing defense. He's signed with Michigan Tech. Nick Janowski out there defending, but it's Mansilovich closing out, and a 3 for Pattonville. Big 3 that time.
Hey, if they get the open shot, why not take it?
Almost a ferocious putback down low for Pewaukee, but Pattonville has a little momentum. Floater, no. Foul called. Offensive foul, a charge against the Pirates, and that's the last thing they needed. Terrian took the charge.
Tough play right there, just trying to be aggressive, go to the hoop. Man, they are looking for that putback.
And there's a finger roll counted for Nick Janowski, one of the top 30 players in the 2024 recruiting class. Mentioned that at the top of the show. Oh, and what a move from Thames. Foul. Doesn't quite get the and one, but he'll have 2 at the line. And Terrian, the Michigan Tech commit, called for the foul. Can't believe it.
Yeah, it's a tough play right there. I mean, the refs may not always, you know, give you the call that you want. That's one of those plays that maybe you're better off not closing out quite as much. Didn't really give him a lot of space to land, and obviously that's going to be a foul quite a bit at the time if you don't allow this shooter space to get back on the ground. So definitely a good opportunity for Pattonville rather to continue to edge into this lead. 20 points now for him. He's looking to make it 21.
He got it right on cue. And just like that, it's an 11-point game. 21 points leads all scorers. Pewaukee has had a couple of players go off from the perimeter, but the scoring's been a little more balanced for them. They've gotten contributions from up and down the floor. 3 on the way, off, rebound, tipped around, and corralled finally by Ashton Janowski. Janowski brings it back. Ashton Janowski committed to Hillsdale College, and a 3, count it, it's Terrian.
Terrian has really impressed me. I think that's three-pointer number 3. We're keeping track.
It's fading away, Thames, no, still loose, rebound Pattonville, they need this. Kick out, 3 on the way from Umar Berry, falls. And the offense is starting to trade them back and forth.
They're just kind of hanging around. I mean, they haven't really made the move to get right back into it. Another 3. But they're hanging around for sure. I mean, keeping themselves within distance.
Well, but a costly unforced error there, but those will happen over the course of a game. A couple of subs coming in now for Pattonville. Mike Irving is in, as well as Umar Berry. Berry checked out, pardon me. I've given you bad information. No, Berry is in the game along with Mike Irving. Here's Bradshaw. Prater. Prater spins. No. Yes. The opposite. He got that to fall. And not Prater, but rather Terrian. Yeah, that was a bad sequence. I can't hide from that one.
No, we're getting it together out here. I mean, there's so much happening. There's so much scoring. It's hard to keep it all straight. On the day, we've seen a lot of defense at the TOC.
Berry would have gotten this crowd into it had that fallen. It didn't go. And Terrian will pull up a deep 3, short. And the fans wanted to see that one go in. That's the Panthers student section, the Orange Crush, filing in, ready to watch their Panthers host the Urbana Tigers in our next game. They wanted that one to go. It didn't quite. From the free throw line, no good from Thames. Pirates offense setting it up. Both teams the Pirates. Pewaukee red and black. Pattonville green and black. 3 deep, no. Rebound Thames. Thames with 21 points. Another 8 points from Zion Bradshaw, second on the team, but Thames takes it himself. Still loose down low, diving towards the corner. Pewaukee gets a chance to reset. Football pass! Second chance, ripped around. And a jump ball will favor Pattonville. Would have been a touchdown to Terrian.
Terrian has just been absolutely everywhere. I mean, you see him on the three-point line, nailing those down, and then where's he at? He's inside, making a wide receiver-esque catch. Can't get the layup to go, but, man, they are everywhere all over the floor. I mean, Pewaukee is just dominating on the offensive side of things so far.
Momcilovic in the corner. Pumped around. Wing. Down low. Momcilovic goes to work. Turns around. Short. Rebound to Thames. Thames has 21. Looking to build on that here. Lead back to 13. It's Allen. Allen goes to the wing. Bradshaw. Now tossed around. It's Hampton. Hampton to Mike Irving. Irving back. It's Thames. Thames on the wing. Thames steps back. A free throw. Air ball. Might have had a better chance had he not been forced to step back, Gavin, but good defense from Pewaukee. He did all he could to create a shot. Got the shot, didn't fall.
We talk about the offense so much for Pewaukee. I think we're totally neglecting the fact that they've really shut down Pattonville from, Pattonville's been making some shots. They've been getting some opportunities. And Pattonville is also a very good team, not to discredit them at all, but Pewaukee has prevented them from making that move to get back into it. You know, they've hung around, but they've really held that double-digit lead for a lot of this game. And, again, not allowing them to kind of make that move really shows a sign of a good team, a resilient team, a team willing to make adjustments on the fly. And Pewaukee's doing all of the above so far. They've just been an outstanding team to watch.
It has been tremendous fun watching these two teams go back and forth. There's the Pattonville huddle ready to break. Mentioned the Watt brothers, hail from Pewaukee, Wisconsin, went to Pewaukee High School. How about the Pattonville Pirates? They are a school that can boast the likes of 3 former MLB players, Scott Cooper, Brian Elkers, and Josh Fulgham, as well as Ken Jones, who played in the NFL. Down low, and now back out, now play and catch. Spinning is Momcilovic. Momcilovic goes to work and a foul down low. 22 fouls, 22. Zion Hampton. There's Janowski set to inbound. Janowski gets to Momcilovic. Momcilovic in trouble over his rival 22, and he makes it happen for a loud 2.
Love how the student section over there for Washington has kind of adopted Pewaukee for this game, it appears. They're getting into it.
It's always fun when the Orange Crush picks a team. They can really add a lot to your chances if they get behind you. In transition, Pewaukee, 3. Oh, what a 3 that was from Janowski in transition. Decided to take it, dropped it in.
Why not, right? I mean, you've been hitting them all. Might as well just take another one.
Heat check. And he's still hot. 17 points. 3 to respond, not quite. What a game this has been. Offense is still going. Look out. Finger roll. Yes, sir. For Terrian. Not Terrian, pardon me, but rather Logan Doberstein. And a foul on the offensive end. 2 free throws for Pattonville. Desperately needed. To the line will go Zion Hampton.
And just like that, blink of an eye, it's a 20-point game.
Pewaukee has really opened this one up. Free throw comes at an opportune time for Hampton. We really didn't see that coming. You know, the way this game started, both offenses were going back and forth, still are to some extent, but Pewaukee just has enough firepower. School of just north of 2,500 students. Produced 15 really good basketball players. 3 in the corner. Oh my goodness! Momcilovic, the next man to step up.
Man, oh man, I mean, they like this gym apparently. They might be trying to come back next year, see if they can top their performance. Boy, they have hit way too many three-pointers for me to even count.
Get you that total during the next game. We'll get stats after this game. They're officially being tabulated down at the scorer's table. So we'll keep you posted on that. My goodness. Ball fake, now corner. Thames gets past the defense. 1 man to beat, and he's defeated. Call that a big 2 for Kellen Thames. Up top, stepping in. I don't think that'll beat the buzzer. It won't. It was too late. A good effort that falls just short from Ashton Janowski.
Something maybe we can work on here during the break, or the break between the next game. I wonder if there's ever been a total for most three-pointers made in a game in TOC history. Maybe a record set. I'm not sure if they keep track of anything like that, but they could be well on their way. Pewaukee has scored a large chunk of their points off the 3-ball.
We'll see if we can get an answer for that. Might be in the program. We'll take a look. Tonight's sponsors, the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington, a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Buy Offering. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Offering Auto Group wants to buy all makes, models, and mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Upring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. More than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community. For more information, visit countryfinancial.com. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation leads efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Out of the break, it's Pattonville looking to get the offense going. Trailing by 19 as the quarter begins. Or not Cody, but rather Gavin Russell. Gotta say, of any game we've done that, so far that we might see a crazy comeback, this game's got that feeling.
There is potential there. 100% true. Pattonville's going to have to get out and run early. They're going to have to score early and somehow try to cool off Pewaukee from three-point range.
That's the key. If Pewaukee does get cold offensively, the likes of Thames might be able to step up. Nice find there. We talk about the scoring of Thames, but that's a big assist for Austin Prater.
That's a good start if you're Pattonville. Now you just got to limit Pewaukee's score.
3 on the way. Momcilovic off the mark. Rebound to Coleman. Coleman breaks the Pirates out. You can tell Ronell Johnson Jr. wanted the 3, but he's blocked down low. And the Pirates getting out and running. Momcilovic strong with one hand and the foul.
That's a big-time slam. That's a big boy slam right there, too. Putting the defender on a bit of a poster there.
Boy, as if they needed a statement. They just got it in a big way from Milan Momcilovic.
Put the cherry on top.
Oh, my goodness, in a big way. One of the better dunks we've seen, and we've seen a lot of them in this Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions 2K21.
They're talking about the dunk contest one of these years for the TOC, and I think that is definitely going to be a must. A lot of great athletic players with a great ability to dunk here this week.
3 on the way in the corner for Pattonville to respond. Not quite. That would be a tremendous addition to the Thursday slate, perhaps. Thanksgiving Day dunk contest. I could get down with that. Foul down low. Lone got fouled.
To be fair, Pattonville has really not played that bad. I mean,
they haven't.
I don't know how you're supposed to stop just absolute sheer dominance from three-point range. I mean, it's been defended most, if not all, of the time. They played well offensively, too, just ran into on the wrong day. They met Pewaukee on the wrong day, apparently.
Yeah, and it's just one of those days, you know, you live by the 3, you die by the 3. There will be days where Pewaukee hasn't been this effective from 3. They're one of the elite programs in Wisconsin, though, and for good reason. We can see why. It's a deep roster. Everyone has scored. But certainly you've got to think that maybe if you catch them on a different day where they're not quite as hot, with how good the Pattonville offense has been, it'd be a different story. But nevertheless, the credit lies with Pewaukee in this one as they continue to add to the lead. Nick Janowski. Oh, and a big finish from Thames. Pattonville says, we've got something left in the tank.
That one was so good, it got the Orange Crush up on their feet. I know they didn't necessarily pick Pattonville for this game as their favorite team, but boy, they got up for that one.
They absolutely did. For good reason. Thames has been impressive. When we talk about the most impressive player in this one, Thames has got to be right up in that conversation. 25 points for Thames.
Most definitely. I mean, individual-wise, he's been really good.
Cleaned up by Momcilovic. He knocks that in. Would have been an acrobatic three from Janowski on the initial miss. Under 5 minutes to play. And in transition, watch out, Janowski, and he whispers it in there. Takes a little off the top. Got everyone ready, and the layup, 2 points just the same. The old-fashioned way to do it takes us to a timeout, a full timeout, and a great time to thank tonight's sponsors. Let's start with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city, known for its mix of diverse restaurants and businesses. Check it out during the TOC. A lot to check out in Washington. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. Fast, easy, safe, and secure at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. And financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, a proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the floor. Today, the KB Strong Foundation that bears his name does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Big three out of the timeout from Thames, who has 28 now on the evening. And one of the most impressive players on the floor. Three to respond, no dice. Rebound, Pewaukee.
Thames has been really good, and individual-wise, he's probably been the best individual in this game.
Off the mark. Pirates get out and run it. Momcilovic steps, blocked, fouled first. Would have been a nice block from Thames. Still was a nice swap, but the foul before that.
Yeah, he went charging in there as they're going to send some of the starters to the bench, but he got positioned pretty clearly and takes the charging call.
Pattonville resets things. Kellen Thames gets it to go. Thames up to 30 points, leads all scorers, believe it or not.
Added to the list of 30-point performances we've had here in the TOC. Not been a ton of them because it's obviously very difficult to do, but he's on a short list of really good players to go for 30-plus now. But just overshadowed by the three-point making of Pewaukee.
At the line is Janowski, first free throw off the mark. Looking to see, Gavin, if we can get any information about most three-point makes as a team in tournament history. We do not have that in front of us. The most three-pointers in a single game at the Tournament of Champions was Noah Wells from Champaign Central, hit 11 in a game in 2014. Matt Roth, Washington star, 34 career three-pointers at the TOC is a career mark. A single tournament record, Brandon Frederick of St. Louis Confluence hit 22 in 2017. At that single tournament, that was a record. Knocked away, and Pewaukee's going to get a chance.
Maybe not a single individual record here for Pewaukee, but team-wise, everybody's been going. I mean, you name it, there's another one.
And he knocked it in, Pewaukee. And the Orange Crush has adopted the Pirates as their own on a three from Momcilovic. And he's knocked down a couple tonight.
Way too many players to even name for Pewaukee that have been nailing down the threes. It just, everybody's contributing. Great team effort.
Three off the mark from Pattonville. Single game tournament scoring record, single player, and it's a tie. You'll recognize one of the names, Zion Williamson, Spartanburg Day School in South Carolina, 50 points in a game in the 2016 tournament. Jaquan Lewis, Dixon County, 2012, knocked in 50 as well.
.30 is still a very impressive mark.
I was going to say, that's where I was taking that next. Even falling 20 points off of Zion Williamson's mark. 30 points, he'll take that in a game any day of the week. On a Friday in this case. Not too many players, or I should say a couple of players from Pewaukee, not all that far off of that. Leader on the floor right now, 19 points for Momcilovic. Minute 43. This game has gone the way of the Pewaukee Pirates, despite a spirited effort from Pattonville at the line for a couple of free throws now, the Pirates.
These are definitely two teams that I would thoroughly enjoy seeing at the next TOC. Obviously, they're one and done here, and some of these starters going to go out. Nice big hand from the Orange Crush, the Washington student section. But both these teams I'd really enjoy to see back. Maybe something in the works with that, but very skilled, very impressive. A lot of offense from both sides.
That was Jordan Miller at the line. An offensive showcase. That's why they play in the shootout series by Titan Industries. Pewaukee trying to work on a couple of things here. Late 90 seconds to play. 3 on the way, off the mark. That one was from Kion Devantes. A reminder to stay tuned next for Urbana and tournament host Washington. That game will get going about 10 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Tipped around and a finish down low. Pewaukee's getting contributions from everybody. Nathan Schroeder.
Why not add a few more, right?
That's right. Deep 3 on the way and in. Pattonville not quite done yet. Torrey Allen, the junior, for 3.
Once again, it is called shootout for a reason.
And we continue that trend right there. How about that one from Logan Doberstein? Deep 3, heat check. Almost went in from here, looked good. But out of bounds it goes. Pewaukee will take over with 35 seconds left. Gavin, final thoughts from this one as we start to wrap this game up. Pewaukee may just dribble out the clock.
Well, I thought we had the three-point contest yesterday. Looks like it's carried over to today in Pewaukee and Pattonville going at it.
Not quite going to dribble it out. Why would you when you're shooting like this? Unbelievable. Colin Osterman. Pattonville's going to get in on this fun, I think, here with one more 3. Pewaukee will fall just a little bit shy of the single tournament scoring mark this tournament, 92 from Yorkville Christian. And Pewaukee won't try to get to 90. That's how this one ends, an 88-59 win. An exciting game to watch, goes the way of Pewaukee.
Great job from Pewaukee right there. The battle of the Pirates, the Pattonville Pirates, the Pewaukee Pirates. Both doing a great job in this game. Again, I'd love to see both these teams again down the road. Fun to watch on both sides. I mean, the offense, if you're a fan of offense, this was the game for you. It's most definitely just really entertaining game. Love the spirited fight from Pattonville, but Pewaukee, incredibly impressive.
Both these teams early in their seasons going to be fun to watch as they continue their respective campaigns. Pewaukee in Wisconsin, Pattonville in Missouri. Quick word for our sponsors before we go down to the studio, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC by Offering. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Offering Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OfferingAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Titan Industries as well, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court today. The KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Both the Pirates being honored on the floor after playing their lone game in the Titan Industries Shootout Series. We'll go down to Cody Roskins in the studio for the latest. Cody, take it away.
Country Financial Tournament Central halftime show, post-game show. I'm Cody Roskins. Currently sitting here with you to bring you a recap of today's action. We have just concluded the game between Pewaukee and Pattonville. Pattonville, of course, falling to Pewaukee out of Wisconsin. A great showing for them. A lot of dunks. I'm sure Joey and Gavin had a great time calling that one. But as a quick recap of earlier day's action, we saw Metamora take the court today. Obviously, they took care of business as well as Metamora, able to finally get back at it after their early start. They dropped their first couple of games as none other than Colton Kaler finally making the run down from the PA spot. Colton, welcome back, buddy.
Welcome back. It's good to be back. It's a little chillier out here than earlier.
Yeah, I should have figured. Said Metamora and coffee come running. But good to have you back in the studio. Just kind of shooting the breeze for a little bit, but pleasure to have you back down here. You just got done working as the production assistant for the last Pewaukee and Pattonville game. Give us a quick breakdown of what you saw.
A lot of shooting, a lot of points, I'll tell you that. That was an entertaining game to watch. I mean, Pewaukee, they're kind of that Yorkville Christian-like team where they play defense, they play good defense, but they like to trap, they like to get out and run, and they like to shoot threes. I mean, everyone on that team, I can tell you right now, can shoot threes. And there was a lot of impressive players in that game, and even Pattonville. I mean, they're a good team, and I mean they got taken out tonight. But no, it was a good game. Two great teams, a lot of great players on both teams, and it was just a fun game to watch.
Absolutely was. I was able to catch a few glimpses here and there, trying to set up some future interviews, maybe having some big things in the works, so we'll keep you in tune for that. But, of course, we've got two really good games coming up next. Urbana and Washington, the home team Washington, getting ready to take the floor in their home gym. Always a raucous environment with the Orange Crush rallying behind them, but a tough Urbana team coming off a really good win last time out.
Yeah, it's going to be a great contest tonight between Urbana and Washington. I've mentioned this multiple times this week. I've seen this gym at its fullest a lot. I've had my heart broken by that student section and by Washington before. I can vividly remember when we came over here, it was Metamora, Washington, and Washington was by far the better team. I believe it was Alec Peters' senior year, and we had controlled the game we had played a phenomenal game, and Washington kind of slowly, it was a close game, and Metamora was up 1, and Washington had the ball about half court, and they ran a little backdoor screen. They threw an alley-oop to Peters, who caught it and laid it in at the buzzer. Broke my heart on a Friday night. The student section rushed the court. I've never seen this place louder, but it's a fun place to play. But Urbana's going to be up for a tough test.
Absolutely. Urbana, again, coming in victorious last time out, much like Washington. Washington, however, played a shorthanded Kankakee team, who's, of course, a football team we've iterated a couple times, is vying for a 5A state title. So good luck to the K's in that regard. But also, we've got another game following that one, St. Rita out of Chicago. A little bit of Chicago battle coming up as Yorkville Christian is set to do battle.
Yeah, St. Rita bring in the Illinois recruits, Morez Johnson Jr., obviously the face of that team, a sophomore, already signed and committed to play. Well, not signed yet, but he's verbally committed to play at the University of Illinois with head coach Brad Underwood. They play tonight. That game got underway about 28 minutes ago or so. They play at home tonight, but unfortunately, I was hoping to see Coach Underwood here this week, but we couldn't get it. It's all right, but a lot of Illinois fans are here tonight in support of Morez Johnson Jr., but they've got a very tough test in Yorkville Christian. Yorkville Christian has their progress throughout the years that I've seen them. It's unbelievable to see where they are now to when I first saw them, and that's much to do with Jaden Shute. I mean, he's just phenomenal, as advertised, as we've mentioned, and it's going to be a very good game, and you could not ask for a better game to end your night on than this game right here between Chicago St. Rita and Yorkville Christian. But got one more game before that.
Absolutely do. Cannot grace over Urbana and the host team, Washington. The Panthers and the Tigers getting ready to do battle. Both share similar color schemes. Both share the same state, so something's got to give in that regard. Someone's got to rock the color scheme a little bit better. But moving on, of course, we've talked about all the teams, of course, but it's worth saying there are a lot of high-profile recruits coming into this tournament. We've seen recruits to the SEC, ACC, the Pac-12, missing out on the Big 12 and a little bit of the other minor conferences, but nevertheless, we are not shorthanded on talent.
No, not shorthanded at all. And there was actually a player in the last game from Pattonville that's actually headed to Southern. So it's another Valley team, I believe. Had a chance of going to Mizzou, but he decided to go to Southern instead. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes, or see how he fits in the Missouri Valley. But it'll be interesting to see where things go. I mean, it's a lot of great recruits, and that's what you always look forward to in this tournament is the great players that you have that you're able to watch and enjoy, and it's what makes this tournament so special.
Absolutely does. Of course, the KB Strong Foundation, we've mentioned it numerous amounts of times throughout the broadcast so far and the days leading into the TOC. They've done such a great job of putting on this event. Of course, it's still going on for a great cause for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer that unfortunately took the life of head basketball coach Kevin Brown of Washington, but still the memory lives on, and I haven't seen a frowning face in the stands yet today, even through day 4. It's been a great event.
It's been a fantastic event. They do such a good job over here every year. They do such a great job of running this tournament, and especially now that it's in Coach Brown's memory. I never knew Coach Brown personally, but just from as an opposing fan watching him, he reminds me a lot of Coach Greaves, where when you're on your team, you're going to work, and he demands a lot out of you, but he gets the most out of you, and it brings out the best in each player.
Absolutely. The Mid-Illini Conference, foes when they play, but off the court, nothing but family. Mid-Illini Conference, one of the premier athletic conferences in the state of Illinois, in the central part of Illinois. I know, of course, you've got your partial ties to Metamora. Me, from coming out of state and kind of seeing this from a different point of view from the average fan, just because, again, some of these teams did travel quite a ways to partake in the KB Memorial Tournament of Champions, and I think it's just a very special tournament indeed, Colton. When you look at all the different aspects, you get the high-profile recruits, you get the undersized teams coming in, you've got teams with players not necessarily being recruited or having offers with the chips on their shoulder and a massive platform to play on.
I'll tell you what, 2 years ago there was this team from Dora, Missouri. They came in, they had a school of 90 kids, and they on their basketball team they had, I believe, triplets, and then they had a kid who is at Missouri State right now. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. And that team could play. I mean, for a school for 90 kids, they went on to win the Missouri State Championship. And that group had stuck together for a long while. They'd played together for a long while. And they came in here, and they rocked the doors off of this place. Coming in, everyone's like, school of 90. No, they were a fan favorite by the time they left. And that just speaks to the tournament of what teams they bring in and how these players play.
Speaking of state of Missouri and fan favorites, of course, we saw Vashon out earlier today, the reigning state champions out of the state of Missouri, coming from St. Louis. But also fan favorites, of course, we saw Hansel Emmanuel take the court earlier today. And even though his team came out in a losing effort, it was still an electric atmosphere for the second straight time watching that young man take the floor.
Oh, he's just so special. And we could probably sit here and talk all day about him, just how special that he is, and made another highlight play with the block, went down and got the dunk. He started with a dunk to start the game. I mean, you could just go on, and he's such an inspiration to so many, and he's such just a great player to watch. And it's just one you can sit there and watch all day.
Absolutely, of course, lost his left arm in a building accident at the age of 6, coming from the Dominican Republic. And Colton, it's just been an inspiration, like you said, to so many. And as our time is beginning to wind down here, we're not going to throw it back just quite yet, but it is worth noting just how many he means to the Dominican Republic area. And I only recently learned today he's a big baseball fan as well, obviously coming from the Dominican Republic. He's also met some MLB players. He's just traveling the world and seeing so much of it from his point of view, I'm sure is very special.
Yeah, not often do you see a high school student that already has an agent, that already has someone kind of walking around making sure, no one's trying to mess with him or anything. But he's just so special. And we're so lucky to have him here this year, not only to see him play, but for the tournament, we're so lucky to have Life Academy here. but it's very special, as you mentioned, and I did see the Dominican Republic. They do follow him well in the YouTube chat. You can see there was a lot of messages in Spanish or words that we could not understand. But I will say I want to give a shout out to our guy Paco, who's done, I believe, 2 interviews now. But he definitely did an interview with Hansel Emmanuel in Spanish, he's much more comfortable speaking in that language, and it just speaks to kind of what we can bring here with Clutch Sports is Paco stepping up big time for us.
Absolutely. Francisco Alonso did a great interview with Hansel Emmanuel, and once again we're getting prepped and ready for Urbana taking on Washington. I'm sure a lot of the local fans and players taking it in, fans watching at home are getting ready to take it in. It's been quite a showcase as once again the Tigers and Panthers, Colton. It's not necessarily, again, an annual rivalry, but these two teams definitely, when they get together, it's a hotly contested affair.
Yeah, it is. It's two local-ish, speaking in terms of this tournament. Urbana just down the road, rather. One thing I'm looking for out of Washington is Isaac Mapson. Last night, he was huge. I think he had like a 10-0 run himself. He's going to be such a big part of this Panthers team, and I think if you're able to get him going tonight against Urbana, our good friend Joey's alma mater, he'll be watching intently those Tigers. I don't know last night he was on the call for the game, but he knows a lot about the team. But Washington, Isaac Mapson is going to be the guy to go to, and they've got some other key pieces that they're trying to bring in. But Isaac Mapson's kind of been the mainstay in that Panthers program for the last 2 years, and he's big last year. Washington lost a lot of key pieces from last year. But Braden Vanderheit, he'll be ready to go as well. The younger brother of Devin. It's a family name here in Washington is the Vanderheits, but the Panthers they're good. They coming off the Mid-Atlantic Championship last year. They're going to be ready to contend again. But they've got a couple other schools knocking on their door. Morton's going to be good in the Mid-Atlantic. Obviously, Metamora, they're here as well, off to a rough start, but they've played very good competition. But I'm excited to see what we'll see out of the Panthers tonight. Maybe if Isaac Mapson can get going again.
Absolutely. Again, Isaac Mapson off to a 10-0 run to start their last contest against the Kankakee K's. And when we take a look at this matchup, Urbana last time out, a victor over Denmark Olar, a really good team in their own right. Zachary Davis, the 3-star commitment to South Carolina, the future Gamecock, will go play ball in the SEC this upcoming school year. And he's just been lights out. I mean, he didn't have a stellar first game, but game 2, you could tell he was out on a mission.
Yeah, Zachary Davis is a very special player, and Gavin did an interview with him earlier today, and you can see how close that team is. And they're all standing around out here waiting for him to get done with his interview, and he was able to shout them out during the interview. But, I mean, man, you want to talk about some highlight plays. He has some highlight plays earlier today, and Gavin made a very good, kind of comparison. He thinks when he looks at Zachary Davis, he looks kind of like a Kevin Durant, a guy that can play multiple positions. He can shoot the ball. He can get inside, do the dirty work. It's a very special player, and Kentucky's getting a good one. Or, South Carolina's getting a good one.
Absolutely, they are. Kind of that Slim Reaper role, spot up. He says he views himself as a big with the skills of a guard, but he likes to play the perimeter first and foremost, a pass-first mentality. Always good. He likes to get his teammates involved, and it shows in his assist numbers. But speaking of those highlights, you can catch all of those highlights on our social medias at Clutch Sports IL on Instagram and Twitter. We've got a great crew running those social medias so far. A highlight that comes to mind today for me was Jamonte Young. Alley-oop on the back end of a losing effort, but along the baseline, had a posterizing finish, and that was also a game that necessarily isn't getting the credit it deserves, but was a great one as well.
There's a couple that come to mind. There was one, I believe, from Ethan Kaiser and Metamora's loss today. There was one from Zachary Davis. It was a putback finish. Oh, boy, was that special. Did a little twirl off the rim. Obviously, Hansel Emmanuel, you can go on about him. But I'm telling you what, there are going to be some highlights coming out of this last game tonight at 9:15. So if you're at home and you're able to come, I would recommend being here in person. It's a little bit more special. But if you're not tuning in, we thank you for tuning in on Clutch Sports IL and enjoy, what we have left here tonight, because there will be some highlight plays.
Absolutely. We're getting set and primed for, again, Urbana and Washington. I'm sure comment section in Washington getting ready to tangle up. But as we hear the PA system going behind us, still waiting confirmation to be able to throw it back to the booth. But, Colton, when we take a look again, these two teams, Jamonte Young was a monster in that win over Denmark Olar, put up around 30 points, and it was looking kind of rough for him there. He got a little banged up after being posterized by Young, and it's just a big factor for this Urbana team. They also have Cobb, who can spot up and shoot. He came in and gave them, I believe, like 13 of their first 17 points. He's been a monster as well, and those are two names we're really going to have to watch in this upcoming game.
Yeah, Urbana had a rough game first game out, and like a lot of teams, you see that first game, they're trying to get everything, in gear. They're trying to get, everything, going in the right direction, and sometimes they're just not able to get it going. And it's like St. John Bosco. That first game, the travel had a lot to do with a little bit of their poor performance that night against Metamora. They came out, they looked phenomenal, and they looked phenomenal again today in their blowout win over Tinley Park. So Urbana, look for them to continue to get better tonight, and especially against a tough team against Washington, coming into a very tough environment. But they're going to be up for the challenge because it's November, it's Thanksgiving, and it's basketball season.
Absolutely. Still the start of the season for the majority of these teams. It's almost serving as a season tip-off tournament here, even though it serves a much bigger purpose in the local area. But again, Colton, as we kind of look down the landscape of these games, it's a common factor throughout. We've seen struggles on the inbound plays, free throw line, and especially as we get to tomorrow, when we get to championship weekend, those will play a large role, and I'm sure coaches will be trying to correct that in the limited time that they have.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. With 35 games this week, it'd be tough to be an official with everyone here. But I'll tell you what, after about the end of this week, I may not know what a foul is because there's not been a lot of whistles, and it's a good thing they're not getting paid by the whistles because they'd not be making a lot of money. But, you got to do what you can because, especially in a tournament like this, you've got to keep games, in the time period. But also, you don't want to bog the game down with fouls, and especially – with top teams like this, you want to, let it get a little physical. It might bring out a little bit different play from either team, and it might create a little highlight that we might see.
Once again, as we hear the Star-Spangled Banner behind us beginning to conclude, that means it's almost time to tangle between the Tigers and the Panthers, as once more, Urbana and Washington, these two in-state schools, looking to rally it together. We've gotten the 1 minute cue left. Colton, we've done, I think, a good job of stretching this a little bit. We're having a little bit of necessarily troubles, but just rearranging some stuff in the booth upstairs. And so we thank everybody for sticking with us so far. Urbana and Washington will be coming up here in just a few moments. All right, and with that cue from Charlie Schermerhorn right behind the camera for Cody Roskins, it's Colton Kaler. We're signing off, sending it back up to the booth. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Cody. Thank you, guys. It's time for basketball. Inside Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium at Washington Community High School in Washington, Illinois. Just 2 games left in the 4th day of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And a good one on tap here. Tournament host Washington hosting Urbana. 2 teams 1-1 at the tournament, looking for a big win. Washington on its home floor, Urbana in enemy territory. It's a battle of the big cats, the Panthers of Washington, the Tigers of Urbana. Hello, everybody, and welcome into the broadcast. Joey Wright alongside Gavin Russell. Gavin, the way Urbana played last night, you'd be hard-pressed to say anyone could beat them, although that win against Denmark Olar looked a lot different than a tough loss against St. Rita in their first game out. Conversely for Washington, pretty much the same story. I guess not conversely, but similarly for Washington. Looked really good against Kankakee, but some struggles in game 1 against Yorkville Christian. Yorkville Christian and St. Rita, of course, will play next. Winner on to the Washington Invitational title game tomorrow. What are you looking for? I've talked enough.
Well, there's a lot to unpack with these games. I mean, when you get through a whole week like this, number one, you're starting off the season, so you got to think most, if not all of these teams participating here at the TOC, these are the first games they've played all year. You got to imagine even the most experienced of guys, leading the way, Isaac Mapson, Kevin Cobb, a couple of big senior leaders for their respective teams. Still got off to a slow start. Obviously, Mapson coming off a football season. Panthers still without one of their best players, Drew Lewis, to start the year with an injury. A lot to unpack, but once again, they got their legs under them. They're playing better basketball now. They had tough matchups to start the year, and really they're looking to just get back into the win column. Washington fired up on the home floor. Urbana looking to play a bit of a spoiler here in day 4 at the TOC.
Let's start with Isaac Mapson. as you see the Panthers make their way back to home base, the bench. Mapson, this guy's clutch. Where Clutch Sports Media makes sense that we would break that out, but for Mapson it rings so true. Go back to football season, catches what winds up being the game-winning touchdown pass against Pekin in Week 6, just 8 seconds left. Kind of gives you an idea what he can do on a different playing surface. But for the Panthers, a staple of this varsity program, Eric Schermerhorn knows exactly what he can get from Mapson, and that's a 6'6 presence down low, can do it all, aggressive in the low post, tenacious to the basket, can also shoot a little bit. In the absence of Drew Lewis, another Panthers basketball star, a little banged up from football season, we'll see him in a couple of weeks. Mapson's kind of taken on a little bit of a different role than normal.
For sure, Devin Vanderheit was kind of the man last year. He was the big presence inside. Washington doesn't necessarily have that same size factor that they did with Vanderheit, but, Isaac Mapson still at 6'6". He's a long player. He's got a lot of skill inside as well. Can really do it all, and he's a guy that no doubt we watch quite closely when Washington plays.
Washington Tournament of Champions co-director Sean Powell talking on the floor now. Sean Powell addressing a packed Raymond Dar Torrey Gymnasium. There you get a look at Sean Powell in this ceremony in honor of Urbana Tigers head coach Verdell Jones. He's going into the TOC Den of Honor, an inductee this season, being honored here before the game. The Tigers have been a staple of this tournament for a couple of seasons. And Verdell Jones gets a nice standing ovation from the Orange Crush, the Panthers student section, and several others in this gym. Gavin, a sidebar. I'm an alum of Urbana High School myself. Coach Jones took over the program my junior year of high school. Got to know him a little bit in those 2 years and since, as we've crossed paths a couple of times. A man of tremendous character, integrity. Anytime I would talk to him, hey, how's the team doing? How's this guy doing? Basketball questions. He would always connect it back to the 4 floors of life. Always connect it back in some way to the values he tries to instill in his players: character, integrity, honesty, just being a good person on and off the floor. So tremendous to see Verdell Jones inducted into the Tournament of Champions Den of Honor. Coach Jones, it is a well-deserved honor.
He's a very standout guy. He's a great leader, no doubt. Urbana is, very well coached. They're a disciplined team. And, hey, they're looking to get the W tonight on the home floor, maybe get a W for Verdell Jones. Nice little extra addition, a cherry on top, so to speak.
A little bit. That's going to fire you up as a player. Jermontre Young kicks off the Tigers starting lineup, and Gideon Kapongo to follow. See if they come out with maybe a little extra boost. Jermontre Young, the first Tiger to be introduced. Colin Filkins comes out now after Kapongo, and Kevin Cobb and Layden Daniels will round out the lineup here. Let's talk Tigers. Talked about Isaac Mapson for the Panthers. Gavin, last night we saw Urbana put on a tremendous display from all over the floor against Denmark Golar. It started with Jermontre Young. It ended with Kevin Cobb. 31 points for Young, 21 points for Cobb.
Kevin Cobb is a really outstanding player, and I had Kevin's father, Kevin's younger brother, come up to me earlier today and let us know that they really appreciate what we're doing the coverage-wise here. So big shout-out to Kevin Cobb's family for tuning in, appreciating our coverage. We appreciate your viewership out there, but Kevin Cobb is an outstanding player. Jermontre Young, too. He's really, really good. And when one can start and one can finish, you've got a really good dynamic to do it.
Going to be fun to watch Young and Cobb. Panthers being introduced. There's Isaac Mapson, who we talked about a moment ago. There's the 6th man, the Orange Crush. A lot of people in the Middle-Illini Conference would tell you it's the best student section in the conference. An 8-team group that includes the likes of Metamora, Dunlap, Morton. All tough places to play, but folks would tell you this is the toughest place to play. Day after Thanksgiving, the Panthers faithful have turned out. There are a few empty seats in the gym, but not many. This place is going to get loud. It's going to be a good nightcap to this tournament, too. A lot of these folks will stick around for St. Rita and Yorkville Christian afterwards. Full starting lineup for Washington, led by head coach Eric Schermerhorn in his third full season. Jake Stewart, Isaac Mapson, Jamari White, Andrew Coker, and Braden Vanderheit. Same lineup the Tigers, or rather the Panthers, have gone with the first 2 times out of the TOC. Eric Schermerhorn calls out some last-second adjustments to his team. Real quick on Eric Schermerhorn, as we talked about Verdell Jones a moment ago. Tremendous man. Eric Schermerhorn has been tremendous to us, tremendous to his team. His players like to play for him. They're going to be fired up to play on their home floor, Game 3 of the season.
Panthers ready to go. The Orange Crush jumping in the background. How about a quick look at the jerseys? A little white on gray action.
Panthers in white, Tigers in gray. A strange opening tip-off. We'll rack and stack and do it again. Layden Daniels going against Andrew Coker. Layden Daniels wins the tip. Urbana starts things off. We're underway on ClutchSportsIL.com. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions continues. Here's Colin Filkins for the Tigers. A 3 to start things off, falls.
Well, we're setting the tone early, apparently, from three-point range. Something in the air, maybe.
Colin Filkins, not a guy that's jumped out and grabbed us. First 2 times we've seen the Urbana Tigers. But a 3 starts off the scoring. Foul defensively for the Tigers. It'll stay against Urbana. You can't do that chance starting early. This has the feeling of a game that's going to come right down to the wire. Braden Vanderheit inbounding for Washington. Inbounds finds Mapson. Mapson fouled, and 2 quick fouls for the Tigers in the opening 29 seconds, Gavin. Tigers are going to want to clean this up.
For sure. You can't get into foul trouble. Washington's a disciplined team. They're not going to miss a lot of their free throws. You know, we've seen some teams struggle out there.
Micah Brewer responds to Colin Filkins with a 3 of his own.
Micah Brewer's been out there a lot for the Panthers their first couple of games. Hasn't shown up a whole lot in the stat sheet, but he's been out there playing hard. He's an athletic player, and obviously he's got the ability to knock down the 3 on occasion.
Cobb looks, finds Layden Daniels. Free throw, bank open. Late at 7:50 on a Friday night. You get a look top right of your screen. The Orange Crush looks like a whiteout theme tonight. Jake Stewart, ball in hand. Filling the role vacated by departing senior Ethan Mounts, was big for the Panthers last season. Stewart, a knockdown shooter, as is Micah Brewer. I was talking with Eric Schermerhorn yesterday at the Tournament of Champions Thanksgiving banquet. And Coach was telling us Micah Brewer is lethal a shooter as you find. He said he's a streaky shooter. Once he gets hot, he's really tough to stop. Has the ball in hand, now gets over to Mapson. Mapson, mid-range, short. Rebound, gets his own rebound, and kicks it out. Braden Vanderheit now to Stewart. 3, top of the key. Not quite. Another offensive rebound and a tussle for it. And the Tigers will take over. Kapongo will inbound.
Love the hustle from Jamari White of Washington. He's been all over the place to start out the year. Kind of Drew Lewis role almost. Jamari White has stepped up huge. 6'3" junior.
Here's Jermontre Young, 31 points last night. Trying to get on the board for the first time tonight. Short off the rim. Mapson corrals the rebound. Up we go with Brewer. Brewer to the corner and White. White to Mapson. Mapson. Nifty pass back to Stewart. Jake Stewart back to Mapson. 3 from the wing. Little too much on it. Jermontre Young home for the board. Kicks, finds Cobb. Schermerhorn, you see right side of your screen, blue shirt and tie. Not liking what he's seeing defensively, but now he is. Mapson one-on-one, blocked by Cobb.
Nice adjustment by Kevin Cobb. That easily could have been a big slam that would have got the Orange Crush going.
Instead, it's a block that keeps the Tigers faithful into it. Tigers have brought a couple of fans. It's only about a 90-minute trip. Washington a little bit off of Interstate 74. But not a Hard trip for an Urbana fan, parent, student, who have you to make on a Friday night, day after Thanksgiving. Nearing the 8 o'clock hour. Vanderheit with contact, no. Rebound, Coker. Coker battles and scores. Andrew Coker, the senior.
Kevin Cobb was on the floor right in the middle of that, just trying not to get stepped on. Surprised no call from the ref.
They play on. Cobb winds up okay. And here's Young. Handoff to Kapongo. Kapongo tries to get it to the corner, and Filkins, who opened the scoring tonight, can't do it. Brewer in transition. Stewart fights through the lane, not quite. Rebound Urbana. Chris Roseman pushing ahead on Brewer. Off balance, doesn't fall. Coker sets up the offense. Stewart, corner. Back to Stewart, top of the key, swinging around, wing three, short from Coker. Both teams started hot, making their early shots, Gavin, but the scoring has cooled as we've reached about the midway point of the first quarter. I suppose we're still 27 seconds shy of that mark.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be in store for yet another offensive slugfest, as we saw in our last game here on Clutch Sports Media. Apparently, we're going to get maybe some streaky plays, maybe get hot at certain times, but the defense has obviously stepped up for both sides, and both teams need to keep it close, keep it within striking distance.
Young, senior guard, guarded by Mapson. So many players on both of these teams have played with each other for years. Two teams with really good chemistry. Everyone knows where everyone's going to be before they're there. Corner three on the way, and count that one for Jamari White, the junior.
He's filled that role that Drew Lewis kind of vacated with his injury right now so well, and nice defense there. He's going to get the foul, but Jamari White is a guy that now that they can, when they bring Drew Lewis back, whether they choose to keep starting him or bring him off the bench, they found a real asset out of that junior, and boy, it just goes to show how deep the Panthers are again this year.
Would make, if they moved him to a bench role, a terrific sixth man, maybe one of the best sixth men in the Mid-Illini Conference. Inbounded to Dermontre Young, and a quick note on Drew Lewis, who the Panthers expect to have back in due time. Just a guy that can play both sides of the ball. Good scorer on offense, a game-winning block against Morton in this gym last season. 57-56 win for the Panthers. Out of bounds, and the Panthers will take over.
Something that benefits Urbana here. They played against a really high-level scorer, Zachary Davis, out of Denmark Olar. Similar type player, Isaac Mapson. Obviously, Mapson not quite as athletic, but similar height, similar size.
Brewer in the corner for three, dials it up.
They did not, though, see a lethal three-point shooter like that, and unable to stop it right there.
Micah Brewer, junior, making a big impact. First couple of varsity starts. Rosemond loses it, stolen by Coker. Out in transition, 2-on-2. Coker spins, can't quite score, but Jamari White says, "I've got you, Andrew," takes care of the basket.
Thought Coach Vertil Jones may go for a timeout. We got a stoppage right here.
Officials conferring, and a foul away from the ball on Mapson. And there's Eric Schermerhorn, third full season at the helm of these Panthers, was the longtime assistant coach of Kevin Brown. 36-14 entering this season. I suppose it's easy math to say he's 37-15 now. Didn't necessarily like the call against Mapson, but gives Mapson the proper adjustment.
It's a game of adjustments.
And a quick note on Schermerhorn's record, that only includes his 3 full seasons now, not the season that he coached alongside Kevin Brown, the 2018-19 season.
Eric Schermerhorn, was able to learn a lot from Kevin Brown, how to guide this program. He's done a great job so far. Eric Schermerhorn's a great guy. We've really appreciated all his help he's given us this week.
Here's Young out, down low. Glass not kind. Young hits the floor. He'll get up. Panthers running. Down low. What a finish in transition. Not quite a finish, but a blocking foul called. And a chance to finish him manually at the stripe for White.
Originally, I didn't think they were going to call anything there. It looked like the number 24 in gray, that's Layden Daniels, looked like he was kind of backing up from that one and didn't want to get ran over. And he was moving, created the contact, and that's going to be a blocking foul any day.
And the first free throw falls for White. Braden Vanderheit back in. Isaac Mapson checks out. And the free throw on the way. And in. At the line for White, and a timeout called by Verdell Jones. Wants to talk things over as the Panthers have built a 10-point lead just like that. Urbana started the offense. Washington picked up where Urbana left off when the Tigers went cold, and they've built just like that a pretty strong advantage.
I'm really impressed how Washington has gotten out. They've made a lot of their shots. You know, we've seen some teams today get those open looks like Metamora this morning. Metamora had a lot of opportunities, just kind of cold shooting the basketball. Washington, obviously, here on the home floor, they have not missed a whole lot of those open opportunities, and really good defense so far. I think they've made stuff really tough on Urbana so far. Urbana just not able to really get those quality looks. Not so much that they're just missing, it's just the quality looks haven't been there.
And how do you adjust if you're Urbana? What do you look to do? What do you look to change?
Got to get into the hands of your playmakers. I think ball movement is going to be key. You're playing a really stout defense under Eric Schumahorn, but again, moving the ball around, keeping guys moving, you're bound to find yourself an open shot here at some point.
The only player on the floor for the Tigers who has scored right now is Layden Daniels. Colin Filkins hit a three early in the game. He has checked out. Kevin Cobb trying to go to work. Keeps his pivot foot and scores from the wing.
Maybe ball movement wasn't the answer. Just give it to Kevin Cobb and let him do his work.
Last night against Denmark Olar, it was Kevin Cobb who was the most impressive player for a while, and then it kind of became Jermontre Young's scoring lead late. He wound up with 31. Both players had tremendous evenings as Mapson will come back in for Andrew Coker. But the Panthers have played a little better out of the gates in the early stages. If you're just joining us, Washington, after trading baskets with Urbana in the very early stages, built a 10-point lead. Nice move. Not quite a nice finish from Vanderheit, younger brother of Devin Vanderheit, Panthers star who graduated in the spring, now playing at Lewis University. Three from Rosemans, short. Nothing but net in the worst way possible. Vanderheit the rebound. Orange Crush lets him hear it. Brewer tries to keep him into it. His three is short. Out of bounds, massive humanity. Watches as it rolls out of bounds to the Tigers.
Urbana really just needs to start to get into control of this game. Washington is dictating the flow of this game. A lot of momentum on their side right now. Obviously, Verdell Jones doesn't look too worried there, Urbana head coach, but don't want to let this one get too far out of reach. They've done a better job on defense. They've just got to find ways to score now.
Verdell Jones, most recent Tournament of Champions Den of Honor inductee, inducted just before this one in a nice ceremony in midcourt. Got a nice round of applause from everyone in the gym. Jermontre Young's three off the mark. That would have gotten him a nice round of applause perhaps from Verdell Jones, but it wasn't to be. Stewart guarded by Kapongo. He's got to keep his pivot, doing a nice job of that. Urbana wanted to travel, not going to get it down low. Coker, blocking foul against Daniels. No, Filkins, pardon me.
That's a bit of a tough call in my opinion. It looked like he might have lowered that shoulder just a little bit, but either way, not going to matter. Whatever the official calls is goes, and nice aggressive attack there for Coker. Stay aggressive. You don't want to get too reserved with the lead. You want to keep adding on.
First free throw short. They won't add on the first free throw from Coker. 6'4" senior forward is Coker. I suppose in a visual medium, you don't really need to list heights, do you? You can see these players are all pretty tall, especially Coker, who has been, with his height, a big piece down low for Washington.
Coker is one of the biggest size pieces for this team, again, losing Devin Vanderheit from last season. Vanderheit was a big center for them for a couple of years. Coker and Mapson have stepped up in a big way inside.
Cobb off balance, is trailing towards the baseline, momentum taking him the other way. Panthers pushing, here's Andre Lewis. Lewis goes back to Brady Finn. And an open Brewer down low, connects with Finn. Doesn't have it from the mid-range. Tigers need a basket here, trailing by 8 at the buzzer. Nothing cooking for Cobb, and that's how the first quarter will end. Quick moving first quarter. Not a ton of points, not a ton of fouls, a lot of defense, a lot of hustle. We'll get you set up for the second quarter after we thank tonight's sponsors, starting, of course, with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And finally, last but certainly not least, the KB Strong Foundation. Late Washington Panthers boys basketball head coach Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to raise awareness and develop treatments for glioblastoma, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Mapson in the corner for Washington, goes down low to Coker, who turns around and has the two.
You mentioned Coker. He's come up big so far, and it's that connection right there, him and Isaac Mapson on the down low.
Colin Filkins back into the game for the Tigers. Here's Kapongo. No. Blocking foul called. 2 free throws coming up for Kapongo. Junior for the Tigers. Had a decent game against Denmark Olar last night. Did not play against St. Rita. 2 at the line. If he makes 1, he's on the board. Orange Crush comes alive. Top of your screen. The free throw short from Kapongo. Washington has built a 10-point deficit. Who has impressed you most for Washington so far?
For Washington, it's really been Micah Brewer. I mean, he's only hit a couple of shots. He's got 5 points, but junior, who hasn't necessarily lit up the scoring column, told us Eric Schumahorn was talking with you about Micah Brewer. He said he's a bit of a streaky shooter, but hey, he can still make shots. He still has plenty of capability, obviously getting big minutes so far as a junior for the Panthers.
Well, streaky in the best way possible for the Panthers, because when he's on, he is on, and he's going to be a big piece of a Panthers roster that has a couple pieces like Brewer, who can get it done from the perimeter, and guys like Stewart who can do it from anywhere. And Stewart nearly forces the steal, a great effort to try and keep it in, but he stepped out. And the Tigers, down by the largest margin of the game, need to turn something on quick. Gavin, what's the recipe here? Are you looking to the perimeter? Well, maybe you're looking to draw a foul, and Stewart fouls Kapongo.
Well, going forward, though, if you're Urbana, I mean, it's, again, much easier said than done, but you got to be able to turn the tides a little bit here. You know, it's been, the flow of the game is really being dictated how Washington wants it to go. You know, if they want to speed it up, they will. If they slow it down, they will. Kevin Cobb, Jermontre Young need to just kind of take over.
Cobb swings, 3, another air ball for the Tigers. Filkins couldn't connect with anything there. Filkins did hit a 3 to start the scoring for the Tigers. Daniels guards Mapson. White wants a 3. Now he'll pass there, he pump faked and found Brewer. And Brewer looks to Mapson. Mapson went up strong and got it.
That's a big thing for Mapson. He's not afraid to take it to the bucket, obviously uses that size really well.
Floater falls for Jermontre Young. Young has been held quiet in the early stages of this one, but now is on the board. 2 points for Young, had 31 last night against Denmark Olar. Tigers' first win of the season in their second game. 3 from Coker, a big response in the corner.
There's that pairing, Coker and Isaac Mapson connecting. 3 more points for the Panthers.
Young gets past Mapson down low, and a block. Will they count the basket? I believe they will, and 1. They will.
Need of that if you're Urbana. You can't really afford to get down too much farther. Just really gotten cold offensively. It's been a tough go of things. I mean, look at the scoreboard. Really hasn't been one player that's necessarily stood up so far and showed out for the Tigers. They just need somebody, again, to just kind of take that over. They need to just, one of those senior leaders, one of their key name guys needs to step up and start doing some things for the Tigers.
A few seniors in the starting lineup for the Tigers. Jermontre Young, Colin Filkins, Layden Daniels, as well as Kevin Cobb. I knew I was forgetting someone as I left out a big one in Cobb, who had 21 last night. Coker will inbound along the baseline. This is a tough place to trail, Gavin. The Tigers now have to battle the elements, the Orange Crush, and a lot of Washington community members who've come out, and they get loud on the Brewer 3. They've had a lot of reason to cheer in the early stages.
I think Brewer is feeling it tonight. He's brewing up something good for us. I think that's his second or third three-pointer. Micah Brewer feeling it early on.
Young shaded by Mapson. Kick to the corner. Down low. And 1. No, a charge. That one was a tough call. In view of the official obstructed from my vantage point. But it is a charge against Roseman, and that's a tough one. That was very similar to the play a moment ago. Not saying good or bad call either way, but that's one of those blocker charge split-second calls you make the officials make, and it goes in favor of Washington that time, much to the delight of
it
the
seemed
Orange
like
Crush.
the far official made that call, which is interesting. I felt like the official right there on the baseline could have made that, but obviously coming the other way now.
Mapson spinning, can't quite score. Tigers get out and run it. Here's Young. Young from the mid-range, contact. Third straight possession that has resulted in a foul, one side or the other for the Tigers. Tigers are now in the bonus. We'll have a called timeout, after which we'll have 2 free throws from Young. Eric Schermerhorn in the middle of that huddle as we switch to the Urbana huddle. Verdell Jones, 6th season. Tries to get things going. What do you think that conversation's like?
Settle it down and, just play your game. I don't think he's being overly serious with them. I think he's just telling them, go out and do your thing. That we've seen them do it. I mean, they've got 2 players out here at least for Urbana that are well capable of going for 20, 30 plus in a game. Kevin Cobb and Jermontre Young. Just do your thing. Get your free throws here. And just try to set the tone defensively. Not an easy task against the Panthers, though.
Young's first free throw rattles down. Down 15 enemy territory. You've got to do the little things, right? Like free throws, drawing contact. It's the little execution things.
Absolutely. The Panthers, though, looking to make a response of their own, and they've grew this lead little by little throughout the game.
3 in the corner, and Coker connects. Orange Crush loves it. Andrew Coker has been the X factor. 10 points leads the Panthers. And we'll see what the Tigers do in response. Young's going to pull up a 3 and hits it.
I was waiting for one of those senior leaders to step up for Urbana. Apparently it's going to be Dramontre Young. It could have been any number of them, but as long as one of them did, got to get him back into this game, and quickly the senior leader coming with the big 3.
Tigers needed that. Ball now in the Panthers' court. They built a 14-point advantage on the strength of 10 points from Coker. Another 9 points from Micah Brewer, who has been electric from beyond the arc. Stalwarts like Mapson chipping in as well, as is Jamari White, the junior who has 7 points. Mapson couldn't do it, but Andrew Coker could, tips it in.
Well, if you're looking for an early player of the game, Andrew Coker will definitely be in that conversation. He has been all over the floor, having his best game to start out the Young season.
Young pulls back. Layton Daniels, the offensive rebound. Roseman looks, connects. Chris Roseman.
The Urbana Tigers finally finding themselves offensively. Now it's a matter of, can you get stops to complement that? Looks like they're going to shift into a zone, and throws off Washington. Unforced error there.
It's a game of runs. Tigers need one here. And now, Gavin, we've reached the point, as you alluded to. Both offenses are rolling. Neither team has really come up huge in the defensive category. Last couple of trips down the court on either side. These are very pivotal moments when we look back at this one later on. Over to Cobb. Cobb, deep 3, got it to fall. How did Kevin Cobb do that?
I don't know. We should probably ask Kevin Cobb after the game. That's an impressive 3-pointer.
Coker drives baseline, looks to Mapson. Mapson can't get it to fall, gets his own rebound, and they'll have 2 at the line. Good job on the part of Mapson to follow his shot. I tell you what, though, Gavin, Tournament of Champions is becoming the tournament of deep 3s. We have seen everyone who's played here today pulling them up from the logos, the KB Strong logo, the Washington Tournament of Champions logo. You see top right of your screen there, center right of your screen to probably be a little more specific, but my goodness, is there anywhere on the floor that's off limits?
Apparently not. I wouldn't even put a half-court shot out of question if it came down to it.
Surprised we haven't seen a game come down to one of those. Saw one potential buzzer beater on the second day of the tournament. That was Vashon and Joliet West. 3 for Urbana falls. Chris Roseman makes it a single-digit deficit.
Game of runs, and here comes Urbana. Washington no longer really dictating the flow of this game. Thought to turn around and quick.
Oh, and right on cue, Coker says, I'll set the score. Back at 12, the lead.
Boy, Coker is just having a fantastic game so far. Well into double figures. Urbana looking to do another response.
Deep 3, just short. From here it looked good, but cleaning it up is Roseman's. Count the basket and 1. He's going to do it the old-fashioned way.
Wow, we're just getting all sorts of offensive play now. If you like offense, this has been a little segment, little section for you to watch.
I tell you, this first half has turned into a good one. Roseman at the line trying to finish the and 1. Can't do it. So it's a 2-point basket, 10-point game. Neither offense slowing down the pace. Mapson's fouled, and that ought to put the Panthers in the 1-and-1 bonus. They were already there. So they'll stay in the 1-and-1 bonus. 8 fouls. There's Verdell Jones. Little talk with the official here. All smiles, gets the explanation. I feel like the mood on both sidelines is pretty light right now. Both coaches kind of have to like what they've been seeing to varying degrees. Eric Schermerhorn would probably prefer the Panthers be building the lead rather than erasing it, but they've still played well, as have the Tigers, especially lately.
Very true. But the Tigers with a chance to cut into that lead just a little bit more. Kevin Cobb.
And one for Cobb. My goodness.
Here he comes. He's hitting the threes, but boy, they got to guard him all the way out there. Opens up the door for him to take it inside, and he gets the and one opportunity. Kevin Cobb making things happen for the Tigers.
Cobb at the charity stripe has 7, a third of his output from a night ago. How about Chris Roseman for the Tigers as well, has 7. Second consecutive would be and one, doesn't fall for the Tigers. Free throws have been tough to come by this tournament overall. A lot of teams leaving a lot at the line, and a foul called. Gavin, help me out. Want to make sure I've got that right. That's against Washington.
Correct. I think that is the correct call. You know, I'm no official expert on all of the rules, but it did appear that Kevin Cobb had position there, got his legs taken out from under him, and just missed a free throw. So free throw is hard to come by, as you mentioned, especially something about this hoop Kevin Cobb shooting at. Not going to assume anything, but something up with the hoop over here. A lot of missed free throws.
Cobb, first free throw doesn't fall. Third straight miss at the line for the Tigers. And as I was saying a moment ago, Gavin, not just the Tigers leaving something to be desired at the line. I anecdotally don't have the stat in front of me, but if I could look at the free throw percentage for this tournament overall, if you combined all of the free throws, I can't imagine it's very high. Cody Roskins and I have talked a lot about this. Those rims, they're tough, I guess, for opponents.
Must be from all the dunking we've had this week.
That's a good point.
Shaking them up a little bit.
Here's Coker. Coker gets it back. Corner 3. Short. Roseman taps it out. Goes right to Brady Finn. Finn goes back to Coker. No. Rebound Cobb. 21 rebounds from 21. Pass to Kapongo. Out of bounds, and Kapongo touched it last.
Boy, that could have been a huge sequence for Urbana. Had a 2-on-1 opportunity, just a little hot on the pass. But Urbana's starting to push back pretty good here. It's been a minute since the Panthers have scored. Obviously, Coach Eric Schumerhorn calling out some plays, looking for some adjustments. See him at the bottom of your screen there.
Got to get him in a picture-in-picture cam because he's an incredibly animated coach. A lot of fun to watch on the sideline. Got to get him in the top right corner of the screen for one of these games. Coach Cam. Our director, Larry Larson, doing a terrific job. Technical director, Francisco Alonso. Early stages of this one. Halftime approaching. Here's Brewer. And the Panthers probably content to hold this unless they can get something. Pass intended to Coker. Offense and defense will reset.
No harm, no foul. They're tipping it out, and if nothing else, you might disrupt the Panthers' sequence a little bit, throw them off, or it could help the Panthers, allow them to reset.
Brewer crosses over, maps it. Just north of 10 seconds to play. Stewart looked for Brewer. Brewer resets a 3. Had a little too much on it. Layden Daniels the rebound. Tigers pushing. 3, 2, Roseman 3. Off the mark. Brewer thought better of a Hail Mary down the court, and that's how the first half ends. We've seen runs from both sides, and the Panthers lead by 7, entering quarter number 3. Panthers come off. Gavin, your takeaways from the first half that had it all. Don't want to oversell it, but I feel like it had everything except a big dunk.
Yeah, we're missing the big dunk so far, but we got plenty of players that are more than capable of doing that. Look at Washington. They started out really well. I mean, this game was pretty even to start things out, but they got on a roll. They started feeling their groove, got up with a big lead. As for Urbana, you know, waiting for them to kind of make that pushback. They finally found it. They got some big plays from those seniors, Jermontre Young, Kevin Cobb with some and one opportunities. Can't get those to fall, but they're making the buckets fall and feeling the mojo a little bit heading into half number 2.
That basket right there has seen a lot of action, not only in this game, but all day long. We're in the 8th game of day 4 at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And making it all possible, our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer while you're here for the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. Visit UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, possessions, and future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance that protect what matters most to you and financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation. Down on the floor right now is tournament co-director Sean Powell presenting a check. The money that has been raised this week in support of glioblastoma research. Has it behind his back. You see him down bottom of your screen. KB Strong Foundation raises awareness for support of glioblastoma research. Late Washington Panthers boys basketball head coach Kevin Brown fought glioblastoma until the very end.
Matt Dunn, head coach of St. John Bosco, is telling a good story right here, and kind of oddly enough, share this on the broadcast with you all as he's kind of talking here. St. John Bosco's head coach Matt Dunn, his father also passed away of glioblastoma. He was actually unaware of what the KB Strong Foundation was for up until Jody Brown, Kevin's wife, told him. So a big connection here for Matt Dunn. It's KB Strong, of course, supporting Kevin Brown and research for glioblastoma. Definitely a deeper connection than basketball here for Matt Dunn.
Apologies for talking over Matt Dunn and Sean Powell, but we don't have the capability to necessarily bring you that audio fully cleanly. Want to make sure we're doing them justice, their cause, their stories, and that's been the best part of this tournament for me, Gavin, has been talking with everybody who knew Coach Brown, late Washington Panthers boys basketball head coach, who seemingly touched everybody in this community, his players, families, his students, people he knew in passing, his friends, his assistant coaches. Anyone who knew Kevin Brown has a Kevin Brown story, and he was a rock in the Washington community and beyond. Fought with glioblastoma until the very end. And in the last few months of his life, the KB Strong Foundation started to raise awareness for glioblastoma, which is an aggressive form of brain cancer, 0% survival rate. It is a horrible disease, and the KB Strong Foundation really fighting hard and doing some tremendous work to raise awareness for the disease, which is really their hallmark, is raising awareness for the disease. Jody Brown telling us the other day that's kind of how it starts. And once awareness is raised, we can start to do things that develop a cure. We can raise money for research. We can do all these wonderful things that hopefully will allow nobody else to suffer from its effects. And you hear Sean Powell say there, they've raised $30,000 over the last few days for the KB Strong Foundation. Jody Brown is out there, Kevin Brown's wife, receiving that check. What a tremendous cause. And you see the celebration on. $30,000 for the KB Strong Foundation. That is terrific, and everybody involved with this tournament ought to be very proud of the work that's gone in, the awareness that's been raised. It's an honor to be just a small part of this tournament, Gavin. That is absolutely terrific.
$30,000 is excellent. You know, every little bit helps, and you know, really, I think there's still a lot more to do, but this just helps take a small part of it and gives everybody a little hope, you know, certainly. But you can get involved at home, too, so a lot more to do.
KBstrong-fightingthefight.com. Now down to Country Financial Tournament Central after a great scene at half court of halftime of Washington and Urbana.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Country Financial TOC studio here. I'm Cody Roskins. Alongside me is Colton Kaler. Colton, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions means so much to so many people, and we just want to take a quick moment to recognize the efforts it's trying to make and it strives to make awareness and search for a cure against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. And obviously, you've had the pleasure of talking with a few guests in the studio so far. So what kind of impacts can we expect to see from the KB Foundation?
You know, obviously, we're so blessed to have the basketball teams here year after year, and these amazing players. But none of this would be possible without those that run everything, and especially, you know, since the passing of Coach Brown. Obviously, it's unfortunate, and you know, way too soon that we lost Coach Brown. But I talked with Devin Moore today, and it's just, and even Joe Delfonso, I talked with him earlier, and just a lot of people that are close with Kevin we're close with Kevin this week. And it's emotional, but it also reminds you of why we're really here. And it's always good to help support when you can.
Absolutely, especially in this time of giving thanks and who we're thankful for and those around us. None much better of a time than to have this tournament, which means, again, so much to so many people here in the local Washington area and around the state, for a matter of fact. But that being said, it is a tournament. There are teams playing, and we've got a great one going on behind us, a 36-29 halftime line between the Panthers of Washington and the Tigers of Urbana. It was a little out of hand there early on, but the Tigers able to claw their way back.
Well, you know, Urbana started off about as good as they could. They went on a 5-0 run real quick, hit a 3 and banked in a long 2, and you're like, oh, man, get shots like that, this might be Urbana's night. And Washington followed that up with a 19-2 run of their own, so it was 19-7, but it was a great job by Urbana to get back in this thing. It's only a 7-point game. This is, you know, a couple possessions, and Urbana might be back in the lead or, you know, have this thing darn near tied up. So this thing's far from over, and I think that shows really the resilience that Urbana has in their fight and not willingness to give up.
Absolutely. We've got another great half of basketball coming up after we throw it back up to the studio, but just a few moments ago we saw the Yorkville Christian team head to their locker room off to stage right, and Mr. Shute and company ready to do battle against St. Rita out of Chicago. A little Chicago on Chicago battle going on. It's both playing in the Chicago Catholic League, and those are maybe two of the most high-powered teams in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Yorkville Christian, they're going to be a really good 1A team, and I'd be hard-pressed to find a team that's going to beat them in the 1A state playoffs, but they got to get there first. And you know, Chicago St. Rita, Morez Johnson Jr., they're going to be a very good team and a very tough outcome March. But we're in such a great treat tonight for some great basketball, and you know what? We'll have another great second half, another great game.
Absolutely. The Tigers and the Panthers getting ready to resume battle here in the second half. Once again, a 36-29 ball game in favor of the home side Washington Panthers. But again, stay tuned. We've got another great game on tap for the nightcap at the 9 o'clock game. It's going to be the St. Rita Mustangs taking on Yorkville Christian and their high-powered offense as well. But we've got just a few moments left. What are you looking forward to in this Urbana and Washington matchup in half 2?
Well, I'm looking to see how Urbana comes out after that tight run that they made to get it to a 7-point game. But I'm also willing to look to see how Washington's going to respond. They got punched in the mouth a little bit there towards the end by Urbana. So we'll see, you know, how Panthers respond there coming out of the halftime locker room.
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and throw it back up to the studio. For Colton Kaler, I'm Cody Roskins. We'll see you back after the conclusion of Urbana and Washington.
Thanks, Colton. Thanks, Cody. Great job, as always, down in Country Financial Tournament Central. Washington and Urbana back out and ready for the second half. Gavin, Cody, and Colton gave us what they're looking for in the second half. What's Gavin Russell zeroed in on and looking for in half number 2?
Well, it's a game of runs, Joey, and the latest run came primarily from Urbana, so we'll see how Washington can respond. Really, I'm just looking for some consistency on both sides. What team can find it first, we'll see here in half number 2.
Tremontre Young starts it off for the Tigers. Trailing by 7, Young goes to the basket and gets it to fall. 5-point game right out of the gate.
Setting the tone early.
Washington tries to answer back. They go down low to Mapson. Mapson, a nice find to the corner that sets up Brewer at the wing. Goes back to Coker, contested 3. Not quite. Mapson, an offensive rebound. And Brewer sets up in the corner, guarded by Kapongo. Bullet pass. Cobb intercepted it, but couldn't hang on to it. Carries it out of bounds, and maybe a silver lining there for the Tigers as it lets them get back into a set defense, but Washington has a chance to run a strong baseline attack. They always do well on the baseline out of bounds plays.
Whatever the change was for Verdell Jones' group, 3 there, no good. Whatever the change was, it's working so far defensively for the Tigers.
Jamari White in trouble. White has to get rid of it, gets it right to Layden Daniels, and the Tigers look to pounce. Battle of the Big Cats, Tigers and Panthers. Chalk that possession up to the Panthers. Big stop on defense. Here's Stewart. Stewart gives. 3 on the way from Coker is in. Andrew Coker firing away from downtown, and the bench loves it.
You don't want to leave any guy open any night, but especially not Andrew Coker tonight. He's leading scorer for Washington, and he's making his presence felt here at Torrey Gymnasium.
Leading scorer overall as well, has 18 points. Here's the other 21, Cobb, to 11 for the Tigers. Kapongo's 3 off. Layden Daniels couldn't get the offensive rebound. Panthers push it ahead to Brewer, and Brewer is fouled by Colin Filkins, and Brewer will go to the line. They'll call it on the shot, and 2 free throws coming up for the junior.
We'll see if Micah Brewer can kind of reverse the trend of missed free throws here. Isaac Mapson struggled in that first half with some free throws. So did Kevin Cobb and some of his Urbana teammates. Theme of this tournament, but Micah Brewer, easy as that.
Chris Roseman comes in, and Colin Filkins comes out. Something that has caught my eye through the first couple games of this tournament, Gavin, is Washington on the perimeter does not have a lot of size, certainly not the size we're accustomed to seeing from a lot of these teams in this tournament. Jake Stewart and Micah Brewer both stand at 5'9", but what they lack in height, they make up for with how they play. Very tenacious, in on a lot of plays.
Height doesn't always tell the whole story. There's a lot of shorter players with a lot of skill, and that's certainly the case here.
Young was looking for Daniels. They weren't on the same page. And Stewart tries to key some offense. His pass to Brewer intercepted. Oh, and the Tigers were looking for Roseman. Young gets it back. Contact down low. And a blocking foul against the Panthers. Call on Jamari White.
Urbana's fortunate that that was a foul call in their favor, because they've had a couple of those opportunities getting out in transition. They get out there with a chance to get a layup, kind of a broken play, but gets a chance to put in 2 at the line. He's got the first one.
And the Tigers struggled with free throw shooting in the first half. Cleaning it up here, there's a good look at Jermontre Young, younger brother of Jermail Young, who was a big-time player for the Tigers, graduated in the spring. Out of bounds, last touched by Stewart.
Boy, that certainly appeared to go off Stewart's foot, at least from my vantage point.
Panthers maybe catch a break there. Mapson gets the inbound. Daniels will guard Mapson. Daniels has done a pretty good job on that assignment thus far. Coker tripped up by Kapongo. That should be the 3rd foul, and it will be the 3rd foul of the quarter. 2.5 minutes in.
A lot of fouls on both sides. Urbana got 2 fouls early in the first half, if I recall. Obviously didn't come back to hurt him too bad, but definitely want to discipline yourself a little bit here.
Mapson off the glass and in. Calls out the defense on his way back down the floor. Kapongo has 3 fouls. Of anyone on the floor for the Tigers, he's the only one with more than 1. Spread out the fouling, a lot of fouls on the bench, and the Panthers have 4 players on the floor with 2 fouls. No one necessarily in foul trouble yet per se. Kapongo airballs the 3. Only player on the floor who does not have 2 fouls for the Panthers is Coker. 18 points and 1 foul to his name so far, and he'll dial up another 3. 21 for number 21, and a timeout called by Urbana.
Coker has just been lighting it up. Boy, he is the featured player tonight. We talked about Isaac Mapson, talked about a couple other guys, but Andrew Coker, that's the man tonight for the Panthers, and I would say that's a good timeout by Verdell Jones. Little chance to reset his team. Definitely need to find out a way to stop Coker and the Panthers, as they've gotten hot here early in the second half, rather.
Clutch Sports Media has covered a lot of Washington basketball last 2 seasons, now into our 3rd season of Peoria area, Central Illinois basketball coverage, and this is as well as I think I've seen Coker play yet. Coker comes out of the huddle, 21 points for the senior. It's been tough to stop. Want to note for the Tigers, if you go back 2 years, Tigers sent 2 players who graduated as part of the class of 2020 to NCAA Division I basketball mid-majors. Chris Cross currently playing at Southern Illinois. Bryson Tatum playing at Miami University of Ohio.
Chris Cross, I love that name. I had to cut in there.
It's one of the best names. You and I can say that, but a lot of people who follow college basketball usually include Chris on their all-name teams, you know, when they go through the Missouri Valley Conference all-name team or whatever you have. I think he's gotten some national recognition for that. His father, Joe Cross, played at the University of Illinois. Sister Lauren, a star at Urbana in her time, graduated alongside me, class of 2018. It's a basketball family. Down low is a basketball player in Jake Stewart.
Like you mentioned earlier with Micah Brewer, they don't exactly have the size, but they've got the speed and the skill to back it up. Nice athletic play there from Jake Stewart.
3 on the way from Rosemond, and a big response for the Tigers. They needed that 3. Urbana bench loves it. Great shot from Jonathan Michael, our balcony camera operator. Got that shot pretty quick after that 3 went in. It's an 11-point game. And a foul there on Urbana, pardon me, lost my train of thought. I believe that's Kalena Onyemere in the game for Urbana. First time we've called his name thus far in the tournament. Brewer setting it up. 3 on the way, a deep 3 from Stewart. No, rebound Daniels. Daniels sets it up for Roseman. And now Young, corner, Cobb a 3. In and out, Daniels fights. Washington wins, gets to Brewer on a tip from Vanderheit. Vanderheit rolls out. Now it's Brewer. Brewer back in the hands of Jake Stewart, and a foul called. Hand check as Stewart looked to set something up towards the basket. Tigers' 4th foul of the evening. And it goes against Roseman, his 2nd. 10 points for Roseman, just like that. We've called his name a couple of times. Brewer brings it ahead. Now looks, finds Brewer again. It's Vanderheit, Brewer. Looks over Cobb, short. Rebound, Urbana in transition, the Tigers. Taking it all the way and drawing a foul is Onyemere.
Boy, it feels like Washington just had like a 14, 15-point lead, and now a chance to get it down to single digits again. Just a game of runs. I mean, that's so evident here today. I mean, both sides have just come alive at different times. Just Washington is able to establish that lead first, and Urbana yet to really cut back in too close to that. They're hanging around. Just got to make that final push and get right back into this one.
There's a good look at Brady Finn. Gavin, it's been that kind of game. I like to break out the yo-yo analogy at this point. The Tigers will draw it back. They've cut it to 5 points at one point, and then Washington will extend it back to 13, 14 points. Now it's a 10-point game, kind of in the middle stages. Feels like Urbana has had chances, just can't get over the hump.
Yeah, they got to get over that hump. It's just Washington's making it difficult to do that, and that's why they're such a good team. Eric Schumahorn obviously coaches them up real well. But some pressure here from the Tigers. A little full court action. Draws another foul. It's already 7, I believe that's going to be on the Tigers. So 7 fouls, not even out of the third quarter.
And in the bonus,
6 fouls.
Pardon me, yeah. So they will be in the bonus soon. Bonus starts now for Washington. I want to go back to your point, though. How well coached are these two teams? I mean, these are two teams that have a lot of respect for each other. Washington knows Verdell Jones, knows what he can do for a team. The respect the TOC has for Verdell Jones evident in his induction into the TOC Den of Honor. There's Eric Schumahorn, who has done a terrific job with Washington Panthers boys basketball last few seasons, longtime assistant on Kevin Brown's staff. And Kevin Brown enjoyed a lot of success with these Panthers as well.
Kevin Brown certainly did a great job, and of course, don't want to say necessarily mentored, but got Coach Eric Schumahorn along really well, and he's done a really good job taking over.
Down low and one for Coker. Andrew Coker, in a game where he's hit so many threes, is going to try to finish this one at the line. Orange Crush loves it.
I want to go to something Devin Vanderheit told me a few days ago when I interviewed him for the TOC here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. He told me that, they're not necessarily even the most skilled team, but any guy has the potential to go off at one time. And certainly, Andrew Coker is that man.
And he's proving that in this one. 24 points for Coker. Lead back up to 13. 3 from Young, short. And we're soon going to find out which path this takes. Fork in the road. Will it lead lead to a bigger lead for the Panthers, or a deficit cut into by Urbana? Kapongo puts it all on the line, forces the steal. Here's Roseman. Roseman in transition, drops it in.
Tough take by Roseman. He's been really good. Seen him shoot from the 3 a little bit, but hey, he can do it inside too.
Here's Brewer, off the mark. Tigers push it ahead, trailing by 11. This one's going to come down to the wire if the Tigers can get back into this one. Here's Young. Goes back. Here's Kapongo. Kapongo sends it over on the wing. Now it's Young. Young tries to create some space. White guards him. Young brings it back.
This is a really good opportunity to cut this lead to single digits.
Moves over, draws the foul. And that's only going to be the 4th foul against Washington. There is Young, 31 points last night.
Some of these possessions, to me, it just looks like, and I think it's happened for both teams throughout this game, they just look a little unsure of kind of where they're going. Not exactly sure how they want to handle certain things.
Young going against White, and White picks up the foul.
Jermontre Young currently leading the Tigers, 14 points. had a few shots that not necessarily at his best, but still leading the Tigers right now, and he's really been a driving force behind Urbana so far. They are 11 points behind, but you feel like one good run from the Tigers could put them right back in this game, and a last-second bucket could certainly do that right here.
30 seconds until the fourth quarter begins. It's Cobb. Cobb guarded by Lewis. Spinning. Can't score. Rebound, Brady Finn. Finn double-teamed, in trouble. Panthers defense, or rather the Tigers defense, aggressive there on Finn. Andre Lewis, a three, short. Rebound, Coker. Who else? Spins, scores. Roseman to Prayer off the glass. Had a chance at that one, but it falls short, and that's how the third quarter will end. Panthers lead by 13. Said a moment ago this one will come down to the wire if the Tigers can find something. You feel like they're close. Eric Schermerhorn, a quick word with our officials. His Panthers ahead by 13. It's a good vibe right now in that huddle for the Panthers. Look at the Orange Crush student section far right of your screen as we thank some of our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Tournament of Champions. It's a growing city known for its diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check it out during your visit here for the TOC. By Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Check out Uftring if that's the case. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Country Financial cares about what's important to you, your family, your future, your possessions. Country Financial, all it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most. Visit countryfinancial.com. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor proud to support all the players, coaches, and teams at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Titan Industries, glad to have them and everybody on board tonight and throughout the TOC. Gavin, your expectations for the fourth quarter?
That's a tough question because both these teams have come out and surprised me in multiple ways. Really, I think if you're Urbana, you got to expect to play better defensively. I think they're finding themselves on offense a little bit more. A lot of the shots are falling, but they got to be able to get the stops to accompany that. If you're Washington, just got to hold on to the lead. You're on the home floor. Don't surrender it.
Down low, no. Rebound Urbana, and a foul called. That'll go against Rosemond, I believe.
It's going to be Daniels on the foul.
And Coker at the line. How good has he been tonight?
Boy, he's been special for the Panthers, and mentioned it a minute ago, Devin Vanderheit telling me in an interview that, again, they've got a lot of guys that can step up on any given night. Andrew Coker, certainly one of those that he mentioned. And he's been real special for the Panthers. You know, we can see Isaac Mapson any given night. We could obviously see Drew Lewis once he's back on many nights, but Andrew Coker, do not forget about him, and once again making his presence felt. 27 for the center in white.
I feel like Coker's performance tonight really underscores how deep this Panthers team is. 28 now for Coker in the lead up to 15. Panthers missing Drew Lewis. But, I mean, they have looked good this week. An understandable loss to a really good Yorkville Christian game one of the season. Panthers offense getting going. Here we'll have a quick timeout for an injured Tiger. And Kevin Cobb will pop up. Wanted to pause on IDing him, make sure he was able to get up okay. Looks like he's up under his own power there. You see him 21 in gray, middle of your screen. Fired up. The emotions of this game, palpable. You can see how much it means, first of all, to Washington. Look at how many people are here the day after Thanksgiving. Could be hanging out with the family, could be eating some leftover turkey. Could be out shopping. I suppose it's perhaps a little late on Black Friday, but it is a great day for shoppers. But instead, name your excuse. They're here.
They certainly are. There's a three.
Off the mark, rebound, Coker. He's been all over the floor. Can he tee up a three for Stewart? No, he can't.
Boy, this place was about ready to erupt. Urbana needs to change the flow of this game, though.
Short of the mark from Cobb. And a steal from Kapongo. Loose ball. Still loose. Mapson has it. Timeout Washington, and Eric Schermerhorn got that timeout in at just the right time.
Boy, Isaac Mapson ripping that one away like it was a football on a fumble. Maybe those football skills coming into play a little bit there for Mapson. Obviously, he's a receiver, but hey, when the ball's fumbled, you go after it.
That's right. Once it hits the turf, you don't know offense or defense. You know the football. There's the Panthers huddle.
One of the many players that has run through the Panthers program that's not just been a star on the turf football field, but also on the hardwood, and Isaac Mapson certainly no exception to that.
You come out strong, and Gavin, you and I know how high school works. You come out strong early in the season, going back to Andrew Coker. All these people here, that buys you some credit for a while. You come out game 3 of the season, you drop at least 28 points, snag a couple big rebounds. People are going to remember how well you played for a while.
Certainly is. He's going to be the talk of the school, at least for the rest of the weekend.
Probably the worst time to be the talk of a school going in when there's no school. Coker might wish this was a Monday night, not a Friday. But I see your point's well taken. Your point is absolute. Social media these days, it never stops.
We've got plenty of credit coming on Clutch Sports Media, too.
That's right. He's earned it. Gets it to Stewart. 15-point game, 6 minutes to play. Here's Stewart. Stewart, a nice find to Mapson, and Mapson finishes. That's a shot that Mapson's going to hit every time. Point-blank range.
Really nice drop-off from Jake Stewart. That was really all him on that play. Just nice finish there from Isaac Mapson. And around the rim, he's pretty solid. And good look at the student section there, the Orange Crush. All in white tonight.
Whiteout night, and it looks like the Panthers are on their way to a win against Urbana. Still plenty of time. 17 points in 6 minutes is erasable, and the way this day of the Tournament of Champions has gone, we'll leave that door open for a little longer. We'll see if Urbana can come out of the timeout.
It's a long tournament. Certainly not always going to play your best, but Urbana still with a little bit of a door.
Take this time to thank our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, proud host of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Buy Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. Visit countryfinancial.com to learn more. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. I want to give a quick word to Country Financial representative John Zeiser. Bottom of your screen, you'll find his phone number. That phone number for the first 3 quarters of the game was incorrect. We apologize for that, but it is now fixed. I think it was right on the billboards leading up to this point. I understand it was. 3 from Stewart connects, but want to thank John Zeiser for his support of Clutch Sports Media for hopping on tonight. That phone number rectified if you'd like to give John Zeiser a call. He's certainly been very kind to us this week. We've enjoyed our interactions with him. Big role to play in the 3-point showdown yesterday before the Thanksgiving slate of games. I'd absolutely love to have him on my side. His phone number bottom right of your screen attached to the scoreboard. 3 from Roseman doesn't fall. And Gavin, the Tigers have been close, you feel like, but they've left a lot at the perimeter, a couple shots that haven't connected with anything, and the air ball chance have come more often than the Tigers would have liked. They'll happen over the course of a game, but they have started to add up a little bit for Urbana. And a finish for Mapson. Sorry to cut you off.
No. A big play there for Mapson. And, you know, I think had Urbana maybe made some of those free throws, made a couple more timely shots, the momentum would have been totally different. We could be looking at a very different game. Washington just saw the opportunity to go ahead and put it away, and they did just that. I mean, they came in the second half for the most part and just took over control. Obviously, Eric Schumahorn probably with a big speech at the half to rally the troops, and Virgil Jones' team not able to quite get it done here in the second half for the Tigers. But once again, there's a lot of positives. You can still take away a lot of things. You know, hey, we can make adjustments, come out better the next game, and certainly Urbana has a long season to go, a successful one most likely for Urbana.
They're going to be a force to be reckoned with in the Big 12 Conference, a tough conference that includes crosstown foes, Champaign Centennial and Champaign Central, the 4 Peoria area schools.
Peoria Notre Dame, very good. Peoria High, very good. Manual, all very good. So the Peoria schools bringing the heat on the basketball court.
And Richwood's never a team you can take lightly. They've had some lean years, but they've got a rich history. So a non-zero chance that we'll bump into Urbana moving forward this season. Saw them play Peoria last season. Also saw them play in the Big 12 tournament. Took a good normal community team to the second half. It was a close game throughout. So may well see the Tigers again, certainly as someone who graduated from Urbana High School in 2018. I hope we do. I hope we see more Chris Roseman, who just hit a big 3.
Roseman's done a really good job today. I think he's not getting enough credit. I mean, Cobb, Jermontre Young obviously get a lot of credit for a really good reason, but all the other players making things happen just haven't been able to get quite enough to combat the Panthers' big lead and not able to get those timely shots.
Clutch scoring for Washington. Looks like it's going to be the recipe for success in this one. Panthers ahead by 19. Glad you're with us as we move closer to the conclusion of the penultimate day of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. But we're not done yet after this game, far from it in fact. Yorkville Christian and St. Rita set to go at it after this one ends. Larry Larson and Cody Roskins on the call. You're on the call for that one with Larry. How about that? I thought it was Cody sliding in here, but you've got, along with Larry, what could be the game of the tournament next. That's going to be fun.
Boy,
I'll be behind the computer.
I've been excited for it all the last couple days. As soon as we heard about it, it's going to be a good one. We got a few minutes left here in this great action.
That St. Rita team defeating Urbana in both teams' first game of the tournament. Yorkville Christian took down Washington in the third game of the first day of the tournament. St. Rita Urbana followed that game, so those both go back to day one, and then Yorkville Christian and St. Rita have both looked very good since. Jaden Shute headlining Yorkville Christian. St. Rita's got a couple of guys. James Brown, Merez Johnson Jr. Merez Johnson's going to make Urbana or maybe Champaign his home in the future. The sophomore's committed to play for Brad Underwood at the University of Illinois. I would choose to live in Urbana, personally, but I digress.
A little bit of a bias, perhaps, there.
Off the mark.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, of course not. It is a friendly rivalry. A lot of respect, of course, for the other twin city, Champaign. Champaign, the bigger twin, about 80,000 to Urbana's 40,000, but you get the idea. Bloomington, Normal, the real twin cities in the area, but it's really neither here nor there.
Only difference between Champaign and Bloomington and Urbana is the only town with no high school football this past year.
Oh, man, you had to go there, didn't you? Tigers rebuilding, retooling the football program. Played a JV schedule this year, trying to get the varsity team back up to par. It's a tough Big 12 conference, and if you're undersized, you've got a small roster, there really is no need to be going against the
Don't blame
likes
them whatsoever, and
Peoria.
best of luck to them going forward.
They seem to have the ship moving in the right direction, absolutely. Ship sailing towards a brighter future. As Filkins down low. Turnover, and the Panthers continuing to put it on. Up top, here's Coker. Coker sends it back. Now it's Brady Finn for the Panthers. As we have moved a little further from the topic at hand, neither team has strayed from what they've been doing well all night long. Coker right now with 28 points. He's not added any points lately, although right on cue, drops in 29 and 30. And I think he's got to be our player of the game when we give it out.
Absolutely, no question. He probably the best game he's played all year. I mean, probably no question that's been the best game he's played all year.
3 from Jermontre Young, knocks it down. Tigers call timeout. Verdell Jones is going to coach this one until the very end, as will Eric Schermerhorn. These are two coaches. We've talked about that a lot this matchup that have a lot of respect for each other. So they're going to keep trying some things out. A good chance to do that here. Mid-Atlantic Conference, Big 12 Conference. These teams call home. Tough to play in. Why not use this as a chance for a little live scouting?
Yeah, Urbana, Verdell Jones is a great coach. You talked about, how he wants his guys to have great character and just be great people overall. But, he's also looking to coach a lot as well. He's looking to always find opportunities to coach up his team when possible. And if you get an opportunity to maybe make it a couple adjustments here in the last 2 minutes of this game against a very stout Washington team, why not try it out? If you're Verdell Jones, an experienced coach, he obviously will get Urbana in the right direction here in their next few games, most likely. And again, a good opportunity for them to make a few adjustments so they can improve on some things going forward.
Both these teams heading towards bright futures. Verdell Jones in his 6 seasons at Urbana has taken the Tigers past the regional round of the postseason. Tigers have become accustomed to being players in the IHSA playoffs as they move into the later rounds, battle-tested. Division I talent has walked the halls of Urbana High School. Washington, the last couple of years, going back to the Kevin Brown era, of course, have had a number of D1 players as well. Finishing down low is Kevin Cobb. You look at the likes of Alec Peters, Valparaiso star, and a Phoenix Sun at one time. Now plays overseas.
Yeah, he was in the house the other day. I'm not sure if he's here tonight with us, but sounds like he is having some surgery on that knee. But definitely a guy that probably be back overseas sooner than later, playing some good pro hoops.
Wish him all the best. Cobb at the free throw line converts. 68-50, our score. Washington well on its way to its second win of the season in 3 tries. Winning against Kankakee on Wednesday, losing to Yorkville Christian on Tuesday. Urbana will likely fall to 1-2 here. DeAndre Jackson for the Panthers tried to get that one to go. You could tell the crowd wanted it to fall. We'll see if they feed it back to him. And a foul and free throws coming up.
Always want the guys off the bench to do well, especially in, if they get limited appearances. DeAndre Jackson, just a sophomore, so a long way to go for him. Sure, he's getting some JV looks as well, so. But always nice to get him a little action at the varsity level when you can and make him feel good to get a bucket.
Scariest thing I think about both of these rosters is how young they run. You look at the Tigers. I haven't seen Malcolm Morris tonight. He's a sophomore, played big minutes in the Tigers' first 2 games. Gideon Kapongo, junior. I should list more players to validate my point, shouldn't I? But those 2 guys are going to really anchor this roster moving forward. They do have a lot of seniors, do the Tigers as well, but some depth off the bench from underclassmen as well. Derek Trice, we saw him yesterday. He's a junior.
I'd be positive, too, that they've got a loaded JV freshman team system as well. You know, Verdell Jones and company over there have a good program.
Kyrie Johnson as well, a sophomore. If he can get a sophomore playing varsity minutes, sets him up for really strong junior and senior seasons. Another foul for the Panthers. Really a young team in explanation and in practice. Jake Stewart's a junior. Jamari White's a junior. Braden Vanderheit's a sophomore. Micah Brewer's a junior.
That's a good point. Braden Vanderheit, a guy that we saw a lot in the first 2 games. Didn't really see him quite as much tonight. Can't even recall seeing him on the court. I could be wrong on that. All the players seem to kind of blend together after too long, but a lot of future, as you mentioned, and a lot of players with a lot of stuff to build on going forward.
Vanderheit comes from a basketball family, his brother playing at Lewis University. The Flyers, graduated in May, was in the house yesterday, or perhaps the day before. It all kind of blends together at this point. 3 on the way from Filkins. Filkins started the scoring for the Tigers with a 3. Tigers can't do anything under the basket. We're under 45 seconds to play. Interception. Tigers not done yet. But Spangler sailed in trying to get the rebound for Washington. Tigers able to put it back in. And the Panthers trying to cap off what would be a 13-point win if it ended right now. It looks as though they're going to try and run this one out as long as they can. 15 seconds. Tigers still keeping up the defense. Flashlights come out in the Orange Crush. Knocked out of bounds. It will stay with Washington. There's the Orange Crush. They love it. Their Panthers are going to be 2-1 in 5 seconds. The Washington Panthers come out on top over the Urbana Tigers. It was a hard-fought battle, and the Panthers pull away late to win by 13 points over the Tigers. What a game. Good effort on both sides. Ultimately, it goes the way of the host Washington Panthers in front of a pretty good home crowd.
Some big takeaways for me, Joey. Andrew Coker, wow. He had a great game, 30 points. Coker definitely one of the driving forces behind this team and ever more present for the 6'4" senior that Drew Lewis, currently out with an injury. I like the way that Jamari White, a 6'3" junior for the Panthers, also played. He's playing real well in the absence of Drew Lewis. So Panthers rolling to start things out. Obviously, this is a great competition ahead of the Mid-Illini schedule. Always a tough Mid-Illini schedule, so great preparation for that. I believe their first Mid-Illini conference game is against East Peoria next Tuesday, but they'll have another TOC game here. And then as for Urbana, once again, this is a great test for them. Weren't able to get the job done tonight, but you got to like the way the seniors are playing. Some inconsistencies and things they'll definitely will clean up, but Verdell Jones will get his team coached up and ready to go for the final game of the TOC tomorrow and heading into a very, very tough Big 12 schedule.
Excited to see how those games play out. Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media, brought to you by the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Buy Oftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Oftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. Fast, easy, safe, and secure. OfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, possessions, and future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance that protects what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com. Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. Proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 KBM TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the floor. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma. an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about what the KB Strong Foundation is doing, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Washington takes down Urbana one more tonight. St. Rita and Yorkville Christian. Country Financial Tournament Central is ready to get you prepared for that one. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Country Financial Tournament Central Studio. I'm Cody Roskins. Alongside me once more is Colton Kaler. And Colton, we just wrapped up a double-digit dub for the Washington Panthers over the Urbana Tigers. And what was kind of a close game there for a little bit, the Tigers falling a little bit short just because the Panthers, an outstanding night from none other than Mr. Coker.
Well, I'll tell you what. I was right on one of two things. Well, one thing. I did say I want to see how Washington responds coming out of the second half, but I was looking for a performance from Mapson tonight. Did not see that. It was Andrew Coker. 30-point night for Andrew Coker. I mean, just beautiful. In and out game, was firing it from three, hitting from everywhere. Easily the player of the game tonight.
Absolutely, and it even seemed at some point the Orange Crush was rallying for Coach Schermerhorn to throw Mr. Coker back in the game. He happily obliged, and lo and behold, he went back in and knocked down a couple more points for the Panthers in this one. But we've got a great one on deck next. It's going to be St. Rita and Yorkville Christian, battle of the two big schools in this tournament out of Chicago, and it's going to be a great one.
It is. You got the two big guys down low for Chicago St. Rita, Morez Johnson Jr., James Brown. You obviously got Melvin Bell. Just a very, very good team in Chicago St. Rita. And then also you have, Yorkville Christian, where they got Jaden Shute. They've got a bunch of other guys. They like to run. They like to shoot. They like to score. This is going to be – I wonder how Chicago St. Rita is going to try and dictate the pace of this game, because I think if you try and play up-tempo, you're playing to Yorkville Christian style, and I don't know how well that's going to work. So I wonder if Chicago St. Rita might try and look to slow this game down a little bit.
Could be the case. Obviously, you touched on the two stifle towers down low for St. Rita, and they've manhandled just about everybody they've played in this tournament to this point. If not 25, 30-point victories, both of their two previous attempts at it. And Yorkville Christian, also dominant team in this tournament to this point. They're looking to put an end to the big run and make a statement before they head back into their regular season tournaments and play back in Chicago. And if you had to give an edge somewhere, let's talk about perimeter down low and then maybe just overall team chemistry. Where would you kind of give the advantage to those three spots?
Team chemistry, I'd probably give that one to Yorkville Christian. I think those guys, they flow really well. They're a tight-knit group. They've been together for a while. So I'd give them that one. Perimeter, obviously, has got to go to Yorkville Christian. Jaden Shute, I mean, that guy can spot up from just about anywhere, and they've got a couple of other guys that'll spot up as well. But inside, obviously, is going to go to Chicago St. Rita. That's where I think it's going to be. It's two different styles of play. Chicago St. Rita is going to go inside. Now, Morez Johnson Jr. and Brown can both spot up outside as well, but they do like to post up inside. And I wonder how Yorkville Christian is going to counter with that, with the size from Chicago Rita, because Yorkville Christian, while they are big, they're just, you're not 6'8" and 6'7" big. So I wonder how they're going to battle that tonight against the Mustangs.
Absolutely, and again, St. Rita and Yorkville Christian will be coming up next, but we also want to take a quick look ahead at tomorrow's slate. We have a full day of games for you here on Clutch Sports Media and ClutchSportsIL.com, also streaming on YouTube. You can also follow our socials at Clutch Sports IL on Instagram and Twitter. But we've got a great windows of games. I've personally got my eye on the third, fourth place game between Western Reserve and Life Academy. That's going to be a great game. Yeah,
it is. Western Reserve was able to pull out the win today. It looked a little sluggish at times against Quality Education Academy. In Western Reserve, they didn't hit as many shots as they'd like, but they hit shots when they needed to, and that was a big help for them today. And then obviously Life Academy, with the story that they have, Angel Mortez, and obviously Hansel Emmanuel. They're the two faces of that team, and to see how they come back after a loss today. So it'll be interesting to see where those two teams play. It will be a good game tomorrow.
Absolutely. Also, the first place championship game of that will be Colorado Prep taking on Winston-Salem Christian. That will also be a shootout, what we see on paper, but that also is going to shape up to be a great game. Your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, we saw Colorado Prep the other night, and I was very impressed with quite a numerous of their players. And then obviously Winston-Salem, we saw them today, and I thought they were the better team in that matchup against Life Academy. They're more well-rounded than Life Academy is, but you know, they can do a little bit of everything. And they're big man. They like to go inside to him, so it'll be interesting to see how those two teams collide because they both have a lot of big bodies in that matchup.
Essendoko yesterday didn't have a great first half in their battle, but he ended up with 21, 18, 5 assists, and 6 blocks as the final stat line. He was an absolute monster down the stretch for the Lions, and they're going to have a tough task tomorrow taking on Colorado Prep, a team that's also fresh off a 30-point victory. They had the day off today, rested a little bit, getting their legs back under them, and they'll be back in action tomorrow against the Lions. But Colton, if you had to go up and down the docket for tomorrow, obviously we know a little bit of the early games. Joliet West will also play early tomorrow. We've seen them play a couple times. They've lost some close ones out. Is it their time to maybe snag a win?
They won today. You know, they responded well. I would like to see how Jeremiah Fears, plays again. He was at the Illinois game tonight, talking with a lot of coaches on the court there. So it'll be interesting. But they played well this morning. I thought they played a complete game, in which they had yet to do. But I mean, Jeremiah Fears, he's only a freshman, folks. You still got 3 more years of him, and he was good.
Absolutely, and of course, Vashon, can't skip them. Also a team that played Joliet West. They were out in action earlier today as well. They were impressive and a great performance for Vashon out of St. Louis, the reigning champions out of the state of Missouri. And also, I mean, there's just talent up and down the board on each of these teams. There may be a team that you've maybe picked out as your favorite, maybe excluding Metamora, because that'd be kind of the cop-out answer, but maybe a fan favorite of yours.
A fan favorite of mine, I think it's going to be between one of these two teams. I think this is really, of the Washington Invitational, this is the championship game tonight, in my opinion. I really like Jaden Shute in his game, but I also like the two big guys down low for Chicago St. Rita. So it's a toss-up between those two teams there for my fan favorite. But I will say, I will like to see how Metamora responds tomorrow, starting 0-3, especially without Zach Schroeder today. So that's my one note on them.
Absolutely. Well, we've got to swing it back up to the studio. So speaking of Brandon Shute, guys, take it away. He's prepped and ready for the next game for you guys.
Thanks for that, Cody and Colton. Great stuff all night long. I think Cody's talking about Jaden Shute, the Duke commit. He's getting warmed up alongside his Yorkville Christian teammates. And boy, oh boy, do we have a doozy on our hands to wrap up Day 4 at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions 2021 edition. Chicago St. Rita and Yorkville Christian playing in the Washington Invitational bracket. To get to this point, Chicago St. Rita defeating Urbana and Denmark Olar handily. And when I say handily, those are blowout victories. Chicago St. Rita has looked absolutely dominant. As for Yorkville Christian, they defeated Washington on opening night in a hostile atmosphere. Did a great job in that game and then cruised by Denmark Olar as well. Under 30 seconds till game time. Starting lineups about to get underway. St. Rita Mustangs and Yorkville Christian Mustangs. This is the 3rd same mascot matchup that we have had today. So we'll try not to confuse you. Chicago St. Rita in the navy blue, Yorkville Christian in their home whites with navy blue numbers. Starting lineup introductions getting underway now. St. Rita is underway. First to be introduced as the visitors on the scoreboard. Let's get you their starting lineups. It starts with Jaden Reyna, the 6-foot sophomore. He's awful quick, and he can also fill it up as well. He scored 18 points in both of his games so far this season. Melvin Bell also starts in the backcourt, one of the best freshmen in the state of Illinois. James Brown and Morez Johnson Jr. start in the front court. Also with Caden Space on the perimeter. That's the starting lineup for Chicago St. Rita. How about the starters for Yorkville Christian? It starts with KJ Vassar, perhaps the second best scorer on this Yorkville Christian team, behind Jaden Shute, the 6'6" senior guard, committed and signed to go play at Duke for John Shire next year. Tyler Burrows also in the starting lineup. David Douglas Jr. and Elijah Fisher rounded out, now joined by Gavin Russell. Gavin, keys to the game for both sides, starting with Yorkville Christian. On paper, they're a little outmatched in terms of size.
Well, they got to do their thing. You know, that is a really good point. They are outmatched on the size side of things, but Jaden Shute, we know very well, can nail down some three-pointers. And, you know, if they don't try to do anything super special, I think they're going to have a good one in this game. But if you look at Chicago St. Rita, they got to pound that rock inside. I mean, if they can get the game working inside out, they're going to be in really good position, led by a loaded sophomore class for the Mustangs.
How about this tip-off matchup? James Brown, Jaden Shute, Chicago St. Rita, Yorkville Christian. Final game of day 4 at the TOC is underway. St. Rita wins the tip. Jaden Reyna over to the outside, Melvin Bell. Morez Johnson back to Reyna. Here's Bell to the inside, to the rack. Whistle blows before the shot.
Jaden Reyna is a player that I'm looking at. I'm very keyed in to see what he can do. A lot of attention goes to Morez Johnson and James Brown, but Jaden Reyna, huge sophomore force, just part of an absolutely loaded sophomore class.
Lob pass into the corner. St. Rita having a little trouble with the zone on this opening possession. Good job by Yorkville Christian to get up and guard here early.
Absolutely. The pace has been awfully quick. Yorkville Christian doing a nice job to kind of match that early on as St. Rita kind of tries to set the pace.
Jaden Reyna nearly pickpocketed. Got it to Bell. And a whistle, a travel. It's going the other way.
Aaron Sovereign's team is going to be very, very well defensively coached. They're going to know their matchups well. Obviously, a lot of good offensive players out here, but I would expect some really good defensive play as well.
KJ Vassar, open three in the corner, halfway down and out. And Gavin, that's Yorkville Christian's offense. I talked to head coach Aaron Sovern last week. He told me that they're going to try and push the pace, spread the perimeter, drive and kick, and try and get those open looks. Vassar had one. More often than not, he's taken advantage, but he couldn't there. Now it stays with Yorkville Christian as Bell couldn't get a handle.
Well, hey, shooters shoot, right? They got a lot of them, and might as well. Jaden Shute, really skilled from just about everywhere on the floor. There's another three.
Deep three from David Douglas Jr. in and out. Here comes St. Rita. Caden space, in and out of traffic. Jaden Reyna, quick trigger three, in and out. Offensive board, Melvin Bell gets the scoring started. The freshman playing big boy basketball underneath.
Man, this is so scary. Such a young team for St. Rita. They're going to be doing this for years.
Here comes Bell. Bell knocked loose. Back to Bell, and one.
Nice finish there. All 4 points in this game coming from Bell. The freshman, wow.
I talked to St. Rita head coach Roshan Russell last week, and he said without a doubt, Melvin Bell, one of the top freshmen in the state. Crazy athletic. That's something that we've seen all week long here at the KBM TOC. Looking to make it the first 5 points for Chicago St. Rita, and he does.
Talked to Roshan Russell also in an interview a couple of days ago, and said they all play as family. You know, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, doesn't matter. They're all going to play the same way. They play as one unit and showing up so far.
Jaden Shute, face guarded by Jaden Reyna. The handoff to David Douglas Jr. Now Vassar. Here's Tyler Burrows. Burrows, a little too much. Here comes St. Rita. James Brown in transition to Reyna, off the glass and in.
Jaden Reyna showing up now. I mean, there's a lot of people that can do it for the Mustangs. Got to get on the board, though, if you're Yorkville Christian.
David Douglas gets the job done. It's 7-2. Jaden Reyna picked up by Elijah Fisher. A lob across to Caden Space. Space, Reyna wide open.
We haven't even called Morris Johnson Jr.'s name or James Brown. It's been the supporting cast doing a great job here for the Mustangs.
KJ Vassar, the response is off. Rebound batted around. James Brown is out in front. And a travel against Morris Johnson Jr. Lost his dribble at midcourt. In case you're just joining us, a big start to this one, a highly anticipated matchup between 1A Yorkville Christian and 3A Chicago St. Rita in the state of Illinois. Perhaps two of the most talked about teams entering the season this year. St. Rita out to a big time lead. Here's Shoot. Shoot fouled by Jaden Reyna. He's not a big fan of the call.
Neither team committing too many fouls here early on. That'll be key. I mean, both these teams should be pretty good from the free throw line, although there have been a lot of struggles from the line in the tournament this week. You just don't want to give them any opportunities for free points.
KJ Vassar, the dribble drive and teardropper is off. Morris Johnson Jr. making the board look easy.
One of the biggest things for Yorkville Christian is they get the steal, though.
Shoot. The lob ahead. Burrows blocked. Melvin Bell soaring in for the deflection. The lob ahead. James Brown, the stick.
That's exactly what they can do right there.
A critical response for Tyler Burrows.
Nice response there, though, but man, St. Rita coming out with some fire early on in this game.
Bell to the rack. And one. Again, the freshman having one heck of a game. James Brown fired up.
I can't explain how this gym is as quiet as it is. I mean, there's so many people here. They must just be awestruck by the start St. Rita is having. I'm fired up to see such great basketball. Yet another nice play inside there from the Mustangs.
Bell can't finish the old-fashioned three. Here comes Yorkville Christian needing a run, and perhaps David Douglas Jr. starts it. David Douglas Jr., a knockdown shooter. Head coach Aaron Sovern told me before the season started he's going to be big for Yorkville Christian. Athletic play here from St. Rita. Space inside, an acrobatic bucket.
These are just incredible shot makers out here.
David Douglas Jr. again, 2 in a row for the junior.
Anywhere on the floor, both of these teams are capable of hitting from. Deep threes in the paint, from the mid-range. I mean, this is high-level basketball.
Caden Space and Jaden Reyna playing catch. Ahead to James Brown, the left-handed slam.
James Brown putting on a clinic with some dunks.
Tyler Burrows in trouble. It'll stay on this end. Well, got to be careful here. Getting a little chippy. Tyler Burrows perhaps getting a little scrappy near the St. Rita bench. Officials have good control of this game early. And so does St. Rita.
Definitely going to want to control that, you know, when the emotions get running high. Both teams just get in the mix of it and sometimes just lose control a little bit, but everything's settled down, ready for some more basketball.
Jaden Shoot can't get anything to go through the double team. He's been quiet early. Caden Space picked up by Omarion Johnson. Into the corner, Morez Johnson Jr. 3 ball from Melvin Bell. He's only a freshman. Jaden Shoot off the mark. Jaden Reyna, wide open Caden Space. Cleans up his own mess, gets it down to Johnson. He'll slam it home. Timeout taken by Yorkville Christian as they trail by 13 in the opening quarter. What a start for Chicago St. Rita.
Whole Holy cow, what a start. We've seen just about everything from Chicago St. Rita. I mean, they've played nearly perfectly on the offensive end. They're making their shots from three-point range, from the mid-range. A few nice little runners get up there. Had a few three-point play opportunities, and of course, those big guys throwing down some monster dunks.
We'll take this break to remind you of our great sponsors this week, starting with the City of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. If you have a used car you need to sell, roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UftringAutoGroup.com. And by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need today at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 KBM TOC. Back underway. Jaden Shute and Yorkville Christian trying to get something going out of the timeout. Tyler Burrows on the inside, and he's fouled. Going the other way. Offensive foul.
Yeah, not an ideal start if you're Yorkville Christian. This is the best matchup that they've had all tournament long, the toughest matchup indeed. And Chicago St. Rita is a really good team. You know, they play big schools. Obviously, Yorkville just 1A, so now no doubt a different world there. But Yorkville definitely has the skills to match it up, and a steal right there.
Elijah Fisher drops it in.
Yeah, Yorkville Christian definitely has the means to be able to get back into this game. They just got to settle down, kind of get in rhythm.
Especially the way they can shoot the three. Melvin Bell, the one-handed jam. He wants in on the dunk party.
They keep giving up dunks, though. They're not going to be able to get back into it.
Jaden Shute, pull up, short. Rebound to James Brown.
I think the game plan was clear. Contain, shoot.
Morez Johnson Jr. will head to the stripe for two.
Yeah, they certainly wanted to contain, shoot, and, you know, obviously maybe keep him a little off balance. He's gotten a couple of open looks, but maybe take a little confidence out of him early on. Not able to knock down those open shots, and so far, St. Rita catching a break, doing a really good job at the offensive end.
Morez Johnson Jr., only a sophomore, standing at 6'9", is an Illinois verbal commit. Committed just a few weeks ago, and I asked Roshan Russell about that. I said, did you expect Morez to commit that early? And he said, once the process got going, you could tell Morez, ironically, doesn't really like the attention of being a highly touted recruit. He fell in love with Illinois early and committed. And Coach Russell also said Morez Johnson, very loyal kid, so he's excited to get that process over with. KJ Vassar knocked down three in the corner, lead back down to 10.
We didn't get to talk with Morez Johnson, but foul right there. But family-oriented guy, he likes to, you know, play as a team, and obviously Illinois trying to establish that culture for their program. Big commit. We hope we have some Illinois fans watching tonight, seeing the future of Illini basketball on the court right now.
Caden Space inbounds to Jaden Reyna. That's another thing that Coach Russell mentioned. He said he wanted his family to be able to watch him every home game, and that's possible down in Champaign. Jump ball. Possession arrow favors Yorkville Christian. We'll see if they can create a turning point. The big number on the scoreboard is a big 0 next to number 2, Jaden Shute for Yorkville Christian, the Duke commit.
Yeah, and it looks like they've had some double teams on Jaden Shute, and maybe just to kind of get him off balance, get him a little uncomfortable with the situation. Not exactly playing at his highest level, but he can turn it on any point.
And he turns it on there. There's his first bucket.
Right on cue. Jaden Shute going to work.
In case you're just joining us, Yorkville Christian and Jaden Shute off to a slow start in a 1A versus 3A matchup here in the first week of Illinois high school basketball season. Foul on the floor. That one goes against KJ Vassar, his second personal here in the opening quarter. Sends Jaden Reyna to the line. St. Rita already in the bonus. 17 fouls against Yorkville Christian. First bonus free throw misses. Jaden Shute, 4-year varsity player for Yorkville Christian. Double teamed. It'll stay here, but he had trouble with it. St. Rita has done a great job against the superstar.
You're going to Duke, you know you're good, but you're in this game. So far, the difference has been some double teams and some high pressure on Shute.
Tyler Burrows fouled. He'll get 2.
St. Rita not really committing a lot of fouls early on here. Obviously, they're in the bonus. On the other side, Yorkville maybe need to settle things down, become a little more disciplined as this game goes along, but Yorkville Christian getting some early free throw opportunities here.
Tyler Burrows knocks down the first, and slowly, quietly really, that lead is starting to narrow. James Brown the board as Burrows goes 1 for 2. Nearly a turnover. Morez Johnson off balance, trying to snare the offensive board, falls on it, still loose, and a kickball against St. Rita.
Very subtly, the Yorkville Christian Mustangs getting right back into this one. We probably would have figured they would have been in it from the start, but a little slow for them out of the gate, but no difference. It's a 7-point game, and they're feeling some good momentum right now.
Jaden Shute, pull up from deep. Had enough distance, but not the line. Jaden Reyna, the extra pass. Melvin Bell, nothing but nylon. Lead back to 10. Under 10 seconds for Shute and company. KJ Vassar, 2 seconds. Way downtown, Douglas doesn't get anything, and that's how the first quarter ends. Chicago St. Rita coming out with a statement early as they lead Yorkville Christian by 10. We'll take this pause to remind you of our sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the KBMTOC. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off-Drink. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Off-Drink Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Off-Drink Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Country Financial is the fabric of their community, proudly supporting charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Give them a call and talk about things that are important to you and how they can help protect them. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 KBMTOC and the KB Strong Foundation, named after the former Washington Community High School boys basketball coach Kevin Brown. KB Strong Foundation leading the charge in the fight for awareness against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Second quarter underway with a turnover. That pass slipped out of the hand of Reyna, a little awkward there. Yorkville Christian with a chance to cut the lead underneath 10.
It's younger teams, Chicago, St. Rita, and you'll see that from time to time, but a lot of those unforced errors, got to try to clean that up.
Shute, step back, off. Jaden Reyna jets ahead. Look at the lateral quickness. Melvin Bell swims to the rack and rattles it in. Here comes Tyler Burrows to the inside in the response. Back and forth we go. Reyna scanning the floor, running out of time, and a timeout wisely taken by Roshawn Russell.
Back and forth game as we go. Chicago St. Rita just jumped out to that big lead. And since then, it's been fairly even. Yorkville Christian's had a nice couple sequences, but still a 10-point advantage for the St. Rita Mustangs, and both teams starting to feel it a little bit more here. Offensively, both teams in good position early in the second quarter.
7:10 to go. Second quarter. In case you're just joining us, St. Rita took a commanding lead early, opened it up 10-2 in the opening minutes. Led by Melvin Bell, the freshman. He's got 13 points to lead all scorers. Jaden Reyna triggers it in. Bounces it in to Caden Space. Gets to Morez Johnson, and he's fouled by Shoot. He pleads his case with the official.
Maybe a bit lucky there that he actually got called for the foul. It looked like Morez Johnson was ready to just take it right to the hoop and could have saved them a bucket from Morez Johnson, potentially.
St. Rita already in the bonus, just a minute into the second quarter. They actually made the bonus at the end of the first quarter. Johnson got it.
Obviously, Morez gets a lot of attention for his commitment to the University of Illinois, but equally as impressive, James Brown, not committed, but some big-time offers. Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Florida, Ohio State, LSU, all on the radar. Whenever you got big Power 5 schools on your radar, that always means good things.
Burrows swatted by Morez Johnson Jr. And here comes Melvin Bell. Showtime!
That's what they do best. Create big plays on one end, go get another on the other.
Tyler Burrows, the dribble drive, lost the handle. Could we get two in a row? James Brown, the jam!
Dunk fest here for St. Rita.
Douglas can't get the response off the glass. Burrows kicks out. KJ Vassar, the bucket, his second three of the day. Morez Johnson, too easy.
Boy, that's just unstoppable. I mean, Yorkville just doesn't have an answer for it. I mean, I don't know how you could. Morez Johnson and James Brown are so impressive.
Jaden Shoot, an impressive bucket. Just his second field goal.
What it might take is just matching the scoring on the other end, and Roshan Russell going to take another timeout, can't get that inbound pass in.
And he is not happy despite that 12-point lead.
Definitely an early test for St. Rita as well as Yorkville Christian, and St. Rita definitely wanting to make some improvements early on.
And Gavin, 5:55 left in the first half. What adjustments does Yorkville Christian need to make to try and come back?
Well, I don't know how you slow down James Brown and Morez Johnson Jr., especially considering Yorkville Christian just doesn't have the size factor to match up with it. You know, Jaden Shoot, their tallest player at 6'6", and you got a pair of 6'9", 6'10" guys on the other side. Not a lot you can do about that. Yorkville Christian, I think their biggest thing is they need to just start getting it going on the offensive end. They've had some opportunities to maybe claw back in with it. 7-point deficit at 1 point, so they've gotten within range, just haven't been able to make that move to get over the hump. So far, St. Rita has kind of come out and run with it. A lot of highlight plays early on.
Great early season matchup here in the state of Illinois, and the fans are here to see it. St. Rita to inbound out of the timeout. They get it into Reyna. Reyna crosses up. Javion Starwood. Reyna, the runner. The touch off the glass.
That was a pretty play right there from Jaden Reyna.
Tyler Burrows trapped against the baseline. Jaden Shoot, quick release.
Slowly but surely, Jaden Shoot finds himself.
Reyna was looking inside for Carson Brownfield. David Douglas streaks up the sideline. Now over to the right side for Tyler Burrows. Jaden Shoot face guarded. Burrows in a mismatch. KJ Vassar, quick trigger, got it.
KJ Vassar, a very underrated asset to this team. He's had some big performances here.
Officials blow the whistles. Letting Roshan Russell know to stay on the sideline, I think is the case there.
Aaron Sovereign also yelling about something. Obviously tension's running high here at the TOC.
Jaden Shute bounces ahead, and it's swatted away from Javion rather. 9-point lead for the St. Rita Mustangs over the Yorkville Christian Mustangs. Lob up to Shute. Gets it off before he lands. Shute finding a way.
He's always going to find a way. That's why he's such a dynamic scorer. Talk a lot about his three-point shooting, but he can do a whole lot more than that.
Reyna has it punched out back into the hands of space. A turnover. Douglas off the glass for two. That lead slimming down. Melvin Bell ahead to James Brown. Jaden Shute, quick trigger three. In and out. Brown the board. We're running. It's a track meet. Morez Johnson lost the handle. Melvin Bell couldn't get the handle. Tyler Burrows ahead to Vassar. The finger roll off the glass and in. Jaden Reyna into Melvin Bell. The freshman had a hot start. He's got 15. Caden Space ahead to Morez Johnson, who's called for the travel.
Boy, this is just moving back and forth at an unbelievable pace. I guess the key here for Yorkville is keep it out of the hands of Morez Johnson, James Brown, and the way to do that apparently is try to get a turnover on the inbounds.
Well, if you keep it out of their hands, then the guards do damage. And we've seen what they can do. Jaden Reyna and Melvin Bell looking real sharp today and all tournament long.
Very true, very hard to stop.
Jaden Shute, the pull-up from 15, contested, no good. Brown, the big board. And we'll have a foul called against Amarion Johnson, 5'11 senior for Yorkville. His first. That's the team's 9th of the half. 3 minutes and change to go before the halftime break.
That aggressiveness will get the best of you from time to time with a foul. Nails down the first free throw right there, but that's what's helped them claw back. Down just a few now into single digits for Yorkville Christian. Trying to get those steals, force those errors for a young team.
James Brown goes 1 for 2. Jaden Shute will walk it up. Tyler Burrows back to Shute. Pull up from 15. Tickles the twine. He's in double figures now.
Wasn't really hitting much from three-point range, so he went to the mid-range.
Reyna dumps down low to Brown. Blocked. Melvin Bell fouled.
This whole game just seems like a highlight play. I mean, we'd like to pick out particular plays and sequences to highlight, I guess, if you want to say that, but this whole game is just seemed everything is going right.
First free throw in for Melvin Bell. An electric first half performance. He's got 16, 1 for 2 at the stripe there. Starwood behind the back to Shute. Into the corner, and the drive for Tyler Burrows. Get a whistle. 3 minutes to go, first half. St. Rita 4A, Yorkville Christian 1A. Small school, big school. A lot of talent on both sides. Jaden Shute off the catch. Tipped around into the hands of Starwood. Back up top, Shute. Spin move, fade. Fouled on the jumper.
And in one blink, St. Rita's up double digits. Now they're up by only 5 in Yorkville Christian with a chance to cut it to 3. Boy, Jaden Shute playing hard out there. No doubt earned a little breather at the free throw line. Can't make the first one, though. It's a lot of teams have been plagued with poor free throw shooting here at the TOC. Me and Joey Wright were saying way too much dunking. It's rattling the rims and some unfriendly rolls for the free throw shooters.
Shute goes 1 for 2. Shute up to 11. Tied for the game high for Yorkville Christian with KJ Vassar. Jaden Reyna and Caden Space play catch. It's into the corner for Melvin Bell. Almost had the bunnies to get up, but not to worry. Morez Johnson Jr. is there. Vassar, no look pass. Starwood, 3, yes. One possession game. Melvin Bell blocked by Jaden Shute. Here comes Shute. He's gonna pull up from deep, got it. The Duke commit, electrifying Torrey Gymnasium.
Just like that, it's tied. 45 all. We've got a game, folks.
Melvin Bell loses it, ahead to Shute, and he lost the handle. This place was ready to be up for grabs. Yorkville Christian looking for its first lead. Goodness gracious, what a turn.
Man, oh man, the bench was ready to go absolutely nuts as well. We probably would have got a good shot of that had it happened, but man, starting to put Chicago St. Rita on their heels a bit.
Shute's fired up. St. Rita trying to hang on to the lead for the entire first half. Reyna, pull up, 3, off. Rebound Shute, thought about heaving it up court, did not. Shute, pull up from the logo, short. Board goes to Bell. A bit of a heat check there.
Jaden Shute started playing really well, obviously. Didn't get that one to go.
Morez Johnson Jr. swims through the defense.
On the other side of things, there's Morez Johnson coming back. He's got great body control, can just spin in there, slide in there. Great body control for his size.
David Douglas, bounce pass down low, and it's a turnover. Amari Edwards. Edwards in transition. Again, Shute, up, under, in and out. And a foul. It's a charge against St. Rita on the board against Morez Johnson Jr. That's his first personal. Team's 5th foul. One more, and Yorkville Christian is in the bonus.
Jaden Shute looking to do a little more. He's been the guy, obviously, here early on, and been a big part how Yorkville Christian's got back into this game.
KJ Vassar with 11 points. Behind Shute, he'll pull up. Comes up short. Offensive board for Fisher, and the lob to Shute.
He doesn't just shoot 3-pointers, people. He's everywhere.
Morez Johnson Jr. in trouble in the corner, and a foul called. Aaron Sover not happy. That foul will go against David Douglas Jr., his second. He's been a big offensive piece for the Mustangs in white with 10 points. Under a minute to go in the second quarter. Boys, this one been exciting. We still got a whole other half to go. Goodness gracious, game of the tournament so far. Glad you're with us.
Could not have asked for a better game to finish off the day. It's been a great day, but this is certainly capping it off very nicely.
Johnson Jr.'s first short. Amarion Johnson checks in. KJ Vassar to the bench. Amari Edwards to the bench for St. Rita. Jordan Chandler in. And the officials call for the mop. Something a little slick in the lane. And you saw the sweat dripping off of Morez Johnson Jr. in that shot. Working hard. There's a great look at that mop. Great job by the Volunteers here all week long at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Second free throw off. Shoot the rebound, trying to give Yorkville Christian its first lead of the half.
They're going to switch it up on defense, go with the 2-3 zone.
Shoot's going to hold it. Yorkville Christian will hold for the final shot. Jaden Shoot with 16 points. Down to 4. Double teamed from the logo. That's how the half ends. Knotted at 47 all.
What a treat we just had of a first half. It was all St. Rita early on, and then Yorkville Christian just comes storming back on the back of Jaden Shoot. What a first half we just had.
Really not much else to say, Gavin Russell. Really electric. And there's a lot to be said for Jaden Shoot in that performance. 16 points in the first half, bringing Yorkville Christian back from a big early deficit. But how about St. Rita's start? Really led by the freshman Melvin Bell. He's got 16 points, tied with Shoot for that game high.
If you just walked in the gym and didn't know anything about him, you probably would have thought he's a big-time senior player, but he's just a freshman, folks, and this is a young St. Rita team. They've got senior leaders, but this is a young team, and I think that's real scary. You know, they're going to have a lot of big parts going forward, and no doubt showing it off here tonight.
We'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading. The Off Drink Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Off Drink Auto Group locations and by Country Financial. Because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And of course, the cause behind the TOC, the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown, the former boys basketball head coach at Washington, made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com or the web address on your screen a moment ago. And we're going to send it down to Tournament Central. Colton Kaler standing by. Colton, take it away. Country Financial, Tournament Central.
Welcome to halftime here in the Country Financial Tournament Central studio. Colton Kaler here with you for the last halftime little tidbit that we got here for you for the rest of the night. We are in game 9 of 9 today, and boy, we are having the best game all day. As expected, we're tied at 47 between Yorkville Christian and Chicago St. Rita. This game's everything you could ask for. If you're watching at home, I would hope that you are surely entertained with this one. Chicago St. Rita got off to a hot start, up double digits over Yorkville Christian. Yorkville Christian makes a beautiful late run. They even push it up, and they tie the game, led by Jaden Shoot. I mean, what a performance from him. They're late, a late three, a dunk. He's been doing it all. A huge block from Jaden Shoot. He is by far far been a standout for Yorkville Christian, but can't look away as well from KJ Vassar, Davis Douglas Jr. They have been huge as well. KJ Vassar, I mean, that guy is lethal from behind the three-point line. And much of the reason why Yorkville Christian is still in this game, they are knocking down threes when they need to. They are pushing the pace. They're okay with giving up transition baskets. They don't mind one bit at all, and they are knocking down threes. They are pushing the tempo. They're playing the style that they like. And this is what I said before the game, that it's going to depend on what Chicago St. Rita does. If they're going to push the tempo, they're going to play to Yorkville Christian's liking. And so far, Chicago St. Rita is pushing the tempo a little bit. They're getting their big dunk. Quickly, Yorkville Christian is the other way. Looking at Chicago St. Rita, obviously the two big men down low with Merez Johnson Jr. and with Brown, just very, very influential in this game. But I told you before the game, look out for Melvin Bell. He's the third piece of this team. Melvin Bell is leading the way at the halftime break, I believe, with 15 points from Melvin Bell at the halftime break. So he's been a big part of this game here early for Chicago Rita. But, man, it is so fun to watch these two teams go, especially that late comeback by Yorkville Christian. Back and forth we went, and slowly Yorkville Christian pulled their way from the slump that they had early, and they find themselves tied with Chicago St. Rita 47-all at the halftime break. We mentioned that we don't want to take anything away from St. Louis Vashon, but this could be the championship game between these two teams. They will meet St. Louis Vashon tomorrow in the championship game, the winner of this game, whether it is Chicago St. Rita or Yorkville Christian. So we still have an entire second half left of basketball. I hope you're awake. I hope you got your caffeine in you, because you'll need it here for the second half. Hopefully you don't need it because of this exciting basketball game that we have. I tell you what, this exciting basketball game is keeping me alive. It is keeping me going, and I'm excited for this second half between Yorkville Christian and Chicago St. Rita. Again, we are in game 9 of 9 today. It has been a very long day for us here at Clutch Sports Media, but we are proud and we are glad to bring you this entire coverage of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Whether you've been listening to the broadcast, tuning in here at the studio in between games, and at halftime, we appreciate you and everything that you guys have done tuning in at ClutchSportsIL.com. We are very grateful for everything here. And I want to give a shout-out to our guys up there, allowing me to come in this week and helping out when I can. It's great to work with them. They're great people to work with, and I couldn't be more thankful and gracious for their invitation to help this week. But, again, we are through 8.5 games of our schedule today, and we still have a full slate of games tomorrow again, so we will be back at it tomorrow bright and early here from Torrey Gym in Washington. And more games, great to come, more championship games, 3rd and 4th place. We will see, excuse me, losing my voice a little bit, but great games all day tomorrow as we have today. At the second half of this, I want to see what Chicago Rita does. They've got to slow it down, in my opinion, if they want to, take it early, as they did. They slowed the game down early, and that's why Chicago St. Rita got out to that run. But if you're looking at Yorkville Christian, you got to look to push the pace, because when they push the pace, it's when Yorkville Christian really made that comeback there late with Jaden Shute and Victor. It's just a very up-tempo team that they like to run. It's amazing to see where they've blossomed to, and Jaden Shute is going to be just a player to be reckoned with, along with KJ Vassar and David Douglas Jr. But we've got the second half ready for you between Yorkville Christian and Chicago St. Rita. We're going to send it back up to the booth. Guys, back up to you.
Thanks for that, Colton. Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium alongside Gavin Russell. It's Larry Larson in with you. Thanks for joining us for perhaps the early season game of the year in the state of Illinois. St. Rita and Yorkville Christian, 4A versus 1A, tied at 47 apiece after 2 quarters.
Well, if you didn't join us for the first half, hope you stick around for the second, because this is a really good one we got going on right now. Wow, what a game so far. It was all St. Rita early on. If you were following the action, you probably saw a number of those big highlight plays from St. Rita's stars. Morez Johnson Jr., James Brown, both throwing down some big-time dunks. But Yorkville Christian found a way to get back into this one, forcing some turnovers. Jaden Shute taking some nice shots. And so far, we've got a really, really good one on hand. About as good as we could have asked for up to this point.
What a nightcap here on day 4 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. There you see all the great sponsors that help make the KBM TOC possible every single year. Gavin, keys to the second half. First for Yorkville Christian after they came back from an early deficit to tie it.
Keep that momentum going. I mean, you know, you found ways to keep St. Rita off balance. You didn't have the best of starts, but I would say a good start and keep that momentum going are 2 for Yorkville Christian, and then you flip on over to St. Rita. They got to be able to maintain a lead if they can get it. Obviously, first of all, you have to get that lead, but don't want to surrender that lead, especially if you get a big one. They were up by a pretty good margin, just a little bit sloppy play. It's a young team. You figure you'll expect that out of a young team, but try to clean it up. They were pretty disciplined. Limit those turnovers and things, though. Make sure you're hitting the glass hard and finishing strong at the rack.
We are glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com, home to all 35 games and the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. An electric matchup to close out day 4. We've got 9 more games tomorrow right here on CSM. Hope you'll join us then as well.
I got to say, Herb Noblock, the longtime AD for Washington High School, told me this is the biggest crowds they've ever seen for night games here at the TOC. So you can see the excitement around these parts. We hope you're as excited at home.
KJ Vassar walks it up, and we're underway in the second half. Vassar around the screen from Shute, dishes into the corner. Fisher, 3 off. Offensive rebound, Burrows inside, off balance, picked off. Here comes St. Rita. Caden Space up and under and in.
Looking to set the tone early, create some of their own turnovers on Yorkville Christian. Jaden Shute, though, going back to work. He was the guy for a lot of that second quarter, helping get back into this game.
Jaden Shute to Vassar. He almost lost it. Looking for an option, has one in Burrows. Kicks out. David Douglas Jr. had a big first half. Continues that into the second half. Yorkville Christian, a 1-point lead.
If you would have said that maybe sometime in the first quarter, you might have called us crazy, but that's exactly what Yorkville Christian can do.
Morez Johnson Jr. lost the handle. Brown, the putback. Back and forth we go early. David Douglas Jr. drives inside and walked.
Nice job from James Brown keeping himself straight up there. You know, obviously the intention was probably to draw a foul there, but made him walk first, and you can't do that. Gets back to St. Rita.
Caden Space to Johnson, double teamed. Finds the open man in Brown. Two-handed slam.
Always looking to finish off that dunk, and almost too many highlights for our Clutch Sports Media social media crew to handle.
KJ Vassar fouled. That's against Caden Space. First foul of the half for either side. Foul number 1 against Space. Deep 3, rattles home for David Douglas Jr.
The way this is going right now, we're going to go back and forth all night. It's been a really closely contested game.
Hope you brought your popcorn. Jaden Reyna jets ahead. Melvin Bell, the floater, in and out. James Brown right there for the finish. Jaden Shute, deep off balance, short. Slings the rebound into the hands of Reyna. Dish down low to Bell, bodies it up and puts it in high off the window.
That's a tough shot right there. Going up against a pretty similar sized defender, put it high off the glass and put it in. Nice touch.
Vassar around the perimeter. St. Rita leads by 4. Vassar double teamed. James Brown wide open on the other end, but a whistle first. We could have seen something special there if that play kept on going, but instead, Elijah Fisher with the foul, much to his chagrin.
James Brown teasing us a little bit there with the fake windmill dunk as the play got blown dead, but would not be surprised to see him maybe throw one down at some point if he got the opportunity.
Jaden Reyna, the 6-foot sophomore, offers from a handful of mid-majors already. Melvin Bell has the ball knocked out of his hands.
The fact you have 4 guys that are probably going to be playing Division I basketball, at least 4.
At least 4.
That is incredible. What a job by Roshan Russell.
Deep 3, too much from space. Offensive board, blocked away. Pass ahead into the corner. David Douglas stepped out of bounds. No whistle. Here comes Melvin Bell. Fouled. Count the bucket.
Wow, what a turnaround right there. And there you go. St. Rita's up by 6. Doesn't mean probably too much to Yorkville Christian. They've come back from a much larger deficit, but wow.
Number 3 in Navy, up to 20 points in the third quarter. An outstanding statement performance from the freshman. St. Rita to 60 points, ahead by 7. Is it Jaden Shoot time?
It might be, but look out for KJ Vassar as well.
Shoot gets the whistle, and it's going the other way. Offensive foul against David Douglas Jr. Aaron Sovern letting the official have it, and Stripes just shrugs his shoulders.
Maybe a little bit of a push off. Obviously, I can see where he might be coming from. Bit of a tough call there, but got to play on. A lot of game left to go.
Rebound stripped away, and Vassar wasn't ready for the pass. Yorkville Christian not happy with the call. I don't know about you, Gavin. From my perspective, that ball clearly changed directions as it passed by Vassar.
It looked like it got tipped to me, but they're going to keep it going to St. Rita. Wow, the bench cannot believe it. I believe that was Elijah Fisher on the bench. It looked like complete shock.
Morez Johnson Jr. Can't leave him open like that. Timeout taken. Yorkville Christian. St. Rita back ahead by 9. And Morez Johnson Jr. is 2-11.
Double figures. Goes yet another St. Rita Mustang. And, man, just showing off how impressive, how deep this team really is. So many outstanding players, on the court tonight. A lot of Division I talent we're seeing from both sides. And, boy, we cannot ask for a better game to finish off day number 4 at the Washington TOC.
Great look inside the Chicago St. Rita huddle. Roshan Russell, an alum of Chicago St. Rita. Very proud of that. Lots of alums still work at St. Rita, coach at St. Rita. And it's a brotherhood, he was telling me last week. And those guys on that St. Rita squad feel that brotherhood already. Very talented young team, in my opinion. One of the most talented, if not the most talented team in the entire state of Illinois.
Well, certainly if you're an Illini fan, you hope this team would make it to the state finals, as they now host that state finals tournament down in Champaign. It'd be a really good look to get a future guy that'll be in the orange and blue playing the state tournament. And even if they didn't get there this year, if they don't make that feat this year, they're only sophomores, so they'll be back for 2 more years following, and Melvin Bell for 3 more. So long way to go for these guys, and they are just already killing it in their high school careers.
A little bit of a delay on the court. Some kind of liquid on the hardwood. That's resolved, and we're back underway. Starwood going to work on Brown. Dribble drive inside, off the glass, through contact. An impressive bucket for the sophomore.
Good defense, just a better shot right there. James Brown did a nice job sticking with him, but got it off the glass there and in for 2.
Jaden Reyna, around shoot, lobs ahead. Space passes up the 3, goes to Bell. He has it stripped away. Jaden Shoot out in front. The lob, no finish. Burrows chases it down. Shoot open in the corner. Reyna picks it away and lays it in for 2.
That's like Speedy Gonzalez all over the court. I mean, he is all over the place. It's seriously fun to watch.
3 short from Shoot. Back to Shoot. The try again. Short again. Vassar the board, falling away. Shoot inside to Vassar. Fading away off. Brown with the board. Almost dragged his pivot foot. St. Rita trying to burgeon that lead back to double figures.
It's a game of runs, and St. Rita's feeling it right now.
Morez Johnson back to Brown. Off balance. What a bucket for the big fella.
They really aren't going to stop that in the half court.
David Douglas off the window. Bank not open this late. Starwood down low. What a find around the defender to Burrows.
The half court game for St. Rita has just been nearly unstoppable. It's when they miss those shots and get in transition is when Yorkville Christian takes advantage.
Brown wanted to put his man on a poster. Instead lost it, and we've got a whistle. St. Rita's bench, they've gotten a lot of action in this tournament. 2 blowout victories before tonight's contest.
That was something of interest to me. Both these teams, not necessarily easy opponents, but, you know,
they made it look easy.
They made it look easy. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And Jaden Shoot is headed back to the trainer's room. Something to watch there. So Jaden Shoot off the floor. I think he got cut, and there's a little bit of blood on the floor, perhaps. Herb Noblock out to inspect, make sure there's no red spots. Meanwhile, St. Rita ready for business as usual. I don't blame him. Might as well get that play going without Shoot on the floor. Space, surveys, into Brown. Another off-balance bucket and 1.
He's tough. He just get it right inside. Pound the rock to him, and he's just going to finish strong up there. Best player for the Mustangs of Yorkville Christian, not out there. Might as well grow that lead just a little bit more.
James Brown, the spectacular sophomore. Can't finish the old-fashioned 3. Rebound back to him. Goes right back to the rack. How about 2 more? Whistle blows. Timeout, Aaron Sovern and Yorkville Christian. St. Rita 70. Yorkville Christian 57. Wow. What a performance from St. Rita in the second half after Yorkville Christian came back from an early deficit. Ad break here. I want to thank our sponsors, City of Washington. Check out Washington, growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Country Financial, all it takes is one phone call, and they will be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. And financial services that help you prepare for the future for coverage you need at a price you can afford. Visit CountryFinancial.com today. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 KBM TOC and the Kevin Brown Memorial Foundation, raising awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com or the web address on your screen just a moment ago. Jaden Shute still not into the game. The Duke commit back in the trainer's room. Yorkville Christian behind St. Rita by 13. 2 minutes to go, third quarter.
They jump back out into that 2-3 zone, trying to keep Yorkville Christian off balance.
David Douglas, KJ Vassar. Deep ball, no. Volleyballed around into the hands of Morez Johnson Jr.
Well defended three right there. KJ Vassar just had to take a contested three. Not a lot happening for Yorkville Christian.
Reyna in some trouble, pickpocketed. Burrows blocked by Brown, but a putback right there. Morez Johnson was right there on defense, but bucket goes to Amarion Johnson. On the other end, Bell, the one-handed response.
What a dunk fest we're seeing today. Both teams lighting it up.
Rhythm three, Burrows off. Space, couldn't hang on to the board, gets it back. Lobs ahead. Bell, the lob to Brown!
He called for it too, he was ready for it.
Deep three, David Douglas. Silences the crowd.
Back and forth we go.
It's turning into a track meet. Jaden Reyna takes it to the rack himself.
Do the work to move it up the floor, might as well take it in yourself.
Tyler Burrows. Over to the left side, Starwood. Here's Vassar going to work on Morez Johnson. 15 seconds on the clock. Dribble drive by Starwood, and Vassar knocks it in from beyond the arc.
Really can't let him get any open opportunities. He'll make you pay.
There's Vassar.
Still no Jaden Shute. Not out of the trainer's room yet. And on cue, here he comes.
Reyna knocks it down. Jaden Reyna, 14 points. St. Rita, 79. Yorkville Christian, 65. The St. Rita Mustangs making a statement against perhaps the best small school in Illinois this year.
To think we were tied at 42 is crazy. Great action so far.
Time for our final ad break of the contest. We want to thank the City of Washington. City of Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? That's a lot of cars, Gavin. You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial, the proud fabrics of their communities, supporting charities, sports, financial educations, and civic organizations. Give them a call to chat about what's important to you and how they can protect it. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation, raising awareness against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Read more at kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Yorkville Christian has its work cut out for him. Jaden Shute back into the ball game. Good to see the four-star Duke signee. David Douglas, bounce pass down low, looking for Shute. Got it back, fade away, too much. Rebound tipped around. Starwood back out. Vassar, Euro step, shoot, there to tip it in.
Nice putback. He's had a little breather there in the trainer's room and got all cleaned up. He's ready to go.
Nearly a turnover. James Brown will go to the stripe. We do have a little audience interaction with St. Rita's track coach. Coach P tweets at Clutch Sports Media at St. Rita TF. Keep those track meet references going. Love to see it. Chicago St. Rita came prepared.
Really has been running all over the floor. Got to have some great endurance to do that for sure.
That's what Yorkville Christian does. It pushes teams to run the floor. Not that St. Rita couldn't do it otherwise. We saw that in their previous matchups. Brown, 1 for 2. St. Rita has a solid chance, if this pace continues, to get to triple digits. And we've got a whistle. Foul on the floor against St. Rita. That's against Jaden Reyna, his second personal. Team second of the half compared to Yorkville Christian 6. Fade away from Starwood. No good off the window. Brown snares it. Reyna fouled by Vassar.
Looking up at the scoreboard and look at the points for these players on the floor, and just about every player in double figures. Really goes to show how good these guys are. Couple of players at 20-plus points. Melvin Bell, 26. Looks like he's leading all scores. And, of course, James Brown, another big player for Chicago St. Rita, 24.
Jaden Reyna knocks in the first. These two teams battling in the semifinal of the Washington Invitational. The winner gets to take on St. Louis Vashon. Right now, if this holds, we'll have a Chicago-St. Louis rivalry in the title game. David Douglas Jr. from downtown.
Not so fast, says Yorkville Christian. They're not out of it quite yet. Lots of time left to play, and maybe get some stops here.
Uh-oh, look out below. Here comes James Brown.
Didn't quite take my suggestion to get some stops.
Easier said than done. The finish and the harm. Tyler Burrows going to the stripe for one more.
Instead, they'll create some points of their own. They're hanging around. Yorkville Christian is not out of this yet. St. Rita's got to be able to finish here.
Burrows finishes. That lead down to 12. We've seen Yorkville Christian battle back before. Elijah Fisher, bench player last year, into the contest to guard the inbounds play. Caden Space, heaves ahead to Jaden Reyna. Flips it up. Put back no from Morez Johnson. Here comes shoot. Shoot. Up and under. No good. There goes Melvin Bell. The Euro and the sweet finger roll.
The English on that one was nice. Little finger roll finish.
A freshman putting on a show. Remember the name Melvin Bell. Remember the name KJ Vassar. He's having a nice game, 17 points. Caden Space. Ahead to Reyna. Back across to Bell. Space slowing it down. And a kick ball.
10-point game, but it feels like it could be much closer in the blink of an eye. St. Rita just has to do their thing to put it away. Yorkville Christian's got to keep clawing back.
Couldn't be easier for Morez Johnson.
They make it look so easy out there.
Tyler Burrows with his back to the basket, couldn't get it to go. Johnson ahead to Bell, lost the handle. Shoot was waiting for him.
Maybe a little intimidated with Shute coming up to his back there, but lost the handle, and Jaden Shute with the chance to maybe get a 3, put his team down just single digits.
Shute trying to lose his man. Contested 3, no problem.
Single digits now for Yorkville Christian.
Timeout taken by Roshawn Russell. He's seen enough of that single-digit deficit.
That inbounds play has been tricky. Yorkville Christian has done a really good job defending that inbound. Nice job on the full court pressure.
Gavin, what have you seen down the stretch here from Yorkville Christian that has kind of narrowed that lead?
They continue to fight. You know, they're not giving up whatsoever. Jaden Shute obviously coming out. He just made a tough contested 3 out there. And once again, you got to play scrappy basketball. I mean, you start to wear down a little bit, but if you can start winning some of those 50-50 balls, you can start doing some of that, you should be in good position.
Hello from the booth, high atop Torrey Gymnasium. Our entire Clutch Sports media team working hard all day. Tip-off at 9 a.m. Still going here at 10:33 p.m. Wouldn't want to finish it any other way, Gavin Russell.
No, sir.
Saved the best for last.
For sure. Absolutely.
Ball inbounded to Caden Space. We're back underway. Lob pass into the corner. Bell, pull-up jumper. That is a tricky shot.
St. Rita keeps scoring. They should be able to just put it away, but again, Yorkville Christian just hanging around. Jaden Shute looking to get this basketball.
He does, and he lost it. Melvin Bell all alone. Johnson couldn't hit him.
Trying to put a spiral on that ball. As we end football season this weekend, trying to make a nice football pass up, but incomplete.
St. Rita, a deep run in the football playoffs. Their basketball team aspires to do the same. And that's an over and back. KJ Vassar can't believe it. I think Aaron Sovern recognizes that it was over and back. Officials discussing, and the call is confirmed. No instant replay, although they could pull back the stream. I don't think that's in the rule book, though.
Nice of them, though, to get together and just double check. Never going to hurt anything.
Jaden Reyna. James Brown travel.
These teams are obviously playing incredibly fast. I mean, the pace of the game is just a million miles an hour. But some of these unforced errors have just come in inopportune times, and part of the reason St. Rita has not been able to really put this one fully away. Same with Yorkville. They haven't really been able to quite get that close here in the second half, but still hanging around.
In case you're just joining us, we entered the second half tied at 47 apiece. Jaden Shute brought Yorkville Christian back from an early deficit, trying to do it again, and he's fouled. Shute will go to the strike. Yorkville Christian's program has had a remarkable ascent from the early days of the program. School is relatively new still, founded in the early 2010s. You need 2 years to become an IHSA member school. So they played schools from Indiana, other private schools, small private schools, until they were an IHSA member school. And in the early days, head coach Aaron Sovern told me that Yorkville Christian was finishing games with as few as 4 players because they didn't have enough players to bring off the bench. Still, enrollment not that big at Yorkville Christian, right about at 75. But their basketball program has grown in a big way.
What growth there from Yorkville Christian. Really impressive how they just kind of they really went from nothing and just built this basketball program. Aaron Sovern did a great job here at Yorkville Christian, leading the way.
Morris Johnson Jr., the hammer. Tyler Burrows pushing the pace. Vassar, rhythm three. Almost went in on the second bounce. Melvin Bell inside, going to work on shoot. The freshman against the Duke commit. He's got 31. Douglas kicks back out. Vassar back to shoot. Picked up by Reyna. Shoot from way downtown. Halfway down and out.
They're trying to get the three ball working late in the game. They certainly need those to start dropping, but no luck yet.
St. Rita up by 2 touchdowns. Reyna will hold. Now drive. Up, under, almost got it. Put back, yes, from Johnson. Shoot, directing traffic from the elbow of the arc. No good. Shoot's gone cold. Reyna, the chuck across to Johnson. Spin cycle. Short. Shoot the rebound. Passes ahead. Into the corner. David Douglas, the tray. He's fouled.
This one still feels a whole lot closer than 16 points. I mean, 16 points does not tell the story of this game, the margin that things are currently at right now. And boy, both teams have played incredibly well. St. Rita, though, just looking at the stats, incredibly impressive, especially Melvin Bell. 31 points from the freshman. 96 St. Rita, very easily could top 100.
You can expect big things from Melvin Bell this year. Same can be said for the rest of his St. Rita teammates. Douglas can't cash in on the second. And Jordan Chandler into the contest. Douglas gets the second, or rather the third. Yorkville Christian, some subs. Starwood to the bench. And now Trey Lombardo in. First time we've called his name. James Brown, the big fella, can handle the basketball a little bit, as we've seen this week. Space, dances on the dribble. Jordan Chandler across. Tipped way up into the air. And Johnson can't catch the pop fly.
Ball bouncing around a little bit. That one skied way up in the air. Just can't come down with it.
I got it. Looks like Jaden Rain is cramping up a little bit. Getting some treatment on the sideline. Shoot. Loses his man into the paint. He's trying to put one down on Morez Johnson Jr. Would have been real tough, but why not at this point? Some of the crowd's starting to file out here inside the Torrey Gymnasium, but we're glad you're still with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Free coverage all week long. All 35 games. The Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Jaden Shoot puts that one in. That dunk attempt of sorts brings up something that head coach Aaron Sovern told me last week on the phone. He said that Jaden Shoot, came in. He was a knockdown shooter, good defender, great defensive rebounder. But he's developed his inside game to the point where every time he drives, he's trying to dunk on you. And we saw it there.
He's a big-time player, and big-time players do big-time things. No doubt he's always looking for that. 5-second call here on St. Rita, and that full-court press has really been a bright spot for the Yorkville defense all day.
With 2:14 to go, the door is still cracked open. KJ Vassar, the bank is open from the corner. Don't turn the game off just yet. Back down to single digits.
Things become interesting here in Washington, as we thought they would. Yorkville has a little left in the tank.
Space. Down low, Morez Johnson Jr. How many times have we seen him on the rim tonight?
More than I can count, Larry.
Vassar, the foul. He'll shoot two. St. Rita will almost certainly hit 100. And at this point, I wouldn't be entirely shocked if Yorkville Christian did either.
Certainly not out of the realm of possibility, but scoreboard not used to handling triple digits, so have to reset once we get back to 100. I don't believe it can handle triple digits.
I suppose we'll find out soon. I think our score bug can. I suppose that's a question for Joey Wright. Vassar trying to cut the deficit below 10, and he does. 1:45 to go. Yorkville Christian needs a turnover. Trapped in the corner. They almost had it. What's the call? Timeout St. Rita, as space had very little space.
That was the case, and boy, it looks like Yorkville may have been working on that full court press in practice. That or they're just really good at it, maybe both. Smart timeout by Roshan Russell, get his team in the same frame of mind as they try to keep the ball advancing forward. You get a look at Aaron Silver coaching up his team. They need a big stop here on the full court press to try to get right back into this one in the late stages of the final contest. Day number 4 at the Washington TOC.
And what a battle we have had. 1A Yorkville Christian, 4A Chicago St. Rita. Big school, small school, doesn't matter. Both these teams can hoop a little bit. Hope you'll join us tomorrow. Both these teams back in action right here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Hope you'll subscribe so you can join us all winter long. Some great basketball from across the state, mostly Central Illinois. But we won't put ourselves in a box. Never know what could come up throughout the winter, so keep it right here on CSM. All free coverage.
We love to hear from the audience as well. Get involved on social media. Maybe you have a suggestion where to go, who to see. Let us know.
St. Rita will inbound from near their corner. Melvin Bell gets it up to space. Trapped in the double team. They break it. Reyna down low. Morez Johnson Jr. Deja vu all over again.
And the scoreboard can handle triple digits here.
100 for St. Rita. Vassar off the mark. Board to Brown. And he's fouled. Hacked from behind by Starwood. Hard foul. Brown slow to get up. How about 189 combined points?
That is incredible. Again, not sure on official records here at the TOC, but I'm sure it's got to be up there. Maybe it's in the program we have.
We'll get our research department on it.
Always interested to see maybe a record could be set. Saw that with questioning maybe Pewaukee as a team setting a record for three-pointers. Couldn't find out the answer to that one, but
James Brown knocks in the first free throw. We'll have our research department keep grinding away, trying to find the most points scored by a team here at the TOC. Held ball off the miss from Brown. Buck 18 to go. Massive performances on St. Rita's side of things from James Brown, 27 points, and Melvin Bell, 31. Brown, and one! The exclamation point on what's shaping up to be an impressive Chicago St. Rita Mustangs win.
With a free throw here, James Brown can be the second St. Rita player with 30 plus.
This team is going to be real dangerous in the Chicago Catholic League. Old-fashioned 3 for James Brown. Vassar, drive, float, too much. Volleyballed around and out. Pull up 3 from Douglas, short. Or as Johnson and Melvin Bell collide. Bell comes out with it. Brown can't finish the one-handed jam. Shoot, out in transition. Open Vassar in the corner. Yep. Timeout taken, Aaron Sover.
Got a little excited there, James Brown. Just wasn't not able to quite put it in, but the idea's there, I guess.
Yorkville Christian, last second desperation attempt. Again, the winner of this contest, which it looks like it will be, St. Rita, will take on Vashon in the title game in the Washington Invitational. Yorkville Christian will take on Springfield Lanphier, should this result hold. Both those contests are going to be dandies.
As far as research department things go, it looks like tournament records, as far as we can find, are individual records. Definitely looking at points record here in the TOC. Obviously Zion Williamson with 50 points. The record, not going to quite touch that, but no doubt 30 plus. Impressive from a couple of St. Rita Mustangs, Melvin Bell and James Brown.
I've got a feeling that this combined score is probably record-setting. I suppose we may never find out. Bell ahead to Reyna, keeps the dribble, weaving in and out of traffic. Look at him go. Finally, a foul called against Javion Starwood. Starwood's 4th personal. And that foul puts St. Rita in the double bonus.
Perhaps another question we'll probably never know the answer to, but record for most dunks in a game. Perhaps tonight. I'm coming up with all sorts of different potential records.
I'm trying to recall. I'm going to go to bed tonight and close my eyes and see Morez Johnson Jr. hanging on the rim.
Counting the dunks in your sleep.
Jaden Reyna knocks it down. Jaden Shoot, an impressive performance against stout competition, to say the least. 24 points for him. Foul before the shot. That one's not going to count. Starwood looking to count the bucket. Probably won't count. Looks like Jaden Shoot was fouled. A little bit of confusion on the floor. The officials discussing. What will it be? Shoot expressing himself a little bit. Still not sure what's going on. Foul before the shot.
They're going to give him that three-point bucket. It is indeed on the scoreboard.
Oh, boy. Wow. So this just got a lot more interesting. Shoot knocks in the free throw. That's the first bonus free throw. Trims the lead down to 9. I don't know what just happened.
I can't say
because Shoot did not shoot that free throw. Starwood did. Starwood made the 3, rather. Shoot was fouled away from the ball and goes 2 for 2. Lead down to 8. Yorkville Christian still needs a miracle. They could get to 100. Rebounded into Reyna, pass into Reyna rather, and he'll go to the strike.
I can't really ever say I've seen that, where a foul apparently and a three-pointer simultaneously happen, and then the fouled player gets 2 shots. So a 5-point play. Didn't know it was possible, but I guess you learn something new every day, Larry.
Well, you know, the old phrase in baseball is you see something new at the ballpark every day. I suppose you see something new at the basketball court every day. Jaden Reyna knocks in the first. And the second.
Well over 200 combined points for both these teams. Really impressive.
Douglas, pull up three. Got it. Knockdown shooter. Both teams to triple digits. 100 burgers all around. You like scoring?
Yorkville Christian is not going away. I mean, they're sticking around. They're not going to just lay down and concede. They are going to fight every ounce of this game, and you never know. I've seen crazy things happen.
Is Tracy McGrady in the house?
That's a good question. They need a Tracy McGrady-esque performance. Maybe Jaden Shute has it in him.
We'll find out shortly in 15 5/10 seconds. St. Rita, double bonus. Yorkville in the bonus. That scoreboard breaks it down pretty well. Melvin Bell, 31 points. James Brown, 30. How about 27 points for David Douglas Jr. and 29 points for Jaden Shute? All right, here we go. Bell to inbound. Nearly tipped away by Starwood, and Reyna is fouled. He's got a chance to get to 20 here.
Obviously, the hope is he missing some of these free throws. Then Yorkville can get a quick three. They are in the double bonus, though, so it is 2 shots no matter what.
Reyna cashes in on the first. Gavin, what's the highest scoring basketball game you've ever watched in person?
In person, that's a good question. I've been to a few NBA games, and obviously those tend to go for a little over 100 points each. This has got to be up there. This is an NBA-type score.
I can say with almost certainty that this is my highest that I've seen or called. Jaden Shute, pretty step back, drains the three. Another timeout taken by Yorkville Christian. We keep playing on. Lead down to 6, 5 7/10 to go.
Do they have a miracle in them?
Better start praying the Hail Marys. Both these teams are Christian schools, so. Sovern talking things over in the huddle.
If nothing else, I mean, if you're a Yorkville Christian fan, you got to love the fight. I mean, they could have just, this game could have been over 15 minutes ago if they could have just, stopped playing, just kind of let the clock run out. They're using every ounce of this game to just try and compete, and that's exactly what you have to do. This is probably going to be their biggest test for a while. Although they do play a loaded schedule, this is certainly one of a kind for Aaron Sovern's Yorkville Christian Mustangs.
Yes, indeed. Bell inbounds, gets it in to space, and he's fouled before Johnson had a chance at showtime.
You never know, maybe if they had a steal there, you see something spectacular, but I think it's pretty certainly wrapped up at this point, or at least pretty close. 3.5 seconds separating us from a final score.
Space knocks it in. Thanks for sticking with us all day long. Inside the Torrey Gymnasium, we saved the best game, the craziest game, the highest scoring game, and any other adjective for this game for last. KJ Vassar trying to end it on a make. He can't. And St. Rita comes out with a 111-103 victory over Yorkville Christian in the Battle of the Mustangs.
The scorekeeper getting a workout too down there. A lot of points to tabulate throughout this game. Great game by both these teams, though. A lot of scoring. A lot of big plays.
Chicago St. Rita is going to take on Vashon in tomorrow's Washington Invitational Classic Championship. Boy, is that going to be a game and a half. And Yorkville Christian will take on Springfield Lanphier. That's not going to be too bad either, Gavin.
Absolutely not. Lanphier has played really well to start the year. Came up with a loss today, but we're going to have some really good final matchups of the TOC tomorrow. Get a look at James Brown as fans file out on a long day of the TOC, and we'll begin to wrap up our coverage here on Clutch Sports Media.
Final scoring totals for the victorious Mustangs: 21 from Jaden Reyna, 31 from the freshman Melvin Bell to lead the Mustangs, from Chicago at least. James Brown, 30 points. This game high belongs to Jaden Shute, 32 points. David Douglas Jr. tacked on 27, and KJ Vassar had 25. How about one more word for our sponsors? The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Updring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Updring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UpdringAutoGroup.com. And by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And of course, the cause behind the tournament, KB Strong. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Gavin Russell about ready to land the plane on another full day of coverage. Your final thoughts?
Great day of basketball. We've had such a great week, and we've got another chance to do it again tomorrow, so it's going to be a good one, but a really good game to wrap things up. Could not have asked for a better way to finish out day number 4 at the TOC.
Day 5, the 5th and final, coming up tomorrow. We got 9 more games, including the National Classic Championship game between Winston-Salem Christian and Colorado Prep of St. Mary's, and the Washington Invitational Championship between St. Louis Vashon and Chicago St. Rita. That'll about do it for another 14-plus hour day of coverage from inside the Torrey Gymnasium in Washington. For our entire crew, Joey Wright, Francisco Alonso, Jonathan Michael, Colton Kaler, Gavin Russell, Jacob Steinberg, Josh Schwam, Charlie Schermerhorn, and so many others. This is Larry Larson saying so long and good night from Washington. We'll talk to you tomorrow. So long, everybody.